really mad that our country, the Trump administration, DHS, whatever, national security, Homeland Security, I don't know who, denied entry to this guy. And I think that like, it's like, I don't think, I mean, I'm not trying to do like the whole, like, maybe he was coming here just to, you know, judge a soccer game. But maybe he wasn't. So I think this was probably the right call. I don't think anyone with any connection to any terrorist organization should be in this country. Anyone, period. No, I don't. Oh, you have a cousin? Bye. You have a cousin who's a terrorist? I'm not a terrorist. Your cousin's a terrorist? Bye. Sorry, we just can't take the risk. Sorry, it's not you. It's your cousin. You know what you should do? You should tell your cousin, stop blowing shit up. Then maybe we'll let you back. Okay. So let's get into the meat and potatoes, right? We're about halfway through the show. This is going to be spicy. Spicy. I'm going to call out both sides like I always do. I'm going to point out how the both sides are absolutely just wrong for the way they are talking about a horrible tragedy. I covered Kevin's show. By the way, everyone pray for Kevin's mom. I'm going to cover his show again today. So if you want to watch in the 3 p.m. hour, I will be back. I'm going to have to do the same thing I did yesterday. Go to work, come back, come here, go to work. But, you know, it's his mom. I don't mind. Luckily, I work for myself. I can do stuff like that. This armrest is not here. Urgh. All right. Sorry. I just got a little off of that. Okay. Here's Matt Walsh trashing this kid who was just found guilty of murder. All right, and look, I'm not defending Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony is a murderer. Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. He did. But a court of law just sentenced him to 35 years in jail, found him guilty, right? I believe that sentence for a first-time offender with no criminal record, a 17-year-old kid who made a very bad decision and needs to be punished, I believe it was fair. Could have been a little longer. Definitely should not have been shorter, but fair. I think that ruining his life is, and his life is ruined. I mean, what I mean is locking him up until he's, like, you know, like dead, or death penalty for a 17-year-old kid who it's a first-time offense, not a career criminal, not a pattern of behavior. You know, I think that's fair for that situation. So here's how I think it should work, right? Once somebody goes through the process that we have in this country to maintain a civil society, and there is a fair and judicious outcome, I don't think that you should maybe just keep, you know, insulting and egging on and baiting and grifting and clout chasing off of it, right? Obviously, you can talk about it, obviously. But Matt Walsh says Carmelo Anthony's parents wanted their son to live in a gated community, and now he will. So it all worked out for them in the end. First of all, Carmelo Anthony's parents are huge pieces of shit. Okay, I'm differentiating between the two. Matt's not, right? And we need to do better, because all of this, some of you are my friends, some of the people in the comments, you're losing the plot. I am not defending Carmelo Anthony. I'm not. I'm also not kicking a kid who made a very stupid decision, which has resulted in the death of another kid. I'm not doing that either. And you know one of the biggest reasons why? Austin Metcalf's father forgave him. If you won't, look inward. The father of the kid that Carmelo killed forgave him. And Jake Lang chastised him for it. You want to be more like Jake Lang, or do you want to be more like Austin Metcalf's father? Right, and we'll get to Jake Lang in a minute, by the way. Another Matt Walsh post. He deserves life. Actually, he deserves death. But 35 years is more than I thought they'd give him. Well, at least Matt Walsh is admitting that he was wrong about all of his BS, like, he's going to get off. All in all, this has been a win for justice. Okay. So let me ask you guys. I mean, look, I'm pro death penalty, right? I am. I'm pro death penalty. But do you guys really think or Carmelo Anthony deserves death penalty for this? Like, you might say yes, and you might have a good argument. I want to know who thinks that when you consider all the facts, right? Take race out of it. Take the other examples of injustice that have happened but are completely unrelated. Take all of that out of it, right? A 17-year-old kid with no violent history, no criminal record, got into a beef with another kid. It escalated. He stabbed him. The other kid died. He was convicted of murder. Do you think death penalty? I don't. I'm sorry. If you disagree with me, that's fine. You can. I think that if there is a chance to reform Carmelo Anthony, you should try it. You should try it. I think you should forgive him. I think he should be punished. I think you should pray for him. But wishing death on him? I don't know, man. I think that a lot of people's motivator in this is just not him. I think you're motivated by the guy who stabbed Irina Zarutska. I think you're motivated by, so many BLM riots and burnt down cities and the actions of other people in the Black community. And I think you are taking all of that and you're aiming it at this kid. And somebody in the chat just goes, will it make him humble or will it make him worse, right? Statistically, it's not looking good for Carmelo Anthony. He's probably not going to go in there and educate himself and just read books every day and come out, an advocate where he tries to help people, maybe make up for the life he took by trying to help others and save other people. But it's possible. It's possible. Should we give him the chance or should we take the chance away from him? Again, remember, I'm looking at the facts, right? I'm not looking at all of the other things. Okay, look here. Look. I'm here. Right side. Right here. This is where I'm at. I'm not taking into account George Zimmerman, Irina Zarutska, nothing. I'm going 17-year-old kid, stabbed another kid, no criminal record. He's going to be an adult he's going to be in his 30s when he gets out, maybe more, maybe 40s. He's going to miss out on all sorts of stuff in his life. I think that's a very severe punishment. I don't know. If you guys don't agree with me, that's fine. You know. But that's my opinion, and I'm gonna always give you my opinion. I'm not going to run with the crowd, and I'm not going to run against the crowd. I'm not a contrarian, and I'm not an audience capture robot. I'm me. I'm Misfit. These are the thoughts and the beliefs that I have. What I can tell you, though, is this. I think it's wrong. But you know what? We got to call balls and strikes on both sides. And Carmelo Anthony's parents are huge pieces of shit. They are. They are the worst people in the world. Right? The father, the mother, the way they grifted off of this, the way they raised money. I think that they did him. I think that they are partially responsible for why, probably very responsible for why their son got the sentence he did. I think they used him. I think they used the situation to raise over $1 million. Right? If you want to direct your ire at somebody, this lady's a good person to start.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. So you see what they're doing? This is what I just said. They're going Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, this, and this. Guys, no evidence in this case. None of the evidence presented in this case showed that the thing that happened was racially motivated. None. There was none presented. Was it racially motivated? I don't know. I'd have to be in Carmelo Anthony's head. But none was actually racial. None that we know of was racially motivated. This demon, she's making it racially motivated. And I am not saying that Matt Walsh is as bad as her. I think she's worse. I just also think that Matt Walsh is not acting very Christian. Randy Fine. I know a lot of people like him because he's pro-Israel. I do not, because of this. He does this way too much. If he was an influencer, if he was a social media guy, I'd be like, okay, you're a little much, but yeah. This is a representative. You have to understand that the representatives in Congress, the people we elect, represent you. He is speaking for every single one of his constituents because that's how it works in America. Carmelo Anthony deserved the death penalty. Anything less is unacceptable. It's perfectly, he has a right to have this opinion, but he's also probably not motivated by the right reasons. All right. He just says too much. I like Randy Fine as far as how he votes and some of the things that he says, you know, like, but he it's like kind of like the way the left talks about Trump. It's like, I wish he'd stop tweeting. That's how I feel about Randy Fine. Okay, jumping to the other side, right? We gotta make sure we cover this equally. We're not trying to just go, look at everything the left's doing, look at everything the right's doing. Look, we're trying to be objective, honest, and we're trying to cover this evenly, fairly, balanced. Here's Tariq Nasheed. Okay. Daniel Penny snuck up behind an innocent black man who never touched anyone and choked him to death while claiming self-defense. This happened in New York. It has some of the strictest self-defense laws and duty to retreat. Penny was still acquitted and paraded around like a hero. Carmelo defended himself from a physical assault in a Texas estate with the most expensive stand your ground laws, and he gets a murder conviction. The only difference in these cases, the enforcement is governed by systemic white supremacy. Daniel Penny took down a guy who said he was going to murder people, was assaulting people, had a criminal record. He was just a crazy person. Everything in this tweet is just garbage propaganda, but it's both sides. My point is both sides are doing this shit. Now, this is wild. You remember how I said that I'm one side's worse? It is. It's the left. One side's way worse, right? We're going to play a few clips from Jasmine Crockett. We got 15 minutes left. I'm not moving as fast as I wanted to, so let's just go. Holy, you know what?
Awful force.
Was it a switch? I don't know what he had.
It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
And I forgot he had the bag.
If it was one of the little, like I don't know, like I do think.
Well, that's why he went to his coach.
Jasmine Crockett is basically saying Austin Metcalf was stabbed with a smaller knife, so that's not a deadly weapon. These are the same people that say that there is such a thing as an assault rifle because of the way it looks. No, I'm not joking. That's how the definition they give for what makes a weapon more deadly is how it looks. Okay, this gets way worse, by the way. I'm giving you the least crazy, and then wow, right? Oh, actually, sorry. That's the worst one. Okay, next up from eyelashes.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way.
Oh. So Austin Metcalf's father shouldn't feel so bad because his kid who died was white. Right? Black women, it's way worse. It's way worse for Black women when they lose a child, right? So literally, like she's literally saying, she's like, based on the color of your skin, if you lose your child, it will be worse if you're Black. I mean, statistically, she might have a point, right? Because, I mean, Black women make up for 40% of all abortions. So I think it would be a little bit more rough if you're the one who murdered your child, right? Maybe that's what she's referring to. Maybe she's referring to the guilt of Black women feeling like, oh, I killed my baby. I don't think that's what she's saying, but I mean, maybe. Now let's go to the holy.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist. You know, I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the golfers. We're talking about football players, right? Like this is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that if
she basically just said that she would have stabbed him too because he's a football player. Right. You guys remember we talked about Chud the Builder, right? And how shooting a guy 5 times for slapping you or hitting you or hitting you across the head is disproportionate response. I wonder if Jasmine Crockett would have the same argument for Chud the Builder. I wonder if she would be like, you know what? That guy Chud the Builder, he definitely should have shot that black guy 5 times for punching him. She wouldn't. She wouldn't. Of course she wouldn't. And that's what I'm saying. All the people that are making the arguments for Chud, a lot of the people that are making the arguments for Chud, they're making the exact opposite argument for Carmelo Anthony, right? For instance, let's see here. No. Here it is. Black Tucker Carlson. Black Tucker Carlson. F. Charlie Kirk, F. Arena Zarutska, F. President JFK, F. Dr. King, F. Joseph Smith, F. all white people, right? Carmelo Anthony was found guilty, yep, etc., etc. Let's just try something. I didn't, do this before the show started, so we're going to figure this out together, but I have a feeling. Let's see here. Chud the Builder. 2 Chuds. Okay. Well, I thought I'd be able to find something pretty quick, and we're running it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. You think that what I'm doing here is fair? Pointing out how people like Matt Walsh, and I'm not comparing the two. I'm not equating the two. I'm very, very clear on this. What Matt Walsh is doing is way less extreme and evil and demonic than this. But are both sides, at least both sides, basing their ire for the other on race? Yeah. One side's doing it way worse. This side. I will concede that. All right. This is Jake Lang created a conversation in here last week where somebody said something along the lines of Jake is like saving Texas, or Jake is going after this, or Jake this. And I was like, I don't think you guys know who Jake Lang is. All right? Jake Lang is a piece of garbage. Right? He is a horrible, horrible human being. And before I jump into this, let me bring you back to what Jake Lang did with Austin Metcalf's father, right? It's on my page. Okay, it should be here soon because we scrolled and we found it pretty quickly last time. But he went after Austin Metcalf's father. Here we go.
Willing to stand by me in a press conference. That's called white guilt.
Here.
Anything you do, you cannot have any fucking...
That's called white guilt. No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Jake Lang just said to Austin Metcalf's father, you are responsible for your son's death because you are not racist, because you forgave the kid who stabbed him, because you are a true Christian. You're responsible for your son's death. That's what Jake Lang just said to Austin Metcalf's father. Fuck that guy. Jake Lang is a provocateur. He's constantly getting himself into these issues. A lot of people think that he's an op. He's a controlled opposition or a paid informant or what have you. I don't know. Maybe. But he was arrested for terroristic threats after this.
This courthouse. Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse.
Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside of this courthouse. Y'all really want to keep on pressing me on how much good Jake Lang is doing for the movement? See, this is the problem. Some of you, and I'm not blaming, this is tough love, not trying to, be too harsh on you. Some of you have a problem with discernment, okay? You will see somebody do something that you agree with, and you will ignore all the other things that they're doing. This happens with Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's like, hey, go to the gym, make money, work out, be proud of who you are, et cetera, all very positive messages for young men. But then he also says, make women your sex slaves, hook up with underage girls, impregnate 16-year-olds. And you go, yeah, but. No, everything after but is bullshit, right? If you have somebody who you agree with, align with on an issue, and then they are just the worst human being ever on another issue, find somebody else who you agree with on that other issue and condemn them totally. Put them in a box. What have we talked about? Miso strategy. Mock, insult, shame, and most importantly, ostracize. Kick them out of the movement. Stop aligning with them. Guilt by association is real, and you will be judged by me, by others. I don't care. This is not how it works. You don't get to just cherry pick the good parts of people and say they're good people. No, sometimes they're pieces of shit who say good things. Sean's in here. What does he say? If the person that I disagree with the most says water is wet, I'm going to go, yes, you're right, water is wet. That doesn't mean I align with that person. All right. But yeah, Jake Lang, good. Glad he's arrested. Yes, Jake Lang should have free speech. Yes, he should be able to protest. And honestly, yeah, whatever. But he's trying to get arrested, so go get arrested. All right. Here it is. I just got an update from Jake Lang, who was arrested by dozens of DPS, Texas Federal Police officers, who ripped him off the plane, handcuffed him, and drove him away while he was still on the tarmac. Jake has been charged with Class 3 terroristic threats for saying if the jury didn't find... Here we go. We're about to get gaslit. For saying if the jury didn't find Carmelo Anthony guilty, that Jake would take care of it himself. That's a death threat. Yeah, idiot. Texas State Police have yet to arrest any of Carmelo Anthony's supporters who have threatened to hang Jake from a tree. Whataboutism is not an argument. Those people should be arrested too. Jake Lang is the one with the camera and a bunch of followers where they know how to find him. Maybe those other people are hard to find. Maybe they were just randomly anonymously screaming it. This is why people from Antifa don't get arrested a lot, because they say a bunch of horrible things, but they're smart enough not to post their identity on the internet so that you can easily go and get them. Both wrong. Jake's dumber because Jake puts his face out there. Both are legal too. Death threats are not legal. They're not free speech. Texas, every time they target. Okay, they target. Jake is walking in front of a firing range and going, why are you targeting me? It's like, oh my God, I got shot. Why'd you do that? Full lawfare to try to silence his voice. James Bond. Okay. I want to end with this clip. Spoiler alert, if you've never seen the end of A Time to Kill, an amazing movie, great movie. This drives my point home, and I'm not going to play this whole scene because it's really long, but I want you to just hear this last part. This is the movie A Time to Kill, if you've never seen it. It's about Samuel L. Jackson kills 2 white supremacists who raped his daughter, and Matthew McConaughey's a white lawyer in the South who has to defend him, and it's an all-white jury, and the jury is going to convict Samuel L. Jackson because Samuel L. Jackson murdered 2 people. In the movie, he literally did murder them, but he's going to try to get them off. He's going to try to get Samuel L. Jackson off, and this is his closing argument, and I need you guys, if you are of this mindset of black, white, I want you to really pay attention because this is a good point.
urine. Soaked in their urine.
Oh,
Her raped,
there we go.
beaten, broken body.
He's describing everything the white supremacists did to this little black girl, to a white jury.
Soaked in their urine. Soaked in their semen. Soaked in her.
Makes sense yet? Okay. Sean Farish is coming up next. Damn, I can't believe I got through all 30 of those tabs. It's an important issue, guys, because if we listen, racism is just a fire that people keep throwing a log on. And it's all woke. Racism is woke. Stop being woke. Start focus on facts. All right. Real quick, T. Hodges, Freedom Foxtrot, LFA producer, share. Brendan Farish. Brandon, the beautiful Brendan Farish is here. Sean Farish is here, and they are coming up next. Enjoy Ungoverned. I will see you tomorrow for 2A Thursday. I'm off to work. Actually, I will see you today for the 3 p.m. show, which I don't know the name of it because it's not my show. All right. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy to be here on a Wednesday. It is a hump day. It is a Trump day. And it's a big day. Double duty for me here on LFA TV, filling in for Will Johnson later at 2 p.m. Central. So, I'm sorry, 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Eastern. So you're going to get a double dose. 1 hour now, 1 hour at 2. For Culture Wars. And there'll be a little bit of overlap in the stories, but I've got, I think, 2 separate types of shows planned. Although, based off of the conversation that Misfit was just having about, my favorite person in the movement. I say in the movement. He's not actually a part of our movement, Jake Lang. So I actually want to just, first of all, before I do that, I'm just going to let everyone know it's been rough around here, the whole cat thing. So nobody wants to hear about your pets. It's fine. We could use some prayers, some healing over this house, over what has happened. I apologize in advance today if I get short with anybody. It has not been an easy or particularly enjoyable 72 hours. I'm just going to say that. It's not your fault. I'm like, we're walking a tightrope here, okay? So I apologize in advance if I get short with anybody today. I'd like to say it's beyond my control. It's not. I can control it. It's just been very tough here for the last couple hours. I'm just going to say that. We're not going to go on and on. This stems back to the whole thing I said on Monday morning where somebody said, oh, you're a jerk for talking about someone else's pets. Well, you come live here and deal with what we're dealing with and then tell me I'm a jerk. Okay? That's that. I appreciate you all being here for us. We love you. We are so grateful for your support. It's been tough, but this too shall pass. You know what else shall pass? The infatuation with people like Jake Lang. It has to pass. Or this movement isn't going to survive. Okay? Or this movement isn't going to survive. Because it's not just about one person and well, Jake Lang is the only one out there, standing up to Muslims. What are you talking about? Now, you know who's standing up to the Islamic invasion? Our men and women who are fighting against the Iranians right now. Jake Lang isn't doing anything but sticking his face in front of a camera and going viral because he's basically doing the whole Howard Stern. Let me see what crazy crap I could say this time that'll get me attention. I've only been calling this out for 2 years. Okay? So I would like, and I'm trying not to, because you know what it is? You get all crazy and it's entertaining in the moment, but the message gets lost. I want to calmly talk through the problems here. Zach mentioned there's an issue with discernment. Yes. And this issue is not just surrounding a guy like Jake Lang. This issue of discernment. This has been going on for a long time. I can remember back in 2020, 2021, 2022, a guy like Joe Rogan. Okay? Listen, if you like his podcast, you're not a bad person. If you find him entertaining, you're not a bad person. You're not a failure. You're not a traitor. If you like his comedy and you like Joe Rogan, that's okay. But I was saying it, back then, guys, Joe Rogan is like a self-identifying Bernie bro. Joe Rogan is he says that, he thinks Michelle Obama, I'm not telling you to alienate him or to cast him aside. All I'm trying to say here is you can appreciate something that somebody does, okay? Another example, I am a huge fan of Jason Mraz, the musician, right? I'm yours and I won't give up and all this other. I'm a huge fan of his. We could not be more opposed politically. I appreciate his talent and his ability to write and produce what I find to be very enjoyable music. Very enjoyable music. And he just released a gospel album for his late grandmother. Now, does this mean that I believe that Jason Mraz is some sort of conservative Christian all of a sudden? No. But can I also go into that album and listen to a few of those songs and say, that was very nice? Yes. We have to be able to separate individual actions from the individual doing the action. And by that, I mean, as Zach said, and it's my favorite example, and it's a very basic elementary example. But for example, if Candace Owens, who you know that I don't like, or Andrew Tate, who you know that I don't like, or Tucker Carlson, who you know that I don't like.
Who do you think you are?
Or Jake Lang, who you know that I don't like, came out and said, water is wet. I will agree with that because it is an objective truth that water is wet. But I will not say because I agree with them on the wetness of water issue, all of their prior sins are forgiven, and I trust them now 100% with everything that goes on. No. That's where we go wrong. When Joe Rogan said something critical of the Biden administration, they were like, he's a conservative. He's not. Okay? It's okay to say, hey, I agree with that. It's another thing to say, because I agree with that, he's 100% on our side or in lockstep with the things that we do. This is the problem that we have. And I think it happens for a couple of reasons. I think, number one, first and foremost, we're all looking for a little bit of hope here. I understand. We're all looking for a little bit of hope. We want to boost the morale. I get it, guys. I get it. I've spent a lot of time on the streets in this movement, right? Knocking on doors, protests, rallies, January 6th, you name it. I was probably there or involved in some way, shape, or form, or involved with the people in some way, shape, or form. I'm not talking out of my rear end here, okay? I know we're all looking for a little bit of hope. We're all looking for a little bit of motivation. We're getting hit all day long on social media with the negatives that we're so quick when a positive comes around to latch onto it as if that's like the new savior. And like you know what I mean? It reminds me of, for example, New York Jets fans. That's an insult, and I apologize. But like every time a fifth string quarterback goes off in the preseason, they're like, the new franchise. It's like, no. That guy's probably not even going to play in the UFL. It's not me being negative. It's just we have to be realistic. Yeah, he played well in that game, but who did he play? Do you see what I'm saying? So when a guy like Jake Lang says something, let's say against Islam, and you agree with it, that's okay. I'm not telling you to have Jake Lang derangement syndrome, right? Because that's not healthy either. Oh, this guy is someone I don't like. And even if he says something objectively true, I'm now going to take the opposite position because I don't like the person, right? You see what I'm saying? So we don't want to do that either. It's very simple and logical. It's a multiple step process, and we usually go from 0 to 60 by missing 1 through 59. If you see an action that somebody does that you agree with, anything, it could be something like Jake Lang, it could be Lindsey Graham voting in favor of something like the Save America Act in the Senate, and this is what always happens. Oh, hey, I'm happy that Lindsey Graham tried to attach the Save America Act to the ICE funding bill. Like, oh, so now you just love Lindsey Graham? No, I'm happy that he did that one thing. I don't like the guy, but he did something good. Therefore, I will just commend the thing and the person for doing the thing. But this does not mean that person gets a blanket approval on everything. And I hope this makes sense. And for those of you who've been here for 2 years, 3 years, almost 4 years now, and I'm eternally grateful that you give me an hour of your day every day. I'm eternally grateful, okay? Which is why I started off by saying, I'm sorry if I snap at you today. It's just been really rough. But I can feel your support, and I really, really appreciate it. I don't think you understand like how much this means, right? I lost my train of thought. It's been pretty rough. This has been with Lang, with any of these folks, Andrew Tate. Well, he wants men to work out. Yeah, but okay, good. So I agree with Andrew Tate that young men should be in shape. But I don't like Andrew Tate. And to some, they hear that and they go, how is that possible? You just said you agreed with him. No, I agree with him on an objective truth. Fitness is good. All right? That's an objective truth. Fitness is good. I have a workout routine. I've been doing it since September of 2025 and progressively doing different things, right? Fitness is good. Health is good. If Hillary Clinton tomorrow came out and said, everybody should be, a little bit more involved in fitness and should try and live a healthier lifestyle, I'm not going to be like, that's it. I'm eating nothing but fast food for the rest of my life, and I'm never touching my treadmill again. And I'm just going to let my health go because Hillary Clinton, you see how unhealthy that is also? So we have to logically watch and follow this path. And if you want, maybe write these down, or maybe you think I'm scolding you. I'm not. I'm just saying this is what we should do. When you see something on the internet, and you see somebody do something on the internet, or on the news, or anywhere, whatever, and it is a good thing, you can commend the good thing. That's fine. But when you look at the individual doing the good thing, don't just assume that that individual is 100% on our side or is a great person or is an asset to the movement because they did one good thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A guy on your baseball team who hits a walk-off home run one night and wins you one game, but is batting 150, never gets on base, strikes out with runners in scoring position, and costs you 9 other games because he's not a good hitter and not a good fielder and not a good teammate. Just because he hit one walk-off home run does not make that guy the future of your franchise, does not make that guy a cornerstone piece of your franchise, does not make that person an asset for your team's future success. That's my point, and I hope this makes sense. And I'm sorry that I got to keep going through sports analogies, but I come from a sports mindset, right? I mean, I always thought I was going to do sports radio until I realized every time the Jets lose, my taxes don't go up, but every time Republicans lose, my taxes do go up. And so, I don't like taxes. So, all right, whatever. If the Jets lose, it is what it is. The next day, everything still costs the same. But when Republicans lose, everything costs more. And I don't like when things cost more. So I put my passion towards politics because it means more. I hope this makes sense. I really do. Do not fall into this trap where one person who does one viral thing that's cool, all of a sudden, they're in oh, that's an asset to the movement territory. Jake Lang is not an asset to our movement. Andrew Tate, as we've been saying, is not an asset to our movement. Candace Owens, as we've said for a long time, is not an asset to our movement. Hunter Biden, as we've said for a long time, is not an asset to our movement. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, etc., are not assets to our movement. Neither is Lindsey Graham, right? I don't like Lindsey Graham. We got to be better about jumping the gun. That's it. We can do it. It's going to take a little bit of rewiring and a little bit of slowing down, but we can do it. If you got a guy outside of a courthouse saying that someone should be, I don't care the color of the guy, should be hanging from a tree, I don't want them in this movement. I just don't. That's irresponsible. Yeah, he can say it. He's free to say it. But he's going to face the consequences for making a threat, which is apparently what happened to Jake Lang. And this happens all the time with Jake Lang. If you remember in this case, Jake Lang verbally abused Austin Metcalf's father. Jake Lang broke into the crime scene. I mean, you guys got to remember this. A year ago, he got himself in trouble in this very case because he broke into the crime scene and he started making it all about race. And Bad Moon said something earlier. It's not race. This is not a racial case. Yes, somebody is making it a racial case. The media is. The left is. That's what they want. They want to divide us based on race. They want to say, they want white people to look at black people and say, all black people want white people dead. Is there a resentment there between the races? Yes. I'm not telling you that doesn't exist. Is there a feeling among some minority communities that they're oppressed by whites, even though that's not the case? Yes, that is real. That is real. And that has happened by design. That's what the left has done. They have divided us by race. And I'm not even telling you, and you remember the episode a year ago or so when this first thing happened, I said, I am not going to make this case about race. Why? Because it doesn't look like race was a motivator. Could it have been? Sure. But if it was, I think we would have seen that information from prosecutors in this case, and we didn't. Prosecutors chose not to bring the racial element in there. Could have been helpful, though, to prove intent. Either way, Carmelo was convicted of murder. Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. That is what we should be focused on. A teenager is dead, and another one is going to spend up to 35 years in jail because of a very unfortunate turn of events. The problem is we have normalized killing people, not just the race element. The race element is on the side. It's an issue. We could talk about it, but unless you've got, I was dealing with this on X yesterday. I had people in my comments. No, it's definitely a racial thing. Look, blacks attack whites more than whites attack black. Okay, I'm not disputing the validity of your stats. I'm telling you, I'm just asking specifically. Don't make a blanket statement. Tell me about this case and how this case, what evidence you have in this case that it was racially motivated. Because I'll tell you what, Irna Zarutska, that was racially motivated. How do we know? Because the guy who stabbed her said, I got that white girl. If there's evidence that proves that this is a racial thing, tell me about this case, not about other cases. And first and foremost, please, the issue here is that there was a murder. We can have these conversations about race as well, but please don't make this case about race, because I'm telling you, we talk about psyops. The left wants this to be a racial thing. They don't care that someone's dead. They don't care that Carmelo Anthony's going to jail. They care that they can turn it into a black versus white issue and divide us further. And I'm not going to give them what they want. And I hope you don't either. I'm going to stop with the cultural side of things here because I plan on, the name of the show at 2 o'clock, Culture Wars, I plan on going through a lot of this again at 2 o'clock, but I want to go through election results from last night in Maine, in South Carolina, in Nevada, and in North Dakota because they had primaries last night. And I'm always fascinated and watching like a hawk these the primary elections and what's going on and how this shapes up for the midterms. And so we're going to do a lot of that this morning too. I hope this makes sense. Again, we've had a very rough couple of days. I apologize in advance if I lose my train of thought. I apologize in advance if I get a little short with anybody. It's been a tough one. It's no excuse. It's just context. Okay. So there we go. Let's take a quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. OFPfarms.com. OFPfarms.com. Celebrate Father's Day, 9 days away, and Independence Day with OFP Farms. Father's Day is approaching, and Independence Day is just around the corner. OFP Farms is very excited to welcome new arrivals, which means they're clearing out their final inventory of premium men's beard products and the last remaining America 250 gift boxes. Now, these are not your typical gifts. They are rugged, stylish, farm-crafted items designed for dads, husbands, grandfathers, sons, and all the hardworking men who deserve something extraordinary. This is your last chance to secure these men's gift sets and beard products. Once they're sold out, they're not going to be restocked. Use the code Sean, SHAWN, to get 25% off, 25% off of your entire purchase. Father's Day promo, Independence Day promo, America 250 promo. 25% off at OFPfarms.com on your men's beard products and America 250 items. America 250 items and men's beard products. 25% off. Get them while the getting's good. Shop now before they're gone for good. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. All right. Let's go into election results. Get my mind off of this other crap. And I'd say crap. This other stuff. It's not crap. It's a very valid. It's an important conversation to have. I'm just, it is what it is. Let's go into election results in Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, and South Carolina. We had election results. We had primary elections conducted yesterday. Let me pull up the screen here, and we will go through what those results meant and what happened in those individual races. Let's start in Maine. We understand that Maine, they had a very interesting candidate on the ballot for the Democrats. Susan Collins was unopposed for the Republicans. In the Maine gubernatorial primary, you had the Democrats, Nirav Shah, leading with 26% of the vote in the primary. Bobby Charles in Maine leading with 37% of the vote in his primary. And this is what I look at all the time, And sometimes you can't, sometimes you can't glean too much from this, but it is important context again. 189,000 people voted in the Democrat primary, and 103,000 people in Maine voted in the Republican primary. So when you take those numbers and you put them head to head, you can see who is more likely to win in November, the gubernatorial seat in Maine, and it's most likely going to be a Democrat, and that's not anything out of the ordinary. Let me look at, here's the Senate. Graham Plattner. Folks, oh, Nancy's teeth just yelled at me. All right. Graham Plattner. Let me show you this. Okay, because it was it's been decades, right, of Democrats calling Republicans Nazis. It's been over a decade. Democrats have been constantly calling Republicans Nazis, comparing Donald Trump to Hitler, comparing some of Donald Trump's supporters to Hitler and Nazis. And now what have they done? They have elected a man with a Totenkopf tattoo on his chest to be their next U.S. Senate nominee out of the great state of Maine. And it was not close. Look at this. Graham Plattner with almost 73%, almost 3/4, guys, of the vote. That's a problem for the Democrats. 188,000 people voted in that primary. Susan Collins, I don't know how many people, she was unopposed, so it's not, it's not an accurate measure. But 72% of the vote went to Graham Plattner. Again, the Democrats for the last 10 plus years have spent a ton of time and a ton of energy saying that Donald Trump was Hitler, MAGA Republicans are Nazis and white supremacists and, misogynists and all the ists and all the phobes that you could possibly think of. They threw those labels at us, but specifically Nazi, Hitler, and all of those types of terms. And they just nominated a man with a Totenkopf tattoo, which high-ranking SS officers that guarded concentration camps during the Holocaust had on their bodies. They just elected a guy who's got it on his body to be their nominee in the Senate in Maine. How on earth? And where is the media? The answer is the media is never going to hold Democrats accountable. They did a little bit last week. Oh, are you concerned about Graham Plattner? And then they let someone go, yeah, I'm concerned, but, we have to stop Donald Trump. And they're like, yeah, sounds good. You couldn't find someone else? You couldn't find somebody who, I don't know, didn't have a Nazi tattoo? Even if you wanted to put up a socialist, you could not find a socialist candidate who maybe ideologically aligns with 95+% of what Graham Plattner aligns with and stands for. You could not find an AOC type or a Bernie Sanders type in Maine that didn't have this crazy past and the Nazi tattoo and the laundry list of allegations from multiple women about abuse and the kick messaging profile and the wild stories about him and honking his hedgehog in porta potties. You could not find somebody else? Or do you just not care? If you're a Democrat, do you just not care? I think they just don't care. Guy's going to be good for our agenda. Let's just rubber stamp him, get him in, and that's all we need. They kind of did the same thing with John Fetterman, and that backfired because he started to come to his senses. I doubt you're going to see that from Graham Plattner if he wins. Bottom line, the Nazi tattoo guy is now the Democrat nominee for U.S. Senate in Maine and is one election away from being in the Senate. And that's a problem for our country. And it is a major problem for the Democrat Party. And we need to drive that fact home among moderates and independents in the Maine Senate race. Because if we win the Maine Senate race, and by we, I mean Susan Collins, who I also don't like, but She's a Republican and a +1 in terms of the seat count in the Senate. If she wins, the Democrats likely do not flip the Senate. Okay? Which is very important. Very important. All right. So that's what happened in Maine. Let's take another break real quick. Let's get to a word from Cove Pure, and then we'll jump into South Carolina, because I've got a lot to say about South Carolina. South Carolina was very interesting last night, to say the least, on two fronts. And I'll explain that to you in just a second. Before we do that, let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com, covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean. Flint, Michigan, folks, you know about lead? You guys know there's like lead in your water. It's not good. There's no safe level of lead, by the way. Flint, Michigan should have taught us that lesson. If that taught this country anything, it's that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. And Flint wasn't a one-off. The problem is everywhere. That is why we purify every drop of water that we drink in this house with Cove Pure. What the government doesn't tell you about lead testing is that the testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst sample. There is no safe level of lead exposure. Even low levels of lead in your water are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes the lead from your water. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants. That includes lead, but also PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And the setup is super easy. Take it from not just me, but the people in the chat. No plumbers, no drilling. You put it on your counter, you plug it in, you fill it up. It does the rest of the work for you. Brennan uses it all the time to make hot tea. She used it last weekend to make mashed potatoes with the boiling water that came out of there. The bottom line is this. Look, your city tested the water and said it was fine. So did Flint, Michigan. And we all saw what happened there. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. It's a one-time investment of $250 off, $400 about here. Go to covepure.com/Sean. And because you're a listener of the show, $250 off the CP16 at my link, covepure.com/SHAWN, COVEPURE.com/Sean. And it's not one of these things where you have to replace the filter all the time. We're still on 4 out of 4 bars, and we've been using this thing for 2 months. I would highly encourage you get it. It's a great investment for you and your family's safety long-term. covepure.com/SHAWN. Let's get into South Carolina, shall we? Let's get into South Carolina. So I want to look up something. 6 years, so 2020. Let's do 2020 South Carolina GOP primary results. And I want to just see, trends. I should have done this last night. I wasn't thinking clearly. As I said, it was a long night. But let me see. I'm on Ballotpedia. Get out of here. I'm on Ballotpedia, and we're going to look and see what the Senate, that's the state Senate. That's not what I'm looking for. Where is the freaking results? Where's the results? I'm trying to pull this up. We're going to have to just wing it. All right. 2020 election results in the state Senate. Lindsey Graham defeated Duke Buckner, Michael LaPierre, and Joe Reynolds. I would like to see the results, and they're not giving me the actual results. It's crazy that it's so hard to find. But anyway, last night we saw what happened in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham did win his primary. Okay, Lindsey Graham did win his primary. Let me try this. 2020 South Carolina GOP primary. Let's do DDHQ and see if I can get results. I don't know. I need to find some sort of results here from last. It's all last night's thing. I don't know why I can't. You know what we should do? Let's do this. ChatGPT, and we'll ask ChatGPT, what were the results? Because this is easier. What were the results of the 2020 South Carolina GOP U.S. Senate primary. Include percentages. Let's see. All right. In 2020, the South Carolina Republican U.S. Senate. All right, here we go. Held June 9th, 2020. Incumbent Senator Lindsey Graham won renomination easily with about 2/3 of the vote. He finished ahead of Michael LaPierre, 67.6%. Michael LaPierre had 17.1%. Joe Reynolds had 9.2%. Duke Buckner had 6.1%, and so on and so forth. 464,330 votes cast, according to this AI search. The reason why I wanted to do that is to compare that to what we got out of South Carolina last night. So let's do that now. Let's go to South Carolina last night. We'll go through Nevada. Nevada was interesting. The gubernatorial race in Nevada was that primary. Joe Lombardo won the gubernatorial primary. There were like 5 other candidates. He won with 93% of the vote. Like, I don't even think Castro won by that much. It's crazy. But let's keep it going. South Carolina U.S. Senate primary in South Carolina. This website is really killing me here. South Carolina U.S. Senate primary. That's the governor. That's the House. That's the House. That's the U.S. Senate for the Democrats. Lindsey Graham. Now, this is what I wanted to see. In 2020, Lindsey Graham won with 67% of the vote. In 2026, Lindsey Graham won with 56.8% of the vote. That tells you something. The second place finisher, Mark Lynch, finished with 28.9, so let's just call it 29% of the vote. The second place finisher in 2020 finished with 17.1% of the vote. That should tell you something. The trend is trending away from Lindsey Graham. The trend is trending away from Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. Yes, he still won, but he won by less than what he won by in 2020. And that should send a message to Lindsey, hey, you're either going to get on board with, and he had the Trump endorsement, but you're either going to get on board with the actual agenda or you're gone as soon as Trump's out of office. That is a significant, and by the way, the total amount of votes in 2020, 464,330. Right now, the amount of votes cast in this election, 464,709. So only 400 more votes, almost an identical vote total. And Lindsey Graham he lost quite a bit of support from the last time. He got 263,000 votes this go around. Last time he got 313,000. So he lost 70,000 votes. That is significant, especially if that trend continues into the, if he runs for re-election in 6 more years. So that's very important to take note of. Things are trending away from Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. Now, the gubernatorial race in South Carolina was very interesting. First of all, let's look at the Democrat primary in South Carolina. You see this? Is it on your screen, guys? Or are we still on the... There we go. Cool. 59.7%. So the Democrats aren't going to a runoff, but they only had 371,000 voters. Republicans are going to a runoff, but they had 468,000 voters. So in the general election, you're most likely going to see a Republican win, which is not a stretch to say that. But what's very interesting about this gubernatorial race is, again, the Trump-endorsed candidate finished first by a few percentage points. Pamela Yvette was the Trump-endorsed candidate. Alan Wilson is also advancing to the runoff. And very interesting is who finished 5th. Nancy Mace. Okay? And she just endorsed the challenger. She didn't endorse the Trump-endorsed candidate. Nancy Mace finished 5th in the South Carolina gubernatorial primary. Look, I don't agree with Nancy Mace on a lot. I don't love the way she handles everything. I don't necessarily think she's a bad person, but I believe Nancy Mace, just like Jasmine Crockett, just like Anna Paulina Luna, just like AOC, just like Thomas Massey, just like Rashida Tlaib, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do you see what I'm saying here? What I'm doing? I think they perform for an online audience and expect all that online virality, all the likes, all the shares, all the engagement to translate in their general election. Again, Nancy Mace generates a ton of engagement on social media every time she talks about Epstein. It gets shared all over the place. Why isn't that translating in the general elections and in these primary elections? Because, folks, as we've been saying for a long time, the internet is not real life. Stop performing for an online audience and start performing for your real world constituents. That is the lesson that is being sent to especially Republican politicians right now. Stop performing for an online audience and start performing for your actual constituents. Thomas Massey in Kentucky's 4th Congressional District did not talk at all about Kentucky's 4th Congressional District. He talked about Jeffrey Epstein and he talked about Israel first and foremost. He lost. Nancy Mace, again, I don't know her. I've never met her. She does all this talk about Epstein on social media. She does all this performative stuff about Epstein. And I know she has a history of being abused, and I hate that for her. I wish that didn't happen to her. But she talks about all of those issues and not South Carolina. That's not to say she never talks about South Carolina, but she needs to be putting South Carolina first if she wants to be the governor of that state. And she's not putting South Carolina first. She's putting Epstein first. She's putting these other issues first. South Carolinians want to know what you're going to do for them. And yes, I'm sure a ton of them want to see more transparency with the Epstein files. But whether all the Epstein files come out tomorrow, or whether they're all already out, or whether you get another list of names tomorrow, or you don't, that doesn't change a single thing about the prices of things in the grocery store, energy bills, this new debate over data centers, taxation. Doesn't impact any of that. Not to say it's not important, but if you structure your entire life around that issue and then run for elected office and the people you need to vote for you aren't hearing about things you're going to do for them, they're just hearing about the Epstein files for the last year and a half. Well, we've seen what happens when you do that. Stop performing for an online audience. If you want to do that, get out of elected office and become an influencer. It's very easy to do these days. You want to perform for an online audience? Start a podcast. But while you're in elected office, you need to perform for your real world constituents. And what you saw from a guy like Massey and now from someone like Nancy Mace is people in the real world just aren't motivated by the stuff that motivates people online to share and interact with your content. They are two separate worlds, and we need to be better about acknowledging that. There are things that take place online, conversations that can be started online that get into the real world and cause real world change. For example, Irina Zarutska. That was an online story before it was a real world story. I mean, obviously she died in the real world and people were upset about it, but they brought that conversation online. Then it came to the forefront of everybody's, minds and feeds and everything. And then it started to move things along in the real world. That is the way the internet should be used. But if you're going to judge what you should do in the real world in front of real people based off of what content performs best on social media, you're going to fail. I know what people want me to do online. They want me to do Trump all day long, right? And so I'll make a funny video here or there, but I don't walk around all day in front of real people sounding like Donald Trump all day long because that would be ridiculous. The internet is not real life. It can impact real life. There are real people. There are real conversations that take place. But if you take your cues and you take direction, especially if you're a politician, if you take your cues and your direction from what people want to hear on the internet and apply that to what people want to hear in the real world, you're going to fail. Just ask Thomas Massie. Just ask Nancy Mace. That is all and Nancy Mace hasn't even gone down like the anti-Israel road, like Massie has. But she's fixated on the wrong things that don't directly impact the people of South Carolina. She finished 5th despite immense online popularity. I hope we can learn a lesson from this. I really do. All right. How are we doing, guys? So far, so good? Are we okay? I haven't really had my eye on the live chat. I've been kind of just locked into getting through, these issues and breaking them down, and then, analyzing essentially both sides of this. We doing good today? We doing all right this morning? We enjoying it? We learning something from it? I hope so. We're going to take a quick break. And we're going to get to a word from our friends over at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. And I want to be very clear. I'm not saying that we can't talk about these issues. This is not an all or nothing thing. Like most things, there's a happy medium. Okay? Like most things, there's a happy medium. And we just need to strike that balance. It's all a process. It's changing every day. It's very fluid. All right? And we're just going to have to navigate it. And each stimulus that happens, we'll have to react to it logically, soundly, not hastily. Okay. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you could protect your family, you could protect your freedom, and you could secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit SLNT at silent.com/Sean to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is SLNT.com/Sean, SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, SLNT.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. SLNT.com/SHAWN. All right. That's it on the election results front. That's it on the election results front. I want to caution people against two things here. Let's not do the doom and gloom dance, right? But let's not also do the trust the plan dance. This is another issue that I see happen online. Every time I say, well, I believe that Donald Trump is, I'm going to let him cook on Iran. Oh, whoa. What are you just trusting the plan? Anybody in this chat knows, you guys and gals who watch this show or been following me for the last couple of years know, I am not into the Q trust the plan nonsense. I'm not into it. Some people are. I think you might be a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if you are. Ooh, yeah. But it's a free country. So I'm not one of these people trust the plan, but I'm also not one of these people where, I'm doom and gloom. Both mindsets, I believe, are dangerous. Trust the plan makes you sit on your hands a bit. right? Like, oh, it's all predetermined. We're going to be okay. We don't have to work hard. We don't have to do 10, 10, and 10. We don't have to be too big to rig. We're going to come out and vote, but, the white hats are in control. No, you've got to be in control and play as big a role in this process as you possibly can. On the other side, the doomer side, what's the point? We're being betrayed. Nothing is happening. Nothing is getting done. Everything sucks. This is a joke. Vote Democrat. Teach the Republicans a lesson, whatever the case may be. Well, that's also a silly mindset. And both mindsets, in my opinion, result in the Democrats taking power. The only mindset that gets us out of that is too big to rig. And focusing on the good that has been done. We can be critical of what we don't like, respectfully. We can demand more from our public servants. We always should. But we should want the agenda to get an extra 2 years. And it's just not me out of nowhere saying this. If you remember, you can go back in early 2025. You can go back even, I think, into late 2024 and hear me saying this. Didn't this feel good to win? We have midterms coming up. Oh, it's no, we got to just enjoy this. Fine, we enjoyed it for a little bit, but we have a whole other game and a whole other season that's got to be played soon. And if we don't show up in the midterms, we're going to cut Donald Trump's second term short by 2 years. I've been saying this since he won again. The reason I bring this up is because here's what Hakeem Jeffries is up to. I was going to show you this yesterday, but we ran a little, long as we normally do. Hakeem Jeffries drafted this, what's called affordability agenda. And he put people like AOC in charge of health care. She is open about giving illegal aliens taxpayer-funded health care. That is not a message that will resonate with normies, caveat, if they know. If they know. That is AOC's position on healthcare. I'm not making that up. They're putting Hakeem Jeffries, Sarah, air quotes, because you can legally change your name, born Timothy, McBride, in charge of caregiving. Sarah Ferris, a Capitol Hill report with CNN, shared a photo on X that showed working groups for housing, gas and utilities, groceries and goods, caregiving and healthcare. According to the photo shared by Ferris, Representatives Laura Friedman in California and Emily Sykes in Ohio were put in charge of the housing group. Representative Nikki Budzinski in Illinois and Mike Levin of California were put in charge of gas and utilities. Representative Mary Glusenkamp Perez, she's a maniac, and Hillary Schulten of Michigan, Glusenkamp Perez is of Washington, and Jill Takuda of Hawaii were put in charge of groceries and goods. Representative Sarah, air quotes, McBride and Morgan McGarvey were put in charge of the caregiving group, while Representatives AOC and Terry Sewell were put in charge of the healthcare group. Do you really want somebody who does not know or is refusing to acknowledge their own biology in charge of caregiving? Do you really want somebody like AOC who is all in favor of every illegal alien in this country getting taxpayer-funded health care, in charge of health care? Do you think that's going to make your costs go down at all? How does adding more competition into the Obamacare system drive down costs? The answer is it doesn't. If an illegal alien is on Obamacare or the state-run version of Obamacare, which still taps into federal funds and is not contributing to the pool, or even if they are contributing to the pool, the tax pool, one way or the other, how does more competition for the same service drive down prices? The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't. If you have more services offering those services to the consumer base. That drives down prices because they're competing with each other to offer the customer the best value for their plan, right? So if you have two healthcare companies, you have healthcare company A and healthcare company B. And healthcare company A says, okay, your premium every month is going to be $500. And it's a $20 copay every time you go to the doctor's office and free wellness checks. And you know what? We'll throw in dental and vision. And then healthcare company B says, okay, your premium is $550. Oh, $500, same price. But your copays are $30 every time you go to the doctor and no dental and vision. Where are you going? You're going to go to the one who's giving you more for that $500. Now let's say healthcare company C comes in and says, we're going to do this at $400 a month. We're going to take your copays down from $20 to $15. We're going to do dental and vision, and we're going to throw in maybe another perk somewhere else, I don't know, with the cost of prescription drugs or whatever. The more competition of services being offered to the people, that drives down the cost. But if you have a set number of providers, like Obamacare has, and more people on Obamacare or state-run equivalents of Obamacare competing for a set number of providers, you're going to drive costs up. And that's what AOC wants to do. So putting her in charge of healthcare on an affordability agenda isn't going to work. People need to understand this ahead of the midterms. That's our job. Take that article from Breitbart. I'll drop the link in the chat and share this with people. Read it. Absorb it. It's now in your chat. Don't nuke me. Bookmark that. Read about that. Show that to your left-wing friends and say, this is not going to make anything more affordable. All right. We got to take one more break. And we'll get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Remember, I'm coming back today in a couple hours, filling in for Will Johnson on Culture Wars at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Here's a word from our friends at Golden Crest Metals.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com. Thank you, Jeremy. And Golden Crest Metals, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Thank you for being a part of the show. A couple minutes left, and I did this intentionally so I don't go crazy and say something that I would probably regret. We got this news this morning. Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. President Donald J. Trump. They shot down one of our helicopters yesterday. Apparently the pilots are okay, which is good. I just have a question. Is this real or is this another bluff? Don't take this as me being disloyal or anything. It's a valid question. Is this real or is this another bluff? I hope it's real. This cycle that I've been describing since the end of April, we've now gone through another month and a half of it. This cycle needs to break. Okay? It needs to break. We are chasing our tails right now. And every time we go through this exercise of, that's it, you blew your chance, here come the bombs, and then Iran swoops in and says, no, we're going to make a deal. And then we back off again. It's the same thing every time. We cannot continue to repeat the same behaviors and expect different results, because that means we're insane. Sometimes you've got to change the behaviors to change some of these outcomes. We need a different outcome in Iran than what we've witnessed for the last 2 months. We're 2 months into a 2-week ceasefire. Way back on April 7th, okay? Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll have more for you this afternoon when I fill in for Will Johnson on Culture Wars. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. As your favorite president would say, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern time for Culture Wars here on rumble.com/LFA-TV. I hope you'll be there with us this afternoon. Thanks a lot for being here. Means the world to us. Can't wait to see you again later at 2 o'clock. And can't wait to see you again tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
morning, LFA TV family. Great to be with you today. It is Wednesday, June 10th, year of our Lord, 2026. And you are locked and loaded right here. Rumble.com/LFA-TV. This is live from America. And I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. Glad to be with you today. Missed you this morning, but we're here now, and we're going to have one heck of a show. Big shout-out to Sean Parrish. Big shout-out to the Misfit Patriot. And, of course, the one and only Will Johnson. Let me introduce to you our producer here today, producer Eli. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, and America needs the belt.
You're damn right, needs the belt. Looks like somebody got the belt. Can't wait for him to go away. We'll get to that in a little bit. Hit that rumble button, hit that share button. We got a lot of news to get to. Good news for a change. Let's go.
Some good news, some bad. Miguel Ortiz is in the building. LeJean Martz is here. Fun Mom, LJ Sin, Renee is here. Jay Deeds is in the building. Magic. Wayne Davis. Carl is here. Lecky Roberts is here. Linda is here. Jay Deeds. We've got Liddy's mom, Willie Rumble. Boomba, Fire Boss. How you doing? Antlob. Good to see you. Deb Pollen. Thank you for joining in today. Anita. Basilin, I think it's Basilin, said it's belt time. Absolutely. Sean Maga with the $5 donation, $1 a day. Keeps the sponsors away and keeps this show mostly funded through our audience, which is the way it always should be. RS is in the building. How are you? CQ and Liz Ellis. Good morning. Good morning, Erica. Trump fan, Tracy Wendell. Angel Grandmother, Dana WB Patriot. 12GG Gage. From North Carolina, come on and raise up. Eileen N. Payne. And one more here. Let's give it to Ron Juan 96. Let me go over to YouTube real quick and say hi to some of the people over on YouTube. We've got Ricky. We've got Waffle Jackson, Jason. We've got Scott Rollins. We've got Tom Berger. We've got Sheila. We've got Critical 509, Shinjin. We've got Baddest Monkey 85. Thank you for being here. Dave, thank you. Conscious Knowing over on YouTube. Good to see you guys. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Let's get started. Usually I do rise up in the morning, so when we get to live from America, I'm already live. This is like my second or third hour in the morning. But on Wednesdays, we have the great Will Johnson, who brings, his journey with Jesus to the network. And it's really great to have that, that other voice once in a while. So a big shout out to Will Johnson. I'd also like to wish a 48th birthday to Frackman. Happy birthday, Frackman. 48 years young. I'm right there behind you. I got about another year and a half before I get there. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Frackman. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Frackman, and many, many, many more. All right? We have got a ton of different news to get to today. We've got, court convictions. We've got, House and Senate Majority Leader statements on bills, upcoming bills, the Save America bill. We've got elections that happened last night in South Carolina and in New Hampshire. We've got winners to those elections. Weird, right? We're not going to count them for, I don't know, weeks and weeks and weeks. California, get your sugar, honey, iced tea together. But mostly, I want to start the show out today with this statement. America needs the belt. How many of you remember getting the belt when you were a kid? Wooden spoon, whatever your parents could get their hands on. Raise your hand if you got actually punished physically with a belt, a wooden spoon, a branch off a tree. Go get your own switch. Remember those days? And while I didn't do that with my kids, and while I don't advocate for child abuse, there is something to be said, and there is character built from getting your ass beat as a child and an adolescent when you do something wrong. A good old backhand to the lips. My mom used to say, "Would you like me to bloody your lips?" And a nice little backhand. America needs that. CQ, I want to say thank you big time to CQ, just donating $20 for sweet little Lily. We love Patriot Pals. Well, you're going to love this week's Patriot Pals because it's all about the Boston Tea Party, Saturday at 10 a.m. America Eli needs the belt. Now, Eli, I don't think you grew up that way. I don't think you grew up getting the belt or getting, smacked around quite a bit. But you also grew up in an era where respect was given, and you grew up in a community that demanded respect and law-abiding. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, very true. I will say, I got it once. That was it. I never needed it again because I thought to myself, well, damn, that sucked.
Yeah.
I'll just be good from now on.
Well, I wasn't that smart. I got it once a day, okay? Throughout my entire childhood. Somebody just said, I got the spatula. Yeah, so the one thing that you learn about that is I don't want to keep getting hit. What can I do so that I don't do, so that doesn't happen to me? Now we live in a world where if you even touch your child can divorce you, put you in prison, and go live with a family that lets them get high, get drunk, have sex, and all at the age of 15. That's the world we live in today. However, if children still got the belt, our streets would not look the way they are today. And we're going to focus on that in the beginning of the show today and show you just how much children need the belt. Actually, Eli, I think children need two things. You ready for this? The belt and a father. If you are absent either of those two things in your life, then you are not benefiting from either of those two, which I think are needed in the home. I want to give a big shout out to Door Slam McGrone. I was 16. I was 2 hours late coming home from a date. Dad knocked me back through the kitchen patio door. I was trying to sneak in. Next morning, he burnt the car that it took me 4 years to save for. See that? Consequences. And you learned them young. Eli, nowadays, what's the consequence? Getting arrested, getting fingerprinted, and getting out on your own recognizance and with a ticket if you destroy a city?
Yeah, it's getting to the point where it's almost like, why are you even arresting these people if you're just going to throw them right back out on the street? Throw one more thing into what you were saying there. Belt, Bible, and father.
Belt, Bibles, and fathers. You know, Barack Obama said that poor, uneducated white Southerners cling to their guns and their Bibles. Here's what I'll say. America needs to cling to its fatherhood, its Bibles, and its belts. Those are the things we need. Those are the things that need to happen in this country to get this country back on the right track. LFATV.us, the official website for Live from America TV here at LFA Media Company. You can watch LFA TV all day just by going to LFATV.us. You can also, if you scroll down here, you can see our mission statement. What is LFA TV all about? Well, if you click that here, it'll take you to that video. There's also, here's our latest LFA TV shows. Here's our short clips. There's our store. And of course, the donate section up here. As we are a viewer-funded network, and any and everything is always a help. It helps us get to that next stage. It helped us get to the White House. It helped us get to the campaign trail. It helped us get to arraignments and mugshots of Donald J. Trump when he was going through the weaponization of the full weight of the government going after him. We've been all over the country because of what you guys have done. And LFATV.us is that official website. Also, if you have a podcast outlet like Spotify or Apple or Android podcasts, then look up Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You can also get it on places like Pandora, Podbean, and other podcast platforms. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell gets you both Rise Up and Live from America. So make sure you guys check that out as well. And if you want to follow us on X, it's LFATV US. And don't forget that we also have a Facebook page for LFA TV. It's right here. Now, this new Facebook page only has about 7,000 followers on it, but this is the official Facebook page right here. That's where we post things as well. If you still have a Facebook page, you can find LFA TV there, and Patriot Pals also on Facebook. Here we go right here, Patriot Pals. Which, again, this Saturday for your children, for your nieces, nephews, children, and grandchildren, is an episode about the Boston Tea Party. Every single week, a show for kids age, I don't know, I'd say 3 to 10 for the most part. but they're beneficial for everybody. We give what teachers and classes, schools should be teaching kids about the history of this country, about family, about God, about morals, about community, you know, about the things that you learn when you have fear of the belt growing up. Anyway, folks, let's play this opening video, and then we'll go to the Lord in prayer. Eli, if Marjorie Taylor Greene was to put out a TV series, a new, like, TV series or an internet series, would you be excited? Would you want to watch it?
It's like a caveman TV show or something, Cro-Magnon something she's going to be acting in. What is it?
Yeah, it's the first Cro-Magnon female. No, Marjorie Taylor Greene put this out yesterday, and I figured, you know what? We got to show this. We got to show this.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She's been leading a very valiant fight.
We did not vote for this. We voted for an end to foreign wars. They are going to lead us into World War III. Release the Epstein files. Every single name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. My sole focus is putting America first. We don't give a crap about your opinion. Why don't you f off? How about that?
She doesn't give a rat's ass about the donors. She cares about the people.
Paying farmers in Ukraine while our farmers are going broke. This is America last across the board. Taking away Americans' guns. They're claiming that'll keep Americans safe. That's insanity. NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical left-wing echo chambers. You all can hate us on your own dime. I think your fake eyelashes are messing up. You should be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci. The people of this country are what matters. I won't stop living, I won't stop speaking, and I won't stop fighting. And neither should you.
Life with MTG coming soon. Straight from Costa Rica. Imagine that. Imagine that. Hey, Eli, quick question here. Just a quick question. This is completely separate from the Life with MTG. If I saved 8 people from death, right? And then I went and I started a conflict with the people who are responsible for a lot of that potential death that I saved those people from. Am I a hero or a murderer?
What are you saying? Basically, like you're avenging them, going after some justice? I guess.
Yeah, if I go after a person who's in the middle of all of these 8 people's lives that I've saved, and this person is in the middle of all of it, as far as being a risk to these people's lives or going after these people and attacking them or funding it or whatever, and I go and I take that person out, am I a murderer or am I a hero?
Sounds like hero-type status to me, I guess.
Yeah. So if Donald Trump stops 8 wars, but finishes another one that was started 47 years ago, where since then, thousands of American soldiers and innocent civilians have died, but he stopped 8 other wars. Is Trump a war starter? Because that's what the people on YouTube are claiming right now. Donald Trump starts wars. Well, he stopped 8. He didn't start this one. He started putting a foot forward to ending it, which was declared, like you heard, 47 years ago. And every single president since then has had some kind of military conflict with Iran, including Obama, until he bitched out and gave him a bunch of money. So the question really is here, is Donald Trump a war starter or a war ender? I haven't seen any declaration of war from the United States of America. Less than 20 people have died. Ooh, sounds like the Ukraine-Russia war to me. You see how stupid that sounds? I just wanted to put that out there. And you want to know something else? I will pray for you. As a matter of fact, we're going to pray for you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your hats, your headphones, your work helmets, whatever it is, and let's go to the Lord in prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You know, Eli, if a Democrat stubs their toe in their house, it's Trump's fault. If a Democrat can't pay their bills and could never pay their bills, it's Trump's fault. If a black kid murders a white kid and gets sentenced for it, it's Trump's fault. If it rains when it's supposed to be sunny today, it's Trump's fault. Can you imagine being so pathetic that every day that you wake up, you look for things to blame on someone else because you don't have the testicular or chesticular fortitude to command your own life, forge your own destiny, and accomplish your own goals? Oh, Donald Trump made my day bad. I mean, politics aside, imagine being that pathetic in life. And that's a third of the country.
Wait, I got one. If a butterfly flaps his wings in Tokyo, it causes a tsunami on the other side of the planet. It's called the Trumpify effect.
Trumpify effect. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You want to know what's even more pathetic than that? Eli? In politics, who and what do you hate the most?
Oh my God. Politics? Democrats and liberals?
Yeah. Have you ever watched or listened to a Democrat or left-wing podcast?
No, I have to admit, you guys do that because, you're the podcasters. You kind of have to for, homework reasons, but I see it from what we play on the shows and what all the other hosts play on the shows, and I can't imagine willingly sitting through something like that intentionally, no.
What about sitting through it for 10 hours straight?
I was actually just about to say that I am flabbergasted at not only the return viewers that we get on YouTube, but I just thought to myself, well, they watch our entire show. It's freaking great. And then I check throughout the day. I'm like, oh my gosh, that person, and that is still in there. So you're right, 10 hours straight.
You know what that tells me? That tells me that they don't believe the lies that they spew. Not just in the live chats, in the world. When they're out holding the signs, blah, 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 blah. They don't actually believe that. They don't believe that. When they're holding signs about victims around the world, they don't know their names. They don't know what tribes they come from. They don't know what atrocities they've committed. They don't know what they're currently doing right now. They don't know any hostages they might have. They don't know about any human trafficking they might have done. They don't know about any threats or imminent threats that might have been intercepted. They don't know any of this stuff. If the TV did not tell them to do X, Y, and Z, they would do A, B, and C. These people are hopeless individuals with no goals, no achievements, no anything. So what they have to do is they have to find something that can grab people's emotions, and then they have to lean into it, and then they never stop. It becomes their world. You know, like Anakin Skywalker, Eli, he got consumed by the dark side. And Obi-Wan's like, what is happening to you? You are lost. And he's like, am I the Jedi's and the ones that are lost? He's so consumed by that he can't think of anything else. Even chokes out his wife, his pregnant wife with their twins. When you get consumed by this is what Ben Berkham was talking about the last time that he was on. He was like, look, I think about these things that you're talking about too, about the people in the right who have peeled off and have just focused on nothing but Israel, 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 and Trump bad, Trump bad. Those people get so consumed by that, they don't report on anything else. They don't live anything else. They don't think anything else. They don't do anything else. And what happens is your entire life, your family life, your children, your wives, your friends, all of it moves on without you. And that is most people on the left and a lot of these new right-wing, woke Reich retards. And it's truly pathetic and sad. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, imagine if you put half that energy to being productive in your own life. Imagine the things you could change in your community.
Yeah. And unfortunately, 99% of them, I'd say, maybe 99.9% are headline readers. You know this because you start arguing with them, and whatever they say sounds like a headline, so that's exactly what they took. And then you try to get into the conversation about it. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing. Oh, so then you didn't study or research into anything of what you're telling me right now. You read a headline, you took it as fact, and now you're just mad and attacking people over it.
Yep, that's it. And you know that they only read the headlines because they'll say that, well, Donald Trump said there was fine people on both sides. No, he didn't. Name one thing that Charlie Kirk said that was racist. He said if he got on a plane and there was a black pilot, he'd be worried. No, he didn't. Yes, he said those words, but what did he say before and after that? See, you can tell that they're headline readers because they have no substance. None whatsoever. Now let's get to the ultimate need the belt. Jury reaches a verdict in Carmelo Anthony murder trial. Guilty of murder. Carmelo cries in court. Now that's a headline. Let's get into the story of that headline. Yesterday, the jury in the Carmelo Anthony murder case reached a swift verdict after deliberating for about 2 hours. The jury found Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder. He faces life in prison. He ended up getting, I think, sentenced to 35 years. I believe it was. Obviously, it's not easy to hear that you've got 35 years or life or whatever that is in prison. So, cried in court, him and his mother. And here's what I'll say about this, Eli, if you really want to know the honest truth. Bullying and conflict happens in high schools, in elementary schools, and in middle schools. Kids do that. But when you bring weapons to school or to school property, you're not bringing them because you fear somebody might try to kill you. You're bringing them because you are hoping, wanting, looking for, or expecting conflict. Same thing with Alex Pretty. He's dead. When you bring a weapon to a place where you're not supposed to have a weapon, and this happens, it's not too hard to derive that you were, like I said, looking for, expecting, whatever, some type of conflict. And just like freedom of speech, every action has consequence. And that consequence for these two individuals is a loss of life. One, a literal loss of life. The other, a loss of his life. Teenagers fight. But when a fight and a conflict turns into a stabbing, my question would be, why do you have a knife on school property, knowing that you shouldn't have one? He was charged with first-degree murder. The state rested its case on Saturday last week after calling 21 witnesses to the stand. The defense called a teen witness to the stand, and they blew up the trial. The unidentified minor teen previously claimed that Carmelo Anthony was surrounded and ganged up on prior to the stabbing. However, on Monday, the teen testified that during cross-examination that Carmelo Anthony was in the wrong and provoked the confrontation. They had 21 witnesses. And not one of those 21 witnesses, not one, made a claim on the defense's behalf. Witness testimony without video or audio proof is the most solid nail in the coffin, no pun intended, but it's the solid nail in the coffin to any case. Why do you think that eyewitness testimony still stands up strong today? Because you have multiple people giving somewhat similar point of view of the same thing happening. Kind of like how you can know that Jesus existed. Eyewitness testimony. During the closing arguments, the defense focused on self-defense, arguing that Austin and Hunter had the right to tell Carmelo to leave, but they did not have the right to use deadly force to make him leave. Carmelo had an absolute right to defend himself against that, they said. The prosecutor told jurors that the case comes down to one simple point. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab. When is it justified for self-defense to end up in somebody dying? Well, self-defense, you have to fear that your life is in danger. Whether it be imminent danger or whether it be on its way to getting to that point. You have to fear that your actual life is in danger. I've been shoved and I shoved. I don't think that people that I've shoved, or I don't remember ever thinking that my life was in imminent danger because I was shoved. Especially if you provoke the shove. So right now we have another case. Right now, Chud the Builder. I wonder if the same family members and supporters of Carmelo Anthony will now go and support Chud the Builder. Do you think they will, Eli? Now, you know who Chud the Builder is. If you don't know who Chud the Builder is a white man with a mustache and a cowboy hat, usually, who walked around calling black people the N-word, provoking them to fight him, saying prior to going out that he hopes he has to pull his strap and lay some of these N-words down. He provoked. He then pulled his weapon out to defend himself. So I'm wondering, Eli, if that same kind of defense by the supporters of Carmelo Anthony will be afforded to Chud the Builder in his self-defense case. Because guess what? You don't get to take a gun into a situation, provoke an escalation, and then shoot people and not have culpability. Ask Alex Pretty. Oh, that's right. You can't. He's dead. The defense also argued that Metcalf was bigger than Anthony. Okay. Telling jurors, these guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take chances of these teenage boys and their raging hormones? Eli, did you send that over? All right, we're going to take a quick break here. President Trump is signing right now a Secure America Act. So we're going to bring that on for you guys right now. I'm sure President Trump will be answering questions live as well. We'll take you into the Oval Office. Thank you, producer Eli. Appreciate that. Let's go there now.
People are calling me up, friends that were leaving Memphis. We're all leaving, and now they're staying. And the governor's, everyone's thrilled. It's amazing. And if they would call me for Chicago, we'd straighten out Chicago so fast. We'd straighten out New York fast. We'd straighten out Los Angeles fast. We do it really well. And part of it is you have to get the really bad ones. You have to get the career criminals out because they'll hit you hard, and they ought to get rid of, by the way, cashless bail. You ought to do that as soon as possible. Mark Wayne, where they walk in, they commit a crime, they go out, in the afternoon they commit another crime. And sometimes those crimes are murder.
Right back on the street, that's right.
Cashless, I'll tell you what, cashless bail was a tremendous help to criminals. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened to a criminal. And they ought to end it. In every city, they ought to end it. Chicago, New York, LA, they ought to end it. Starting on day one of my administration, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent open border in the world. We had the most unsafe border, I believe, anywhere in the world. And the numbers came out 2 days ago that for 11 months, not one person came into our country illegally through the southern border. We had 25 million people come in over a 4-year period. We have it good. And nobody tries to come in. All the caravans, I came up with the name caravan. It was you'd have 25, 30,000 people coming up, and they'd pour through the border. You've seen the scenes where they were knocking over the fences. Very, very bad, very dangerous situation. We don't have them anymore because they know they can't get through. So when they know they can't get through, they don't come. And a lot of lives are saved. Women were being raped on the journey up. They were being raped in numbers. 25, 30% were being raped coming up. You don't have that anymore because they don't come up in caravans anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So starting on day one, we took the most dangerous and unsafe, violent, open border in the world, and we created the most secure border anywhere in our country, probably one of the most in the world. I believe it was the most insecure and unsecure border anywhere in the world because there's no country, even a third world country, that has a situation like that where you'd have criminals just walk across totally unchecked. They had it wasn't Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on. It was people that are radical left lunatics who were very smart, very violent, very vicious, politically vicious. And they allowed this open border policy where millions of people came into our country, unchecked, unvetted, people from jails, people, drug dealers, people from mental institutions. Jails and mental institutions from all over the world were emptied out into our country. And we've got a lot of them out. We have a ways to go. It's very tough with the courts because the judges have been very terrible. They've been terrible. Very sad. But we're fighting our way through it. We have made this in fact, we made it a country that, as you saw last month, they said we had the lowest murder rate that we've had in 125 years. Think of that. And that's despite the fact, because we got a lot out, but we do have more. We had 11,888 people come into our country who committed a murder. 50%, more than 50%, created more than one murder. Think of that. So you had people coming, I think seven murders. We allowed them into the country. We got most of them out. In the last 12 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by almost 60%. Think of that. And by the way, coming in by sea, 97%. And we're looking for the 3% because we think they're among the bravest people. No, it's true. We cut them down, right? Yes. We cut it down 97%. And now I hate to tell this to Mexico, but we're now focused on coming in by land because the sea was tougher. A lot was coming in by sea. A much bigger percentage than anyone would know was safer for them. It used to be safe.
Oh, we got
not safe anymore.
There we go.
But
it's like they're having a hard time getting that feed out.
97% down coming in by sea, by ocean, by water, and you see what happens to them, and they don't do it a second time. They were totally unchecked. When they did capture somebody, they'd bring them in, they'd book them, and they'd let them go, and they'd go, and they'd be back on their boat the following night. So we're doing a great job. In the last 12 months, the numbers have changed in this country like nobody's ever seen before. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted. And that's made by largely Democrat people. Those lists are made. And I find it hard to believe when I say 0. There must have been some, but they say 0, and it's very close to 0. It's hard to believe. You look, they used to have that certain areas on the other side of the wall. I built over 1,000 miles of wall. Without the wall, you couldn't do it. But I built over 1,000 miles of wall. We're building more now in certain areas where you need it. But nobody's ever seen anything like this. They had plazas. We have thousands of people standing in those plazas. They actually made them out of concrete because the land was so disgusting and dirty, and it was so muddy and horrible. So they put massive concrete plazas on the other side for people to wait getting in. There's nobody on them. There's nobody. They took a picture this morning. There was nobody on any of the plazas. They have 4 of them, big ones, where they come and stand by the thousands. There was nobody on the plaza, so it's really amazing. I want to speak about it in my speeches. I made a speech last week, which is really wonderful. Wisconsin.
That's right.
And I wanted to speak about the great job I've done on the border. And my people said, "Sir, nobody cares about that." I said, "What do you mean?" I got elected on that twice, actually, because I got elected the first time, 2016, and after I left, it became horrible, horrible. Second time was far worse. What it was in 2024, it was so bad, far worse than 2016. 2016 was like a pleasure trip by comparison to what it became. It became worst in the history of the world. I don't think there's ever been a border where 25 million people came across, all unchecked and unvetted. You should never let that happen. We can never let that happen, what happened to our country again, because no country can stand it. No country could have withstood what these people. We had a border czar who never saw the border. We had a border czar who never once the people that were giving good paychecks to. They never called up ICE. They never called up the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal people, by the way. She never once called them. She was the border czar for 4 years, almost 4 years, and she never went to the border, and she never called up. I used to call them all the time, Paul, Brandon. I used to call them all the time and say, "Hi, how we doing on the border?" "Sir, we're doing okay." But they're great people, amazing people. She never called them. We had the worst border, I think, of any country in history. No third world country would allow people to come into their country like that. So the bill provides crucial funding for domestic law enforcement investigations and combating child exploitation, continuing our work to restore law and order across our nation and to protect America's youth. We're so proud. We're so proud of Washington, D.C. and the National Guard, the job they've done. And we've worked with the Washington, the Capitol Police. They're great people. I've gotten to know so many of them. Very simply, the radical left Democrats, and I'm going to use that term a lot because they're dumb. I mean, who wants open borders? Who wants transgender mutilization of your child? Who wants that? Who wants men playing in women's sports? They're dumb. They're Democrats. They have the worst policy of anybody. I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just, look, I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that. And you'll have Schumer. He goes crazy over this or that, or Epstein. This guy. Why aren't they talking about him? He said, "Well, we don't know, but this guy's got a rap sheet. I've never seen anything like it. He's a thug. I know thugs. I had to deal with thugs. I built a lot of buildings. I dealt with the toughest people on earth. I dealt with worse than thugs. This guy's a thug.
Dealt with the full weight of the federal government.
And he's running to be a senator, to work with Eric Schmidt. Great, Eric will handle him, I think. To be with Barrasso, who the hell do we have to be with Rand? Now, Rand would be very interesting with it. Rand would figure it out, and he'll put him away. But this is a thug. He's a cheap, no good person. And I watch these senators, the Democrats, and, well, we don't really know. You do know. He's as bad. I've never seen a person like that run for office. And the guy from Texas, different, but he's terrible too. He's terrible. These are radical left communists. But I watched this guy this morning, and he was so bad. He was so bad. He's a bad guy, just a bad guy. He must be laughing up his sleeve when he looks at these idiots going like Schumer, well, he's okay, he's okay. He's not okay. Can you imagine if the Republicans had him?
Oh my God.
How about if we had him, John? So
Wouldn't let it happen.
well, I really believe it. If it meant losing the Senate, you would not let that happen.
Correct.
It's just a terrible thing. I mean, I watch it happening. It's unfolding. It's really history because there's never been a guy like that that's ever run for office. And at any level. I don't think at any level. And the excuses, they come up every day. Somebody comes forward with really proven stuff. Even his business, you know, he's not a businessman at all. His parents supported him. Guy's a loser. Other than that, he might be a very nice guy. But very simply, the radical left Democrats and I look forward to the day when I don't call them Democrats anymore. And I won't if they do their job. If they want to stop crime, if they want to lower taxes, if they want to do the education, the good things. There's so many things we can do together. I look forward to the day that I don't call them Democrats anymore. There'll be that day, I think, I hope. But they're in Congress and they voted with the cartels, the terrorists, the gang members, the drug dealers, the human traffickers, the child predators. And our great Republican majorities voted to protect law-abiding American citizens. I mean, they voted to raise your taxes. They voted for men in women's sports. They voted in favor of men participating in women's sports. It's ridiculous. They voted for the transgender mutilization of your child. They voted for all these things. They voted for open borders. So bad. One of the worst things that's ever happened in this country. Hardest thing to cure. Because we had 25,000 people. Remember this, when countries, because countries sent those people up, when countries put people into a cartel, through the cartels, they put them into a whole group of 10, 15, 20,000 people that come in. They're not giving you their best people. They're giving you people that they don't want. And they're sending them into our, and the Democrats voted in favor of that. It's really a shame. And it's so bad for the country. You'd almost think they hate the country. Because they're not stupid people. You can't cheat like they did. And look at the election in California as an example. After a week, they determined that a kid who's leading and had all the mojo, all of a sudden he doesn't make the runoff. And then I hit them hard on that, but I started talking about Steve Hilton, who's a fantastic guy. And I saw them say it was going to be 2 weeks before they knew. And I started hitting them. It's going to happen to Steve Hilton, too. It's watch. You got to watch. And they approved Steve Hilton very quickly. They didn't want to. There was too much heat on him. The only reason he got approved, he had all the votes he needed, probably to be first place. But the only reason they approved Steve Hilton, it was going to be 2 weeks. They said it. And then they approved him that night because the heat was on them, because they're cheating dogs. And you can't have a great country when that happens. That's why Los Angeles, that's why that state is in such trouble. It's the most beautiful place, best weather maybe anywhere in the world, but it's in big trouble. So we're going to have a tremendous success. The people alongside of me are amazing people. They're amazing people. Every one of them. I know every one of them. They're amazing people. They love the country. They want to do right for the country. And if you have any questions, please, let's go.
Mr. President, you posted this morning about Iran. You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal, and I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price. Yeah. What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
You're resuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did it. It's sort of easy because we have the bomb. We actually have the bomb. We got very lucky that bomb didn't explode. That bomb was lodged in the helicopter. It didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. Those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast at speeds that you wouldn't want to go. That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in that. But they rescued. So both people are, fortunately, the pilots are okay. Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months. And they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked, and they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a Barack Hussein Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, they say, oh, they should have kept that deal. First of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid precedents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate reelection?
Because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some. But she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's like had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. You know, look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but this guy is a thug. He's a fake. He's a fake thug. He's a phony. I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad. He's a bad person.
Mr. President, are you going to go back to attack, or are you thinking of attacking Iranian power plants and bridges as you've
Well, I'm not
threatened
going to
before?
say that to you, but I can do that. Look, I could knock out. We have the most powerful. I built the military with these people approving it. They approved numbers that nobody would have ever thought we would have been. But we built it. We gave a lot to Ukraine through Biden. He gave a lot of money, a lot. But we're in great shape. We have a lot of storage capacity. But he gave a lot. And if you look at what's happened, when I left, our cupboards were full. He gave it. Now I sell it to the European Union, and they give it to Ukraine for the most part. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and sometimes you'll have to use it. And we have to remember, and when people hear this, Iran very simply cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that. All they have to do is they have to start signing a paper. It's fully negotiated. We have a fully negotiated, but they're tapping and tapping. And I say, all right, let's give them a couple of more days. They're tapping because it's a meaningful paper. They know when they sign that paper, it's meaningful. The Obama deal, JCPOA, one of the worst, one of the dumbest documents I've ever seen. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. When are you meeting with tech executives about the government taking stake in AI companies, and what could this partnership look like?
About AI? Well, I can say this. We're having a meeting with them. It's an amazing industry. It's bigger than any industry anyone's ever seen. We are leading China by a lot. And, whoever leads that is going to really lead the world to a large extent. That's how big it is. I'm going to have meetings with the top 12 or 15 executives very shortly. And we're talking about giving back something to the public. And if we do that, the public will become very rich, the people in our country, because that's the kind of money we're talking about. And I think they'll do that, and I think it'll make it very popular.
Thank you, President. I have two questions. First of all, Turkish President Erdogan keeps threatening Israel. Do you think there is a chance of a conflict between Israel and Turkey, and will you sell F-35 to Turkey?
He's a very good friend of mine, and we've worked very well together. I like him a lot. I'm not supposed to say that because the press will say, oh, he likes Erdogan. No, he's a hell of a leader and a strong person, very strong person. I haven't heard that at all. If I did, I'd call him, and I think I'd make sure that things were fine. I don't think that will happen with Turkey. Not as long as I'm president, because he respects me and I respect him. But beyond that, we have a good friendship. So, we'll see.
And my second question. Besides peace in the Middle East, what do you wish yourself for your birthday?
For my birthday? Well, I'll go a step bigger. Peace for the world, okay? Peace for the world. Middle East, yes. Peace for the whole world. Yeah.
Mr. President, there is a New Jersey Democratic congressional nominee over in the 12th District. His name is Adam Homily. He has a connection to the blind sheikh. And I was wondering if I can get your thoughts on that.
Okay. I think it's terrible. I've seen it. I mean, he was more, now he's trying to sort of say, yeah, I sort of knew him. He didn't know him. They were very good friends. And you look at you go back and look at what happened during that period of time. He was a witness at the trial for him. He was a positive witness for him. He said the most glowing things. The guy knocked down the World Trade Center, admitted that he knocked down the World Trade Center. I think it's another one, if you look. I actually think the one in Maine is worse, because he's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. And I come up with good names for people. I don't want to stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, July 1st is coming fast. How confident are you that you'll be able to renew the USMCA, and what more do you expect from Canada at this point?
Well, I'm not looking to renew it. I don't, I made the deal. And the primary reason I made the deal is that NAFTA was the worst trade deal I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I made it better, but I had the right to terminate. And, with NAFTA, we didn't have the right to terminate. I had to get these senators to approve that deal. That was a tough thing, Congressman, too. NAFTA had no termination. So, I've never said this before, but I'll tell you what my thinking was. NAFTA was a disaster for our country. The worst trade deal ever made, by far. They had typos in, okay? And they were supposed to correct them. And they never corrected them when they were signed. They knew there were typos. And there's a process for that. You state your claim and, you get a change. They had typos on percentages. Or maybe somebody wrote, and that was for years. They never ran. They had horrible, all against us. So it probably wasn't typos. NAFTA was the worst trade deal we ever had. USMCA did one thing that I loved. After 6 years, it comes up for renewal. I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better.
All right, we are going to cut out of that now. I think we've seen enough of that. It's just another, this is not the Save America Act. This is the Secure America Act. This is just talking about taking extra steps to secure the borders, the sovereignty of the United States of America. And we've seen this story play out with the questions and the answers a million times. They're the same questions. They're almost the same answers. So, we don't need to stay and continue with that. But another piece of, or another executive order that President Trump is signing, I think the greatest executive order that President Trump signed that's got the most support behind it is the one where the mail-in ballots. The Department of Homeland Security acknowledging yesterday that they are going to enforce the monitoring of the illegal mail-in ballots coming in elections, in the midterms and in the general. So if John Thune wants to continue to drag his ass, we'll just enforce it at that level. Okay, getting back to Carmelo Anthony here. That was just we cut away. If you don't remember what we were talking about the Carmelo Anthony verdict. And I want to get back to this. This is an attorney here, a defense attorney, who says probably not going to win on appeal either. And this is why.
With the Carmelo Anthony trial. One, excluding all black jurors from a jury with a black defendant.
What does that matter?
Presumably when he says problems, he means reversible error type of problems. Two, rushing the trial with 90-minute jury selection, 20-minute opening statements, and Saturday trial days. Reversible error. Three, asking lay witnesses to opine, meaning non-experts, to opine on ultimate jury questions and legal issues. Okay? Well, someone asked me, you should debate Barnes on that. And I said, I rather doubt Barnes has any interest in debating me on these topics. But I can tell you what I feel about him. So excluding black jurors from a jury with a black defendant, excluding black jurors for racist reasons for any kind of defendant is prohibited. It's unconstitutional. And it's grounds for reversal if there's a conviction. But excluding black jurors, there are legitimate reasons to exclude black jurors. They don't have a magic right to be on a jury. If they're telling the court they're unable to be unbiased and impartial, they must be excluded. It's perfectly permissible. In fact, it's required.
Absolutely.
And not only do they not have a right to be on the jury, a black defendant has no right to black jurors.
That's right.
That's not a thing.
That's right.
So assuming these black jurors were excluded for legitimate reasons, that's not reversible error. And I don't know that we have any reason to believe otherwise. Two, all these decisions about how long jury selection took and how long opening statements can be, 20 minutes is kind of a little short for an opening statement, maybe in this high-profile case. 90 minutes for jury selection. But the thing is,
stop. What makes it a high-profile case? Why isn't it an everyday self-defense case that the defense is trying to put up, and a murder case that the prosecution is trying to litigate and then get the conviction? Why is it a high-profile case? Because it's black and white? Because it got national attention? You think George Floyd was really a high-profile case? He was a junkie woman beater who overdosed on fentanyl. And he deserved what? Media time? Like to a national stage? Who gives a shit if it's a high-profile case? Who's the one who coined that? Who labeled it a high-profile case? Nobody cares. 20 minutes. Go. Both teams get the same amount. That means it's fair.
These are never going to be reversible error. These are decisions that the appellate courts leave to the trial court judges.
That's right.
Leave to their discretion.
You can't appeal those.
If 90 minutes was enough to choose an unbiased and impartial jury, that
90
the
minutes was
requirement
enough.
is an unbiased and impartial jury. It's not
exactly
a certain amount of time.
Exactly.
If you could do it in 5 minutes, 5 minutes is fine. You don't have to take weeks to seat a jury like we see in many of these high-profile cases.
You know what should be, Eli? You know what should be a high-profile case? You know what should be getting national attention? Illegal aliens raping and murdering American women. Those should be high-profile cases, right? How about this one, Eli? How about the hundreds of children who die in drive-by gang violence every day just out playing on the street? Shouldn't that be a high-profile case?
Those things don't happen, or the people that commit those things don't really know what they're doing because, like, come from the countries they come from, it's like normal to them. So, you know.
Yeah. So, anyway, this guy's breaking it down absolutely phenomenal. Like he's saying, these are your this is your stance. These are your reasons that you want to try to get this case overturned in an appeals court. Like, you have the right to appeal. That's your right. But it isn't going to go anywhere at all. All of these decisions are left to these trial courts.
So I don't understand that the jury selection was too fast. That's not a thing. The opening statements, they were only allowed 20 minutes. The judge gets to decide that. So this is not that complicated a story.
Sure isn't.
Why would you need more than 20 minutes? I can see the judge making that call. That'll never be reversed. So I just don't. Now, listen, I'm not perfect. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Robert's aware of cases in which these issues were appealed. The opening statement was too short.
Just look at the law.
And therefore, the conviction has to be reversed. Maybe that kind of case law exists. I've never seen it. But before I make the effort of researching it, if Robert is aware of any cases like that he could bring to my attention, I'm happy to look at them. I just don't see it happening. It could have happened, but it would not be my expectation.
He was absolutely right. It's the kid's not going to win this on appeal. He's going to go to prison. And you know the funny thing about all of this is the family of Carmelo Anthony received over $600,000 in GoFundMe donations. I could be wrong, but I believe it was $619,000 or $609,000, but it was over $600,000. Guess what Carmelo Anthony had for an attorney? A public defender. So if you really want to look at why the court case went the way it went, maybe it's because the fact that the family pocketed the $600K and forced their family member to have a public defender. In the end, Carmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years in prison after a jury convicted him of the murder stabbing of Austin Metcalf. 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony will be eligible for parole after half the time served. So in 17 years, he can be eligible for parole. He was facing 99 years, which would have been life in prison. 16-year-old track and football star Austin Metcalf will never be able to see any more of the life that God gave him on this earth. Numerous eyewitness testimonies say that Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor and he instigated the fight. Austin Metcalf's father also had things to say about this. Let's go to that right now. Here's Austin Metcalf's father with the twin son present and other family members.
The process delivered accountability.
This is the attorney and the family members, I think.
We are grateful to this jury, and we are grateful that the good citizens of Collin County had an opportunity to weigh in on this case.
Oh, you know, that's the dad.
I'm proud of the exceptional work of Bill Werski and our team of prosecutors, DA investigators, and victim advocates, and all the good and outstanding men and women of the Collin County District Attorney's Office. We thank all the parents and their brave kids who did the right thing. Despite the trauma of witnessing the senseless murder at a school track meet, they cooperated fully and testified truthfully.
No, he's the district attorney. That was the district attorney that was speaking there. And that was Austin Metcalf's brother who was standing next to him. 2007 to 2025. Born 2007, died 2025. Now, there's a lot of stuff going around on the internet about Carmelo Anthony's character prior to that, who he is, what he was, you know, what he belonged to, if he was a gang member, if he wasn't. Look, I haven't done enough deep dive into Carmelo Anthony to know if those claims are true or if they're not. But, you know, you look at some of this stuff. Like this is Cardi B here. Cardi B, of course, this is going to, because it's a black-white case, of course, it's going to get everybody and their brother to come out and pretend that they're a lawyer, pretend that they were there that day. I don't know what happened that day other than what eyewitness testimony said. The jury doesn't know what happened other than what eyewitness testimony says. Nobody, all of us were not there. We don't know the history. We don't know the background of these two. outside of what was told to us or what was told to the court. Nobody really knows the life that either of these two led or lived outside of their own family saying it. None of us were close with these people. All we can do is give our opinion on the facts. And the facts state that Carmelo Anthony started it and finished it. Now, Cardi B put out, wow, just freaking wow, disgusting. This is not justice. This is trying to make an example. In which Tommy Lahren said, yes, the example is don't stab somebody in the chest. Thanks for playing. Matt Van Swole said, I know. It's like, damn, black people can't stab any white people to death anymore and not go to prison just because they're black. Devastating. Nick Sorter said, hi, Cardi. My sources tell me you failed your most recent IQ test. Could you please give us a comment? My story deadline is 12.35 minutes. It just goes on and on and on. Zeke at Arkham says, responds to her and says, trying to make an example? Yes, Cardi. Stabbing people is bad. We should make stabbing people as unattractive as possible. Might cause people to think before they stab someone. Thanks. Insane Cope says, sorry, you can't commit murder just because you're black. And Tim Young said, oh, hear me out. Or hear me out. Don't murder people. Hose World said, he stabbed an innocent white man. But then again, I wouldn't expect any morality from you, given that you've drugged and raped men for pocket change. Ouch. Talk about a right hook on that one. A mic drop moment for Cardi B on that one. Moral of the story, Cardi B, you don't know the situation. You can shut up. Okay? Stop trying to divide even more and say that he was sticking up for himself and a white kid was trying to kill him or hurt him because he was black, and he just happened to be white. And Carmelo Anthony was just defending himself against a white or black person, just defending himself, period. That's not the case. That's not the facts of the case. Those are not the circumstances that we know from eyewitness testimony. So unless you were there, only speak to the facts. What really sucks, if you want my honest opinion, is that both kids don't get their lives. That's what really sucks. And this right here is the beginning of why I said this country needs the belt.
Yeah, I forgot, and the twin brother would have been with him. Fuck what you see.
They should have both been arrested.
They should both should have been dead. The both brothers. Both of them should have been dead. You ask me? Don't record me. I asked you not to record me.
Both, B-O-F, Eli. Both of them should have been dead, if you ask me. Both of them. You know, Eli, Achilles. You know Achilles, the story of Troy, Achilles? You know he had a brother named Bophades, right?
I didn't. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
Tell us more.
Yeah, that woman can talk to both of these nuts. Both of them should have been dead. So you're saying that the other brother should also be dead. Both of them. But again, remember, you cannot be racist if you're black because you've never done it from a position of power. The country needs the belt.
We gotta tell our kids the truth, that this is a racist ass country. We gotta tell them the truth. Who don't get stop that cool ass shit? Nobody wanna hear about what we do to each other. We talking about what they doing to us. White folks kill white folks. Mexicans kill Mexicans. We ain't trying to hear no cool shit today. Go over there with them white folks with that. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. There ain't nothing else to talk about. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When has a white boy been for all black jury? Never.
How is it
Never.
murder?
This is
And
racist.
he
You know
asked,
why? You
is
know
he
why?
okay?
Because you know what? Whatever the verdict is, he got justice. Because he got to go before a jury of 6 or 12 instead of being buried by 6. We got to stand up. We're going to keep, that's right. You know what? Let this be our in the sand. Exactly. Come on, sister. Come on, sister. She right. This is a war. This is a war. This is a war. And it's been going on. This war been going on. They never stop being racist.
It's like the Ukraine-Russia war. Just, this is a war. This is a war. This is a war. No, you want it to be a war. But may I just inject this little bit of information here real quick? If you got your wish, ma'am, and all black people got together to fight all white people in this country, even though we're all American, you are 12% of the country. You make up 12% of the country. It's not a war. Nobody wants war. Normal white and black people are not out there talking like this. Normal white and black people are literally looking at it like this. Actions have consequences. When you bring weapons that can kill people to a place where you are expecting some kind of confrontation, or else you wouldn't have brought it. This isn't like, by the way, Eli, I don't like the self-defense argument of, so what, you're not allowed to carry self-defense anymore? What about your guns? Well, guess where I'm not taking my gun? Into the school. I also can't take my gun onto school property. I also can't take my gun into a courthouse. I can't take my gun into a police station. I can't take my gun into a federal building. I can't take my gun into a detention center. I can't take my gun many places in this country. So if you do take a weapon into those places, and then you do, as eyewitnesses said, start a fight, and then you end up using that weapon on somebody there, the jury isn't going to look at you and go, that's a clear case of self-defense. Normal white people and normal black people are looking at this going, can we just all stop? Can you stop with this race crap? 2 teenagers got into some shit. One teenager decided, I'm going to kill the other. When can we look at that for what it is, Eli, and see the forest for the trees?
Yeah, quite honestly, dude, I'm really getting sick and tired of this. There's so many people out there on both sides that agree that we should get to a point where we're all living peacefully together, but they can't put their finger on when. It's like I told you the other day, one of my people that live around the condominium here, we got into this whole knockdown, drag-out conversation about it, and I said, well, Morgan Freeman said, we just stopped talking about it. Just stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a black man. You're going to stop calling me a white man. And we're just going to call each other men or women because that's what we are. We're the human race. And this person said, yeah, I agree with that. Wait a minute, who said that? And I said, Morgan Freeman. And they said, well, see, it means a lot more, and it's okay because it came out of a black man's mouth, but it wouldn't mean the same, carry the same clout if it came out of a white man's mouth. I'm like, Jesus. I was like, there it is, right there. We just went so far this way, and then you went right back to the start line. So when do we get to a point where we are going to just live together and drop all the racial crap?
It was a hard J you dropped there, by the way. Jesus. But we do need him in this situation. Absolutely. Hey, Mary just said, just off topic real quick here, $4.59 to $4.14 last night, gas dropped at the Circle K. 40 cents. Yay, about freaking time. Well, wait a minute. I thought that LFA TV lies, Eli. I thought that we don't tell the truth. I thought that nothing that we say is ever factual. Like, don't worry, gas will start dropping here pretty shortly. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Strait of Hormuz still closed and gas is dropping? Isn't that weird?
Even if it does get down to a friggin' amount that they deem worthy, it'll be like, well, yeah, it's because Biden set that up right before.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's become a racial case, so that has heightened things as well. And it looks like my photographer is telling me they are arresting someone right now. See if we can get a little bit closer. Like I mentioned, I'm not surprised that they made this arrest quickly because deputies here have been making sure that. Sorry, we are moving a little bit closer. I'm not surprised that this arrest happened quickly because deputies have made their presence clear that they are not going to tolerate any form of chaos, and looks like they have taken him out.
You know what's happening here, right, Eli? Donald Trump is going to bomb the hell out of Iran right now, today, tomorrow, whatever. He's going to finish him off. He's going to end it after he said, look, you had your chance. Now it's time to have consequences. Okay, great. Let's have some consequences. Let's bottom shit out of him. Let's end this, right? But you see, I told you last week, the Delaney Detention Hall Center was them trying to say, okay, the Iran stuff isn't hitting anymore. What can we do now? Then it was that. This right here, this verdict that we just got yesterday will be the Summer of Love 3.0. You are going to see the mainly peaceful but mostly fiery protests behind CNN reporters who go, hi, it's Caitlin Collins here. Caitlin Collins here in the middle of whatever city. As you can see behind me, there's only one building on fire. It's mostly peaceful. That is what they're ushering in ahead of the midterms, Eli. And why do they do this? They do this for two reasons. To show you that America under Trump is going to come with consequences. The people that didn't vote for him, the minority of the country, because we won everything, popular vote, electoral college vote, everybody wants Trump to do what he's doing. Majority of the country. So don't give me the electoral college crap, we won the popular vote too. So that means a small minority of the country is going to make the rest of the country say mercy. That's what they want to do. They want the rest of the country to say, maybe we should just vote Democrat. Maybe we should just vote Democrat. At least our cities don't burn. We're broke and they take everything from us, but at least our cities don't burn. That is what the left is good at. And I pray that President Trump comes in with the full weight of the government's belt and puts these people over his knee and makes an example out of them. You want to talk about make an example? Let's make an example out of these people that are about ready to burn down cities, because that is what they're gearing up to do.
For self-defense! Because somebody touched him! He got 35 years for self-defense!
She said because somebody touched him. Self-defense to murder somebody is not justified if somebody touches you. It's not justified if somebody pushes you. It's not justified if somebody shoves you. It's not even necessarily justified if somebody punches you. Not murder, or not killing them, I should say. There are many other ways you can de-escalate. Shoot them in the leg. I know they teach you to shoot center mass, but if somebody's that close to you and they're coming after you to punch you, you're not going to miss if you shoot low. Touching somebody, shoving somebody, pushing somebody, yelling at somebody, or even punching somebody, in most states, does not justify shooting them to death. I'm just saying. And if you can't take a punch, then you've never been in a fight. We'll say that. Eli?
And you mark my words, this crap needs to stop being televised as much as it is. Murders happen in America all the time. This is being used to divide us, because you know what's going to happen now? You're right, we're going to get a Summer of Love 3.0, and this shit is going to start escalating. The next one that happens is the guy looked at me wrong. And then the next one that happens after that is the guy's not even going to look at the person. I just didn't like the person.
Yeah.
I didn't like that person, so I just killed him. And I'm justified in that. This is going to keep escalating and escalating and escalating until we snap out of it.
Yep, Carmelo Anthony will be made a living martyr. Similar to the status of George Floyd, but he'll just be in prison. And they will burn shit until they agree to let him out. That's what they want. Like, what do you think all this is going to do? What do you think this on the streets is going to do? Do you think the court's going to go,
If he was right, we wouldn't even be here today. It would have never never came to court. It would have never been no handcuffs. We wouldn't be here today. But because somebody didn't know how to go get an adult like we all are taught, somebody's life was on the ground and somebody's in jail for something that should have been self-defense. Self-defense. They said we're supposed to know how to act around white people. What for? What is that? What is self-defense? Is self-defense not somebody touching you that you don't want touching you and you defending yourself?
No, that's not self-defense. No, somebody touching you that you don't want to touch you, so then you murder them, is not self-defense. You are wrong. Somebody assaulting you, beating you, making you afraid for your life, and then you shooting them, that is stand your ground self-defense. The country needs the belt.
What is self-defense? Murder? I don't want to see us in anybody's business if it's not a black business. We're holding our dollars. We will make them feel what we're feeling today.
Hey, Eli, I'm about to make a joke. And for any of the folks that watch us that have a darker color of skin than mine, she said, we're going to hold our dollars and we're not going to buy anything. Eli, I'm reminded of Dave Chappelle. I'm rich, bitch. And we couldn't work harder to give this money right back to him. Yeah, Dave Chappelle said that, not me.
Seems like they're all just breaking their backs to give this money right back to us.
Yep, that's right. FUBU just merged with KFC. Remember that? Dave Chappelle in a conglomerate business move. FUBU just merged with KFC. And we're broke again. I thought that was hilarious.
Hide your money, y'all. There's poor folk around with your broke ass.
You're going to hold your money. You know what? That's good advice for all walks of life. Stop spending money on stuff you don't need.
You got to commit to it. And that's all I got to say. We're fighting for anyways. We're fighting for you, Carmelo. We're fighting for you. We're going to get our dollars together. We're going to get our dollars together. We need a better defense team for Carmelo.
That's right. That's right. You're right. You are right, lady. I will give you that. I agree with you. You needed a better defense team for Carmelo. How come you're not directing that at his family? How come that energy is not directed at the boy's mom and dad? Oh, excuse me, the adult. Eli, wasn't he an adult when he murdered this teenager? Wasn't he 18 when he murdered Metcalf? Wasn't he 18? So, but you're right. You're right. You should have that same energy directed towards the family that took $600,000+ from the GoFundMe and did not get that boy, that's your words, proper defense. Correct, Eli, or incorrect?
Absolutely 100% correct. I'm sorry, this is probably going to sound a little racist, but you went hood rich. The family went hood rich. It was the end of tax season for them, and they blew every friggin' dollar, just like Black Lives Matter blew every single dollar and didn't help one black family. So don't be pissed at white people. Be pissed at Black Lives Matter. Be pissed at Carmelo Anthony's family.
So he was 1 month short. You're right, Eli. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. All those executives at the Black Lives Matter organization ended up running through that money and spending it on millions of dollars on mansions. A lot of those individuals have been convicted. So somebody said he was a month shy of 18. So I agree with that lady. You're right. He should have a better defense. And that defense should have came from the $600,000+ instead of buying a new crib.
We don't feel like justice was served properly. We don't feel like it was a fair trial. We honestly, deep in our hearts, don't feel like it was fair. We have a lot of questions. We're wondering why certain things were sealed. And We out here. We hurt, man. We hurt. We just hurt. And we
I get
still
it.
fighting for Carmelo.
I get you feel
We
hurt.
love you, and we still fighting for you. We're gonna fight for you. For self-defense. Because somebody touched him.
You got 35. 35 years.
I am empathetic towards a lot of these folks that support Carmelo. I understand that they believe what they're saying and it hurts them. 100%. I believe they think that Carmelo used self-defense. But they need to be educated on what self-defense actually is. Now, I want to play this video, and then I want to show you something.
Me, a grainy video is shown to jurors, but it was shown in 4K clear to the people that witnessed it. No witness on that stand had that little man's back. None, 0 out of 21 people being questioned.
Why would they have his
Come on,
back?
man, I'm done with all of that. I feel the same way.
Hold up. Why would they have to have his back? Why would a juror have to have that young man's back? Wouldn't that be an impartial juror then? Wouldn't that be a juror that has bias? Why would a juror have to have his back? Again, uneducated, low IQ, don't understand how things work. If a juror had Carmelo's back, that juror would have to be dismissed. And like the gentleman said in the beginning of the show, maybe, just maybe, any black juror that was questioned said, I cannot do this without bias, and they were dismissed. Again, you have to have knowledge before you have an opinion. You can't just have an opinion and sound like a retard. You can, it just doesn't go over very well.
About white people the same way they feel about my people. Yeah, try one of us.
I mean, even just following the case, I know I just, we've all been kind of keeping up with it. And just to see even that the judge, the defense attorney, and Austin Metcalf's father was in, a picture at a party they having a time. There is an alleged post from Austin, from, of course, before he passed, that, he had 2 assault rifles on his, resting on himself in the car, saying that I dare one of the monkeys to come to this track meet today. But this is someone where, Carmelo Anthony was a 3.7 GPA student working 2 jobs. But he's the one that we're supposed to believe is a thug, though.
Right. Of course. Because that's how they see us. They want everything is good because it's white. And then when it comes to black, it's angry. It's violent.
You telling me a grainy...
So everything is good when it comes to white. But when it comes to black, you say that everything is angry and violent, and you portray us in this angry, violent way, which isn't true. Well, guess you missed me with that one.
Swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. That is sick. That is sick. That is sick.
Or white child from going
I don't think anybody has to portray anybody a certain way
like this occur.
if you have eyes.
It's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family do? What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with Kansas?
I have no relationship. We black. We're brothers. We're black. We're brothers and sisters. We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth.
Wow. What's your relation to the defendant? There is no relation. He's my brother because he's black. I'm black, he's black, and we're the indigenous people of this earth. Okay? So that means, what shade does somebody have to be the indigenous people of this earth? What shade, what level of melanin in my skin do I have to have or not have to be labeled as something? Do I have to be really, really dark? Or how about like a lighter shade, like a mulatto shade? What about this? What about David Harris Jr.'s children? What about them? He has a couple children that look close to the color that I look. Are they indigenous? How do we tell anymore? And aren't we all of one race? The lady said they want to paint us as angry and upset and violent. But that's wrong.
Hey, he's just filming.
He's a journalist, dude. I know him from Frisco, dude. Relax, dude. He's a journalist. He's not here for anything.
You asked me a question, but you trying to take the tax. I know what you trying. Wait, stop. Hey, don't put your hands on your chest. Don't nobody put your hands on your chest. You changed that shit on your chest, boss. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. We all live. Y'all live, we live too. I don't give a fuck. Don't worry about it. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't even be. See, now you can't be friendly with it. Do not touch me. You back it to me. Like, where you going, bitch? Walk where you walking. You know you can't come outside no more. I can't come outside anymore? Why? Why can't I come outside?
Stay away from me, dude.
They're threatening to murder him, telling him he can't come outside anymore.
Why you scared, bro? Why you scared? Why you scared?
I don't know.
Don't back up that way.
People in front of me.
Don't back up that way. Back up that way.
I just told you about putting that shit in people's face, bro.
Everybody's filming here, man.
It's a public area.
Because I'm not scared of you guys. People are touching my back, and I'm making sure they didn't take it from me, actually. Thank you very much. It's called gun safety.
He's armed with a gun.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I pushed him. Who this bastard? Really?
What are you doing? No, I didn't touch you.
You pushed me?
No, I never touched you, ma'am. Yeah.
No, ma'am, I didn't push you. I never touched you. Now, this gentleman here is a friend of mine. Known him for years. Used to do rallies with him, actually, back in the day. Phil says he was born in Africa. I didn't know that. But he lets them know, I was born in Africa. I'm blacker than all of you. And y'all look stupid. That's what he said. It's the same exact thing that any of my friends who happen to be darker skinned than I have would say. Holly says, Jeremy, you're no fun to watch without volume. Eli, we got volume, correct?
Yeah.
When we stand before... All right, just wanted to make sure. Want to make sure we had volume. All right, here's Phil.
From Africa, I'm blacker than all of you. By far, actually. So you're African? Yeah. From the motherland, born in Africa. What part? Hold on. All right, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. Black people are not exclusively from America. They're from all over the world. All over the world. They're from Africa, Australia, Great Britain, not just from America. I'm from Africa. I'm blacker than all of you. By far, actually. So you're African? Yeah. From the motherland, born in Africa.
They didn't like him, though. Go back, they said. Go back to Africa. Eli. Wow. That's not good.
What in the actual F is going on? See, that doesn't make any sense anymore. People are just out there just saying things.
Yeah, just literally out there just saying things. Go back to Africa, monkey. Yeah.
Journalist, that's my full-time job. Why are you doing that? Hey, officer, you assaulting me.
And he gets arrested.
I was just standing there, bro.
He hit the sign, nigga. He hit you.
Yeah, he did. It goes through. It's cardboard. It goes through.
How old are you?
See that kid that hit him? Hit the sign? Here comes the cops. They're gonna get you.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Get away from there. I'm just holding a sign. That's my full-time job.
Sick and tired of white people portraying us as angry and violent. Now, my friends that I know would be like the gentleman that you're about ready to see.
Hold on. That's not necessary.
These gentlemen over here.
The N-word very well. We use it, we coddle it, we understand. Niggas being niggas. All I'm saying like the fuck I said. It is time to just disperse. See how I got a freedom of speech? You got control of it.
And you said, why are we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Carmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black man? Why are you out here calling people niggas and degrading each other? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here more so not to
Let me tell you why.
That's the best time for you to go
some clout-chasing, trolling motherfuckers out here. That's why.
Y'all, they laughing at y'all. The enemies who y'all need to be arguing with, they right there. They watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all.
I'm not, but
Fuck them. They know this is them. Fuck them. They right there laughing at y'all. I got my bottle. They don't understand. I'm sitting telling y'all, hey, the enemies right there. Look, he's smiling. Looking at y'all laughing. Fuck him. Look at them.
Exactly. Why y'all getting consumed by me? You shouldn't be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. Ignore me.
They're mad at him because he has the same color of skin, and he's calling them out saying, what are you all doing? And by the way, calling white people the enemy in 2026, never thought we'd be here ever again. Hey, Eli, Donald Trump. They say he's a racist, right? And that Donald Trump caused all of this, in this divide in the country over race. Eli, do me a favor. And I'd love for you to find it and read it. Why don't you look up what Donald Trump did in Palm Beach when he started hiring blacks and Hispanics and Jews, and the city didn't want them at resorts, didn't want them. Donald Trump had to literally fight the city to employ people of color. And when you find it, Eli, let me know, because it's a great read. But again, we don't know what we're talking about, and we spew lies.
I have this guy who said he's going to make a speech to make a draw a contrast against himself and Susan Collins. He stands up for women. She does not, because she voted for Brett Kavanaugh. Yet we just had, not more than a week ago, very serious allegations against this very same guy who's now the defender of women. So to me, it seems like maybe a defender of women for my Democratic friends when it's convenient for them. But now that there's a political electoral opportunity to maintain their majority in the Senate, and Graham Plattner could outseat Susan Collins, you know what? It doesn't necessarily matter the 10-plus years of arguments we've made about morals and ethics against Trump and Republicans who've empowered Trump, because we can win a seat. It's very Machiavellian in many ways, and to me, any argument that Democrats have framed against Trump, against Republicans, is now null and void. They have revealed themselves to be nothing but hypocrites.
Oh! Eli, would you kindly read for me what you have uncovered in 10 seconds of research?
I'll give you the Richard Attenborough here.
When Donald Trump opened Mar-a-Lago Resort in Palm Beach, Florida as a private club in the 1990s, he broke with the local establishment by allowing Jewish and African American members. This contrasted with long-standing exclusive clubs in the area that historically excluded or severely restricted these groups. The club also hired Black, Hispanic, and Haitian people to work with its staff. At the same time, Mar-a-Lago has drawn controversy and scrutiny over its staffing practices, notably for relying on the federal H-2B visa program to hire dozens of foreign guest workers, such as cooks, housekeepers, and servers.
So you mean to tell me that Donald Trump fought the city so that he could have Black and Jewish people work for his resort? And there was a long-standing policy in city government and establishments that prevented that from happening?
That is actually correct, Jeremy. He broke the norm and tried something new and inclusive.
Yeah, weird. Eli, can you also look up for me Donald Trump's relationship with Tiger Woods? Because Tiger Woods came into the PGA when he was very young, and he couldn't play at certain country clubs and establishments. And I do believe that Donald Trump not only allowed, without any discrimination whatsoever, but actually encouraged, helped, honored, and threw events in honor of Tiger Woods playing in certain places. As a matter of fact, I think Scotland, the golf course that Donald Trump owns in Scotland, was one of the central parts of this story where they did not want Tiger Woods playing golf at all because he was black, and Donald Trump stood up for him. Eli, have you found anything on that yet?
Let's see, I did type in Donald Trump relationship with Tiger Woods. Donald Trump and Tiger Woods share a close, decades-long relationship rooted in their mutual passion for golf. Their bond grew even stronger and tighter with the news that Woods is dating Vanessa Trump, the ex-wife of Donald J. Trump. The relationship, let me see, we got family connection. Tiger Woods is dating Vanessa Trump, the mother of President's granddaughter. Trump publicly stated that Woods called him to share the news of the romance, and he expressed full support for the couple. Golf and camaraderie. The pair played numerous rounds of golf together at Trump-owned courses dating back to the early 2000s. They maintained a consistent friendship both before and during Trump's time in the White House. Presidential Medal of Freedom. In May 2019, President Trump awarded Woods the Presidential Medal of Freedom, praising his incredible athletic comeback from resilience and mutual support. Trump has frequently spoken highly of Woods' character and athletic prowess, describing him as a fantastic guy. He also has a vocal supporter of Woods during difficult moments, including his injury recovery and personal challenges.
By the way, kill it with the British accent. I can't stand them, and it makes me sick to my stomach to hear it on my show, okay? But I most actually wanted to know about the golf course stuff, not about the 30-year-long friendship, but about the golf course stuff. Donald Trump also supported, who else? Mike Tyson during all of his ear biting and everything like that, when nobody else did. He also supported Michael Jackson, was a very, very close friend with Michael Jackson when the world obviously tried to paint him as something he wasn't, and then ultimately killed him. You know what I think about, Eli, I'm going to go off on a weave here. You know what I think about Michael Jackson, by the way? I think that Michael Jackson, Neverland, was exactly the opposite. Now, in 2026, looking back on it, I think that Neverland was a sanctuary for Hollywood raped and trafficked kids. And when Michael Jackson gave them this sanctuary to go to, I'm not saying Michael wasn't a little messed up in the head. Look at his childhood. But I would die on the hill that he didn't hurt anybody, and that through the 2 court cases, they never even came close to showing that he hurt or touched anybody. And every kid said, never had that happen. By the way, I think that he was saving kids from Hollywood trafficking and sexualization and raping, and they tried to put him in jail for it and then ultimately killed him because on the This Is It tour, it was rumored that on the very last show, he was going to go out with a bang and expose everybody. Sony, all the people, the ownership at Sony, all of Hollywood, what they did to him when he was a kid, what they've been doing. And then, of course, was backed up with Corey Feldman and all of the stuff that he ended up saying.
Yep. Absolutely 100% damn Skippy agree, dude. I've told you guys time and time again, I grew up with Hollywood. I used to love it. I hate it now. It's a disgusting place. So Michael Jackson's friendship, close personal friendship with Macaulay Culkin exists to this day. You know, obviously Michael Jackson doesn't, but Macaulay Culkin still has nothing but good things to say about him and says nothing ever happened. He has nothing to gain from, you know, still saying that to this day. He could very well have come out and said, yeah, it was horrible, and he did this, that, and the other to me. There was a story I read, you know, take this for what it is, on the set of Home Alone 2, when they were taking a break, Macaulay Culkin was brought into a room with this guy. I think he was one of the producers of the movie, and he had these red shoes on, and this guy started asking him about the little girl who died from Poltergeist movies.
Yeah.
And he goes, you know about her? You know, he goes, yeah, I think I met her once. She seems nice. And he kept pointing at his shoes, and the whole story, basically, long story short, was him alluding to the fact that the shoes were made from this little girl. I know that sounds absolutely disgusting, but you look up red shoe type stuff in Hollywood, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
They were essentially trying to scare and terrify him into, you do whatever the hell we say, or this is probably going to happen to you type thing.
Yeah.
I 100% agree that Michael Jackson was trying to help and save those kids.
I do too, man. I do too. And I'm going to tell you, if I didn't believe that, then I wouldn't have that right there. Which is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Michael Jackson. And I thought that all the way back then. I saw the way that these kids' eyes lit up when they would come to Neverland or Michael would walk into a room. Kids that knew him, that he had been, you know, helping and by the way, I don't know if anybody knows this either, but Michael Jackson was once in, and I don't know if he still is, but he may be, the Guinness Book of World Records for the most money dedicated to poor and underprivileged children on planet Earth than anybody ever. So, I don't know, how do we get off on this topic anyway? Oh yeah, Donald Trump. And the fact that people, and the summer of love is going to come, they're going to go, well, Donald Trump caused this. The racism problem started under Obama. You know, the guy that was supposed to stop all division and bring everybody together, and then didn't do squat for the black community, lost all of his credibility with the black community. Slam says, Jeremy said the man, the myth, the legend. I thought it was a tattoo of Eli. Imagine that. Imagine I had a tattoo of Eli. I think you guys might second guess our relationship if I had that. Just saying.
Should have a tattoo of me on it. I mean, yeah, that's weird, man.
So weird. So weird. Anyway, Barack Obama destroyed race relations. Or should I say, difference in skin color, because we're all the human race. Now, Texas don't play. Texas says get off the streets or you're going to be arrested. Starting with this.
Per the judge's orders, the parking lot will be closed at 9 p.m. Parking lot will close at 9 p.m. Parking lot will close at 9 p.m. Parking lot will close at 9 p.m.
Turns out that when people are given an order with a threat of arrest, you get situations like this, which was a friggin' ghost town last night after hours. Nobody there. No Summer of Love 3.0 style, anything, just literal compliance. Look at this. This is the courthouse. This is last night. Ghost town. So you mean to tell me that in places like Minneapolis and Chicago and New York and LA and San Francisco that you can clear out the parking lots, that you can empty the roads and the streets and the sidewalks? You can stop a potential riot from happening if you just say, if you're out here, we're arresting every single one of you, and you're not going home tonight. You mean to tell me that with a little bit of, I don't know, law enforcement, that we can actually stop these things before they happen? Who would have ever thought? Texas don't play. Goes to show you that the law enforcement in those blue cities that I just mentioned, it's almost like they want it to happen. The country needs the belt. And the last thing that I show you on this, before we move on to political news and elections, is this, Eli. And what you're about to see, the title says it all. Unsure what this is, but I hate it. This is from my friend over on Instagram, Chris Ripa, who sometimes comes in and raids this stream. This is why the country needs the belt.
I don't need a bitch to satisfy me. I can do my ass. Go that ass, girl. Bitch, I'm Larry Hoover. Got a couple killers and I got some a couple shooters. Flippy read his mind, man, and his new I don't need a bitch to satisfy me. I can do my ass. Go that ass, girl.
Black, white, mixed, doesn't matter. The culture is messed up. Our country has zero moral compass in our youth and on our streets. What the hell is happening? Now, I know what this is. It's a music video. They're recording a music video. But you got people up on the shitty garage twerking. You got people with all colored hair, half dressed, twerking everywhere. White, black, dudes, women. Yeah, boy, I don't even know what we doing, boy. Working on the beam, on the beam, on the boy. Lock that long, and the beam, on the boy. Eli, I'll say it one more time. The country needs the belt.
Absolutely. Damn, Skippy. You guys know what I watched last night? One of my favorite movies of all time, The Patriot.
Oh, I
and
love it.
I urge all of you to go watch it. Not for historical accuracy. It was off here and there, and there was no ghost or anything like that, but it was just a character that he came up with to tell the story of going through, to the end of the war, basically. But the message of fatherhood and family, togetherness, trust, patriotism, camaraderie is second to none. If you don't almost damn near bawl your eyes out through the entire movie because it is filled with so much emotion and just patriotic, great feelings, I don't know what to tell you. But I urge all of you to go see it if you haven't seen it.
Eli, you want to know what part of that movie hit me the worst? What part got me like, I can't take it, I gotta let it out? What part do you think it was?
Well, I mean, I almost don't want to say if anybody hasn't seen it. What do you want me to try to guess?
Bro, if you haven't seen the movie The Patriot by now, spoiler alert, you're 20 years late. What part do you think I lost it on? I always lose it on.
Oof, I gotta say, either his son dying in the beginning or son dying halfway through the movie.
Neither of the two. The part that made me cry the most, which I still cry today when I watch the movie The Patriot with Mel Gibson, is when he's going off to war again, and his little daughter, who hasn't spoke in years since mommy died, says, "Daddy, don't go," and runs after him. And he turns around and he just tears up, drops to his knees, grabs her, and she's like, "Don't go, Daddy, don't go." Bro, let me tell you what. Every single time.
That's actually where we stopped last night. Liz was just about to go to bed, and I was like, "Babe, wait, this is a great scene." She's like, "Yeah, I know." I'm like, "Well, just wait." And she watched it, and of course she started, was just like, "Oh, thanks a lot." We both wear CPAPs. She's like, "Now I'm not going to be able to breathe through my machine because you got me all teary-eyed." I'm like, "I'm sorry, but come on. How can you not watch that when it's on?"
I got to be honest with you. Now I got the vision in my head of Eli and Liz Darth Vader style, laying next to each other. "How are you this evening, my dear?" "I am fine. I am your husband." "No!"
You're not too far off. It's pretty sexy.
It's pretty sexy, he says. We just got our new batch in, ladies and gentlemen, so order like you just don't care.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Yeah! Rise Up Coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Order it today. And no, we don't have K-Cups, but you can use the reusable K-Cup and just wash it if that's all you have. Also, want to give a big shout out, if I can, to Rumble Wallet, ladies and gentlemen. That is right. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can diversify savings, portfolios, nest eggs, or retirement plans these days. You can have IRAs, you can have 401ks, you can have value in your home, you can have personal savings account, you can have gold, silver, platinum, and platinum, and you can have digital currency. There's 1,000 different ways to save money for retirement these days. Now, I don't know how old you are or where you are in your life, in your stage of retirement. Maybe you're already there. But for those people who are like me that have, I don't know, good 20 years easily left before retirement, may I suggest to you investing in precious metals and also digital currency. Why is that? Because digital currency and precious metals are basically two things that cannot be manipulated. You own them, you have them. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and your dollars in your bank account are going to be gone like they did during the Great Depression, okay? Rumble Wallet is what they call disruptive technology. And what that means is you can own your own digital currency and even tether gold on the blockchain, all consolidated in this one place, and nobody can touch it, manipulate it, take it, steal it, anything. And you can even connect your Rumble Wallet with a thing called MoonPay, which allows you to basically transfer your digital currency and your Tether Gold digital currency to actual dollars to spend on a debit card. So Check it out today, folks. You can go to Apple or Android Play stores and download Rumble Wallet today. Even if you don't have digital currency yet, do it. You got to crawl before you can walk, right? I didn't own digital currency until I got Rumble Wallet. You can also go to wallet.rumble.com and download it today. You can use it on Rumble to give a Rumble rant to your favorite creators. 100% of it goes to them. No middleman, no transfer fee or anything. Download it today. Empower your voice. Enable transactions. Wallet.rumble.com. Or if you're watching on your TV, grab your phone and click that QR code on the side of your screen today. You notice that there's no thing like YouTube Wallet. Why? Because YouTube is so inclusive and so anti-American in so many ways that YouTube can't come up with any good ideas like that. YouTube is only as big as YouTube is because was the first. If Rumble had gotten out in the same year that YouTube did, YouTube would be where Rumble is today. YouTube is only where it is because it was the first. But there's a reason why they begged all of us conservative content creators to come back. There's a reason why they reached out to me and said, we'll give you one of your pages back. Just please come back. Because left-wing podcasts suck and nobody watches them. So they needed to get their right-wing people back. So they begged us to come back. And that's why I said, you people on YouTube, by the way, Eli, it seems like there's literally no lefties over there now. It seems like the right-wing people ran them out of town so fast that there's only like one or two of them left now. But Jeremy talks like he has better places to live stream. I do. It's called Rumble. We're there right now. As a matter of fact, in the whole entire world, live streaming right now, we are number, ready? Hold on. 4. We do have better places to live stream. The only reason that we're here is because YouTube reached out to us and said, we'll give you your page back if you come back. We're done censoring people. So we said, why not open it up to the lefties so we can shit on them every single day? And you can't even report us enough to cancel us anymore. They asked us to come back. Not just us, all conservative content creators. Why? Because Rumble took too much of the market share. And they're about to take the children's content, like, cartoons and stuff like that. They're about to take a big portion of that as well. Now, I will say that YouTube is far bigger than Rumble. But give it 10 years and ask yourself why they begged us to come back. And they did. Please come back. Please come back. We won't censor you anymore. So here we are. You're welcome. Jasmine Crotch Itch. We have to deal with Jasmine Crotch Itch for like another, 6 months, and then she's gone. Not voted back in again. But I want to play you part of the reason why this country is the way it is. Because you have people looking up to people like Jasmine Crotch Itch who say things like this.
I hate that we have spent this much time, on SPLC and we've not addressed the elephant in the room, the literal elephant in the room. The vast majority of the people on that side of the aisle, and for those of you that are at home, let me tell you, when I say that side of the aisle, I'm talking about the Republicans, the ones that brought this hearing. And again, you've heard that this is not the first hearing, but the vast majority of them are white men. White men are lecturing people of color because the vast majority, actually, any semblance of diversity comes from this side of the aisle. You want to tell people of color who is fighting for who? People of color do not feel comfortable or welcomed within your party. That's why you have to parade someone who has the name Dr. King attached to them so that people can be confused, because I have been reading the comments online and people are like, who is this Dr. King? Because you want them to believe that somehow she espouses who Dr. King was, yet you've yet to have MLK the third come in here. You've yet to have Dr. Bernice King, the ones that were actually raised by Dr. King, the ones that actually probably understand the teachings of Dr.
The ones what? Ones what? What do you mean when you're saying ones? And by the way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to show you a video here in a little bit of Evita King disputing everything that this woman is saying
Dr.
here.
King.
Just so you
And
know.
I just want to be clear, because I want to talk to y'all about what the Dr. King had to say about racism, so that y'all don't get it twisted and don't get it confused just because you see the name sitting in this room. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. That was from his 1963 book, Why We Can't Wait. He also said, in the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. If one says that I am not good enough to live next door to him, or to have a good, decent job, or to go to school with him merely because of my race, he is saying consciously or unconsciously that I do not deserve to exist. This was from his 1967 speech, The Other America. So just to be clear, y'all don't seem like y'all even understand what a hate organization is. So I went to Google to help you out.
Google?
A hate group is an organized group whose beliefs, practices, and primary purpose are centered on advocating malice, hostility, or violence toward.
So the KKK. We're right, Eli? We would all label white Nazi groups bad, right? Like Graham Plattner and Nick Fuentes and his crew. We would also label the KKK bad because they are literally self-defined as a hate group. We would consider the Black Panther Party bad because they hate white people. So it's weird that she's defining that while trying to stick up for the SPLC when the SPLC just got caught funding the growth of the KKK.
Ding, ding, ding. What do we have for him, Johnny?
Exactly.
Towards people based on their immutable race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or disability. So I know some of y'all are, caping for Charlie Kirk, because I done heard y'all talk about his organization over and over and over.
Caping, meaning
so
making him a hero.
I'm not going to play with anybody who's going to play with my time, so I'm going directly to Miss McCord.
Better get that cross off your neck,
Professor,
girl.
let me put some respect on your name. All right. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Stop. Lies. This is the headline lies we're talking about. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to wonder if he's qualified. Why did Charlie Kirk say that? In what context does he say that? It's kind of like Donald Trump says there are fine people on both sides, but I denounce all white supremacy groups, right? Funny thing about that is the SPLC funded Charlestown. They were the main financier. Along with Nick Fuentes, they funded him to be there doing that. Charlie Kirk was talking about DEI. He said if we rely on DEI in this country, meaning that if we put people in positions just based on their color, not on their skill, not on their level of education or anything like that, just based on that alone, what is going to stop me or anyone else from getting on a plane, looking in the cockpit and seeing a black pilot and saying, I'm wondering if they're qualified to fly this plane or not? He's not saying, I do that now. He said, if we are going to go down this road of absolutely embracing DEI, then how are we to know that anybody who fits the DEI requirement to have a job, how are we to know whether that person is qualified or not? You know how we know now? We know now because of a proper vetting process when hiring. Do you have experience flying planes? Sure do. Flew for JetBlue for 14 years. Great. You can come aboard Delta. We'd love to have you. That is a vetting process. If there's no vetting process and people are just getting jobs based on age, color, faith, well, then how are we to know that that person is doing a good job. We don't want to go down that road. That is what Charlie Kirk said. But this low IQ, retarded individual, who's not going to have a job soon, can't even tell the truth.
Yep, and oh, please, let's not forget sexual orientation. Oh, you're gay? Step right aboard, you got the job.
That's right, you're a Peter Puffer? Then I guess you're a pilot.
Does that sound like a hater or not?
That sounds like a racial stereotype.
Okay, sounds good to me. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s.
Absolutely.
It sounds like someone who still adheres to racist views.
Okay.
Still didn't
America
put the full
has
context.
freedom of religion, of course, but we should be frank. Large, dedicated Islamic areas are a threat to America.
Yes, they are.
That is someone who can't accept.
They say they are. Large groups of Islamic people in this country, they say they are a threat to our way of life. They say that they're going to change everything and that Islamic takeover of this country is already underway and there's nothing we can do to stop it. They said last week in a video that I showed that even if we banned Islam in this country, we still could not stop the Sharia law takeover of this country. He's absolutely right. Islam is not a religion. Islam is a terrorist organization under the guise of a religion. And all Muslims should be banned from this country the same way we banned Tren de Aragua, the same way we banned MS-13, the same way we banned Somali pirates, the same way we banned the cartel. No different.
That America is a multiracial, multi-religious place.
Okay, these all just happen to be comments from the fearless leader of Turning Point USA, so I could see where SPLC was going. I also think that it's so interesting that right now, just for those sitting at home, you may not know that Oversight is not having any hearings right now because the Republicans don't want to deal with the Epstein file, so they have shut down all of Oversight committee hearings, right? So we've got an indictment for SPLC. I have still yet to see an indictment on any Epstein defendant.
Why would there be an indictment on the SPLC, though? Is it because they found the documents and the proof and then put it out to the public that they were funding the KKK while separating and destroying the country to fight the KKK? I mean, why else would they have an indictment? By the way, I want to see every pedophile killed, not just indicted. So we'll take it a step further. We'll see you an indictment with pedophiles and we'll raise you a killing. How about that?
Not a one, but okay. And we want to talk about what happened in Charlottesville, and we are so upset about Charlottesville.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
Because it was fake.
I would be interested to know which one of you had something to say about Charlottesville when it happened, because I don't think that y'all were saying those same things. In fact, our fearless leader at the time said that there were pretty fine people on both sides.
There she goes
you
again.
were okay with the tiki torches. You were
There
okay
she goes
with
again.
it. But I digress. I'm going to move on to Texas in my last 24 seconds. In your testimony before the Texas House of Representatives, you read aloud a series of messages between you and other whistleblowers, basically explaining the corruption happening directed by Attorney General Ken Paxton. On page 82, lines 5 through 11, you list all the corruption that Ken Paxton directed you and others to carry out, to quote, demanding that...
All right, we don't need to listen to that, because the longer we listen to that, the dumber we definitely will all get, right? Wesley Hunt had some stuff to say about that, because she talked about black pilots. He said, hey, Jasmine, black pilot here. I think you missed the plot. Then again, that's becoming a pattern. I graduated from West Point. I went through Army flight school. I learned to fly the AH-64 Apache. I deployed in combat and flew 55 combat missions over Baghdad. Nobody can dispute that. Why? Because I have the credentials. Can you say that every one of these DEI hires have similar credentials? Didn't think so. Didn't think so. Love it. John Thune. John Thune says the Save America Act is dead. as of right now. John Thune says, and he gaslights saying, we're not going to upend and get rid of the filibuster, which you don't have to, just enforce it. John Thune says if we want to get the filibuster, if we want to get the Save America Act passed and not just rely on executive orders and DHS compliance, then you're going to have to elect more Republicans. Really? To know. Good to know.
The parliamentarian and pass the SAVE Act. You've been very clear as to why the SAVE Act doesn't have the votes to pass and why firing the parliamentarian would create problems here. But are you worried that if you don't do what the president wants, that he's just going to criticize your leadership or perhaps withdraw support for your leadership?
That could happen.
No, that will happen. It already has.
Look, and it's a well-known fact around here. Sometimes perhaps not fully grasped around the country, but anybody who follows this process closely knows that we don't have the votes. And the only way that you could figure out a way to get the votes.
Stop. You do have the votes. You absolutely have the votes. All you have to do, shithead, and I wish somebody there would say this to him. I wish somebody would call him out on this. I wish somebody would stop letting him gaslight the country. You do have the votes. You absolutely have the votes. Just force a talking filibuster. Don't even get rid of it. Don't nuke it. Keep it right in place, even though the Democrats said they'd nuke it as soon as they get back in there. So you're just kicking the can down the road to let them do it. But let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. All you have to do is call and force a standing filibuster. You know, this is what John Thune could do today. He could fire the Senate parliamentarian, Elizabeth McConaughey, is that her name? He could fire her, absolutely. He could then force a talking filibuster, which means that you can go for a month if you go for a month or a week or however long it is, but as soon as everybody's had their chance to go and that person stops, 50 votes, plus one. J.D. Vance, we win. So he's lying. He's lying. And this dipshit and this mortician-looking dipshit and this dumb broad over here, they're all allowing the lie to happen.
Votes, and even in that case, the Save America Act didn't even get 50 votes last week on the floor of the Senate.
It actually did in the middle of the night. Susan Collins came over.
Even if you confine it to just the two issues of photo ID and citizenship in order to register to vote, on those two issues, it takes 60 votes in the Senate. The only way you could get there is to undo or get rid of the legislative filibuster.
Wrong. Lies. That's a lie. That is a flat-ass, bold-face lie. You do not have to get rid of the filibuster at all. The legislative filibuster can stay right where it is. Just enforce the actual filibuster. Lies again.
And there aren't even close to the votes here in the United States Senate in order to achieve that. So it's an issue we all agree on. We're all for it.
No, you're not.
And we've all voted that way. But it's not something that we're going to be able to get.
See what he said there? We've all voted that way. No. You voted that way in committee. You didn't put it on the floor. You voted that way in committee so you could come out and say, we voted that way, we support it. No, you don't. Does that look like the face of people that agree with you that you've supported it? Huh? I hate this guy right here. Not like spiritually hate him. Politically, though, I hate this guy. I think this guy right here is one of the worst people in the Senate. Langford, loser.
Done, absent having an election and electing some more Republicans.
There's nothing that can be done outside of having another election and electing more Republicans. Allison Steinberger.
The House passed Tim Burchett's bill to defund the Taliban. I think it was 11 months ago. Every week that goes by, they get another $40 million. When can the American people expect to see a vote on this, and do you expect it to pass?
I don't know when. We don't have that currently on the schedule here. And you said it's passed in the House?
Yes.
Okay. I have not seen it.
Stop. You don't know that a bill has passed the House, which is one of the 3 places it goes to become law, that we are to stop giving the Taliban $40 million a week? Billions of dollars going to a terrorist organization, and you didn't know that that bill passed the House? Are you absolutely out of your mind, stupid? Or are you just incompetent? Because the fact that you don't know that that passed the House lets me know that you're a retarded individual who doesn't care about this country, and you should be called out on it. And look at these reporters. Look at them all just sit there.
If it's come over from the House, that's not something that we consider putting on the floor at this point.
See that? If it comes over from the House, it's not something that we are going to put on the Senate floor anyways. That's what he said. That's what he said. Will going to be on today? No, actually, Sean is coming back, right, Eli? Sean's coming back on today for Will?
Yes. Sean is covering for Will at 2, and Misfit Patriot is covering for Kevin at 3.
There we go. Sean is covering Will's hours. Will's been traveling. So make sure that you guys stay tuned for Sean Farish up next. Rhino Tom Tillis. Here's something leaked. Rhino Tom Tillis throws a tantrum in a private email to GOP colleagues, whining about Trump's constant push for the Save America Act, defending Susan Collins, and attacking Tommy Tuberville for calling out Republican betrayers by name. Well, what's the matter, dipshit Tom Tillis? You don't like it? You think your life is going to be good when this is over? Nobody's going to forget. MAGA doesn't forget. You can call us a lot of things, but one thing that you can't call us is cowards who go back on our word. We say we're going to do something, we do it. Remind me who's president again? Remind me who's been indicted and indictments ready to come? We'll say the remind me part when those indictments come. Remind me of that border. How's that border doing? That border closed? Told you we were going to lock down the Strait of Hormuz and control it. Remind me who's blockading it and controlling it right now. Amy says, what is the Save America Act? Like, when is it being voted on? Why have we been talking about it forever? It's not being voted on in the Senate. It got voted on in the House, and it got passed twice. The Save America Act is a bill that saves America. It makes it so voting is on one day. No mail-in ballots can come in after Election Day. Nobody can have mail-in ballots unless they are already pre-approved to have a mail-in ballot. And, citizenship, you have to show that you are a citizen in order to vote. You would have to re-register showing that you are a citizen of this country to vote. No men and women's sports. And I can't remember the other one. I think there's one more. But that's what it is. And the House has already passed it twice. The Senate won't vote on it. That's the problem. So Trump has been signing executive orders that are he's promising to enforce using the agencies in the federal government. So we do kind of have a backup there, but it needs to be signed into law. AGS USA 2020 said, Jeremy, you're right about the filibuster. Enforce the rules, keep teaching us. That's exactly right. The filibuster does not need to be nuked. All it has to do is be enforced. The DC swamp is still panicking, and the slimiest creatures are finally exposing themselves. An explosive new... Oh, thank you, Kat. I don't have any word today about Kevin's mom, but I should find out today how Kevin's mom is doing. So I'm sure somebody in one of the shows coming up will be able to tell you that as soon as we get an update. In an explosive new leaked email obtained by conservative journalist Vince Coglianis, the host of The Vince Show, the Vince podcast, shows that Tom Tillis completely melting down behind the scenes. In a pathetic message sent directly to his GOP colleagues, Tillis throws a massive temper tantrum over the DOJ's anti-weaponization fund, gripes that President Trump kept pushing the Save America Act, and lashes out at Tommy Tuberville for having the audacity to call out Tillis and other rhinos by name for blocking the president's top priorities. He also threatened to sink Trump's nominees and publicly blasted the very anti-weaponization fund he now pretends to care about only because it might hurt squishy Republicans in tough races. By the way, Tom Tillis, guess what? We can outweight you. All we need Donald Trump to do is enforce his executive orders through DHS and through proper law enforcement this midterm. You're gone in January. You don't matter. We'll put everything on hold for 6 months. That's fine. And then we'll ram everything through when you're gone. Tillis is retiring at the end of this year. The email reads like his bitter parting shot at the base and at President Trump, who keeps demanding results. Let me read the email for you. Colleagues, this is from Tom Tillis, by the way. I hope you all had an opportunity to get some rest after another vote-orama. I'm sure most of you would prefer to move forward, but I believe we will look back at this experience and yet another reason why we have historic headwinds against us in November. We wouldn't if you'd get your shit together, you rhino establishment piece of shit. We missed an opportunity to remove all political albatross from around the necks of our colleagues who are in a cycle. Instead, we added weight to the albatross by having 41 members vote to protect the program. In addition, we allowed 2 SAVE Act votes that had no place in the vote-orama, which prompted a circular firing squad led by Tommy Tuberville and some of our Republican colleagues. I cannot understand why a supermajority of our conference voted against the side-by-side I offered. I went forward with this offering the amendment at the request of members in cycle. The amendment simply ended the 1776 payout pot and appropriated $1.7 billion to the DOJ fraud initiative. I knew most Democrats would not vote for my amendment because of the DOJ funding, but I thought it would be a good landing place for members to voice their concerns with the 1776 fund. You want to know what the big problem is with these rhinos? Is they want to negotiate with Democrats. Democrats will never negotiate with Republicans. And these rhinos are like, well, let's do something that we can all agree on. Well, in theory, that sounds good. But in reality, that's not what's happening. He said, how did I know Democrats would vote against it? I asked them. They simply would not support the DOJ fraud funding, which is precisely why I had the provision in the amendment. The chance of this amendment passing and threatening the privilege of the underlying bill was 0. Yeah, because you voted against it, asshole. If you voted against my amendment because you were afraid of it, would strip the reconciliation bill of privilege, you were misinformed or a victim of groupthink. If you did that for that reason, you should have voted against the SAVE Act for the same reason. Had either version of the SAVE Act been adopted, the underlying bill would also have been at risk of losing privilege. We took a major risk with the SAVE Act. Had Democrats wanted to meddle, if I had been a Democrat leader, I would have convinced a sufficient number of Democrats to vote for it. And immediately after it was adopted, I would have argued that it was fatal to the privilege of the underlying bill. But the real problem I have is that the president and a few of our members forced us to take 2 more unsuccessful votes for the SAVE Act at the expense of our most vulnerable members in cycle. Susan Collins rightfully voted against it, representing her home state of Maine, which voted against it by nearly a 65-35 margin in 25 referendum. Rural state senators voted for it, but now they must explain why shutting down mail-in ballots, ending early voting, and complicating registration is a good thing for rural voters in big states. Even worse, Tommy Tuberville and others initiated a circular firing squad, calling out Susan Collins and other Republicans by name. Amazing. Members not in cycle attacking our most at-risk member because she supports the views of 65% voters in her state. Here's the thing. Her state is a bunch of liberal shithead retarded people. Period. When you're a senator, you have national repercussions with your votes. You understand that? Look at what's happening to the nation right now because of a few asshole senators. And yes, I am sounding off on the curse words right now because this shit makes no sense to me. And the only thing that does make sense is that they are trying to tank this party on their way out. But guess what? MAGA couldn't die MAGA couldn't be jailed. MAGA got its spot back. MAGA got its spot back by winning the majority of the country. And you and nobody else is going to stop us, period. He said, Tommy Tuberville said that it was beyond embarrassing that Republicans continue to block the Save America Act. Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch McConnell, and Susan Collins have not only betrayed their constituents, they are accomplices in Democrats' illegal first agenda. That's absolutely right. 100%. And you want to know something? You're just mad because we are exposing all of you. Speaking of rhinos, Lindsey Graham, Flimsy Lindsey, hey, clinched the GOP nomination for the 5th term in South Carolina Senate primary. Good job, South Carolina. You elected a rhino to his 5th term. You know what's funny about that? I would bet that if I went around South Carolina to every Republican's house and said, do you want term limits in Congress? They would say yes. If you ask every single South Carolinian Republican voter, do you want term limits in Congress? I would guarantee you that every single one of them would say, absolutely, we want term limits. And we know this because it's something that Republicans have been screaming for ever since Trump came in 2016. But yet, South Carolina Republicans in a Republican primary vote somebody like Lindsey Graham for the 5th time? Does that sound like wanting term limits to you? According to the results on Tuesday night, Graham captured approximately 56.8% of the vote, more than 263,000 votes, while Lynch received nearly 29%. Now, both are horrible candidates. But South Carolina voters wanted Lindsey Graham so bad that they came out and 56.8% of them voted for him. Boy, he's got you really wrapped around his finger with that money he brings in, doesn't he? Doesn't he? He really has you wrapped around that finger with that money he brings in, doesn't he? I am very, very disappointed in the fact that Lindsey Graham will be in the Senate once again. Now, it's hard for me to say I am disappointed in South Carolina voters because I don't live in South Carolina. So, you know, I understand the state needs money. I get it. I talked to you when I was there on the East Coast with Real America's Voice News. I was there with you. I asked all of you. And all of you told me that you wanted term limits, but at the same time, it's hard to vote Lindsey out because he brings in so much money to the state. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I am happy also that Nancy Mace got smoked. I don't necessarily really dislike Nancy Mace that much. She does some good things. But Nancy Mace you can see through like a clean window, man. Nancy Mace is not what I would say would be a good governor pick. And she got smoked. She absolutely got smoked. In her concession speech, Nancy Mace endorsed State Attorney General Alan Wilson in the runoff with Yvette. And I think I have her concession speech here. So we'll get that ready for you, or at least a portion of her concession speech. But I think she got like 4th or 5th place. She got smoked.
I voted to release the Epstein files and lost some support for that. As a survivor, I chose to stand on principle.
Wrong. You did not lose support because you wanted to release the Epstein files. We all wanted the Epstein files released. You got 5th place and you lost support because of the way you handled your vote and your constant PR campaign with Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, to paint Donald Trump as someone who stopped it from happening. That's why you lost support. And everybody knew that was bullshit. And you got 5th place. Exactly what you deserved.
And stand against the Epstein cover-up. I chose to stand against child rapists. I chose to expose the names hidden in the sexual harassment slush fund. I chose to expose DEI judges. And I chose to expose the abusers of children. And apparently, I chose wrong if the goal was winning an election. I want you to know that I'm going to endorse...
See how she gaslights the voters? I did these things. I lost because of that. Maybe you lost because people look at you and see Nikki Haley. Maybe you lost because your name does not resonate with voters. Maybe you lost for a number of reasons outside of the very specific reasons that you just talked about, which all had the same exact topic surrounding it. Maybe that.
Alan Wilson for governor.
Probably shouldn't have done that. That means that person's going to lose. You clearly are not resonating with voters. Just like Thomas Massey. You know who is resonating with voters? Graham Plattner with Democrat voters in Maine. Because he won. And he had the full backing of the Democrat Party.
It was on his chest for years. Every time he shaved, it was there, and he didn't really want to know what it was. And then you have people like Schumer, who falsely accused Musk of doing a Nazi salute in one of the dumbest narratives the Democrats have tried. This guy has an actual SS death head on his chest, and Schumer can only say, he'll give us the Senate.
That's all they said. Well, we're willing to overlook it. They said, if voters are willing to overlook it, we're willing to overlook it. Sounds like the Democratic racist party.
I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun.
Eli, if you were not watching what I was watching right here, and you just heard this right here, let me play that back.
I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue. I am a son of rural Maine.
I would swear that was Michelle Obama.
Big Mike, you doing a speech?
Not gonna lie, I just heard the Michelle. He won his primary. Great job, Democrats. You elected an actual Nazi.
I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun. And then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea, and a home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination.
Or an old wooden ship.
I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect.
Eli, I got it. I know who he sounds like now. It puts the lotion on the skin. It does this whenever it's told.
Mm-hmm. I was sitting here like wondering, why is he talking like that? You don't sound like that. You're putting a voice on. You're trying to sound tough. You're trying to sound official. And I'm sorry, you look like I don't know, the back heel of a redneck something or other.
No, that's actually his voice, actually. But he does remind me of, what's it, Buffalo Bill, right? That was that guy's name on that movie? It puts a lotion on the skin. It does this whenever he's told. I'll bet you that Graham Plattner puts on lipstick, tucks back his wiener, and beats his wife.
More than likely. I'm also sitting here wondering, I'm listening to him, I've had things I've had to atone for in my life, like what, lynchings? Or what are you talking about there, Clan Hood member?
You mean like grabbing your wife's arm and snapping it behind her back? You mean like telling her she's not allowed to come out of the bedroom until she complies with your orders? You mean that kind of stuff? Is that the kind of stuff you have to atone for? How about just say, I got a Nazi tattoo and didn't know it? Just say that. Don't just say, I didn't know what the tattoo meant, but don't use the word Nazi. I got a Nazi tattoo because, you know. Then I realized that was bad, so I made it put the lotion on the skin and send up the bucket. Here, take this basket of magazines and lotion and put it on.
When I got the tattoo, I didn't know it was going to come out looking like that. Pretty sure you did.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty sure you did. You know what's funny, Eli, is I have this tattoo. And the other day, let's see if I can show you this. Right there. See that tattoo? And then, same thing over here. Right there. Same tattoo. The other day, I had somebody say to me, nice Nazi tattoos on your shoulder. Because I was doing a video with my shirt off. I was outside or something. Nice Nazi tattoos on your shoulder. I'm never going to allow you to make fun of Graham Plattner ever again. Well, I mean, cool story, bro. But that's not a Nazi tattoo. That's not a swastika. That's an S and a P. That's the letter S and the letter P. Now, I'm not proud of those tattoos because it stands for state property. And we all know why I have those tattoos. But it just goes to show you, Eli, that, well, I like Graham Allen. And don't you have a Nazi tattoo? Don't ever talk about him again. Bro, it's a real Nazi tattoo. I don't know what
no creep radar. So this is just an example, but a burly guy in a dress can show up to teach sex ed in your fifth graders class. And those parents would say, oh, but that's their lived experience. A Republican truck driver would pull the guy up by the scruff of his neck and throw him through a window. Think about all the parades, the parade of creeps and pervs that the Democrats have introduced to us, or embraced or defended, whether it's Anthony Weiner or Swalwell Antifa, trans activists. They cannot see a creep if it's sitting on their lap doing a whatever. Plattner is a hero, and I'll tell you why. He's done a tremendous service. He's slayed two big movements. The You're a Nazi movement. By being a Nazi and being accepted by the left, you can't call anybody a Nazi anymore. What about the Me Too movement? Well, by not believing all women, that goes out the window because he got the most strident adherents of those causes to accept him, revealing that whole scene was theatrics, and he's the most toxic male since Jeffrey Dahmer took up cooking. Also, left-wing males now have a great new excuse. If you're unemployed, sleeping on the couch, mooching off your parents, you're not a bum. You're just going through a dark period. And if you try to rape a woman, just say, I thought it was a guy trying to break into my car, and I rape men as a power move so they don't rip me off. But Plattner, to my point, is not a man. He's a trans man. A person who exaggerates the stereotypes of masculinity, from the face fur to the tats to the deep guttural grind of his death metal voice. He comes off as real as a California election.
Eli. Mwah. Greg Gutfeld, thank you.
That deserves golf clap.
Absolutely. Hey, real quick here, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that Father's Day is right around the corner, and this Father's Day deal is going to be over soon over on Chicago State Company. What you get free shipping plus 4 free gifts with any one of these value packs right now over at Chicago Steak Company. And it says this: send Dad this Father's Day the very best. Artisan aged, premium, top-notch steaks and crafted for bold flavor, exceptional quality, and unforgettable dining experience, making them a meaningful way to show your appreciation. I'm going to tell you this as somebody who loves grilling out and looks for any excuse to cook out on the Blackstone. I am a steak connoisseur, all right? And let me just tell you this right now. I have never had better steak in my life than what comes from the Chicago Steak Company. Now, we don't get all of our steak from there. We mostly get our steak locally at the farmer's market. But once in a while, when we want that nice top quality steak, that aged steak, that best stuff you can get, we go to Chicago Steak Company. Now, this Father's Day, when you order $179 worth or more, which you can get in those value packs below, you receive the best Grilling Dad apron, which is seen right here for your dad. You receive 16 free 6-ounce premium Angus steak burgers, 1 bottle of Chicago Steak Company's signature steak seasoning, plus free shipping and a $25 account credit. And all you have to do is go to these websites and you can see everything that you get in these premium gift assorted packages. And it comes in a nice styrofoam, keeping everything about as cold as it can be. Let me pull this up for you on the screen. It is mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Make sure that's in there correctly. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's going to put you on the page. You're already going to get all of those free gifts just for ordering. Father's Day is coming up. Make sure you get this today. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. The 4-gift giveaway and the sale will end very shortly. Again, one more time, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Also want to talk to you guys about Fatty 15 as well. C15 is an essential fatty acid that is found to have, when applied to dolphins and then humans, found that their aging process changed, that dolphins were living longer. Once it went from dolphin to human trials, it found that we were finding that the C15 was having the same benefits, early, mid, and late benefits to humans as it was dolphins. Turned into this. Fatty 15, ladies and gentlemen. The only ingredient in each one of these pills is C15. C15 is an essential fatty acid. You can get a 90-day starter kit today. I'm telling you, the benefits are off the chart. Everybody that's taken it in the live chat will tell you their own testimony of it. You don't have to hear mine. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA at checkout. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA at checkout. Get yours today. 90-day supply for just over $101. Okay. Where are we at here? Still talking about elections. I got to get this in. This is Bill Asaley, who's the assistant federal prosecutor in California, having a debate, I guess, with Chris Cuomo, who just can't get out of his own way. Watch.
Today, we have big questions about potential fraud in California.
Let's just deal with the facts for a second. We do have election fraud. We charged a case just last month. I'm not sure if you covered it, but there was an individual who was caught on video paying homeless people in Skid Row to register to vote with false information. That's not a theory. That's not a suspicion. That is a case that we filed, and she has pled guilty to that. So that's a conviction. So we have multiple cases in that vein open on election fraud. Now, the question that, you ask, and many is it widespread? How much is it? Is it enough to sway an election? Well, the answer is we don't know. No, you can't say no. You haven't done an investigation. You don't know. No, you don't. Oh, you don't know because
Stop right there. He's right. Bill Asaley said, don't say no. You can't say no. Your bitch ass hasn't done an investigation. You sit in your little seat and you think you know what's going on, but you don't know. You've not done any investigation. We have. We're the ones telling you what we found. Just because you've reported on it for so many years doesn't mean that you know. And that's what Bill Asaley's telling him. And it's common sense.
Not been able to.
You haven't done an investigation.
We want to get the voter rolls.
You haven't.
Oh,
Mr.
we're
Asaley,
doing the investigation.
You are just that's different. So then you have not conducted an investigation. You are conducting one. So you don't know, and you are in the business of knowing right now. You don't. You are pointing to one case, and you know what? You could point to a dozen. Do you know why? Because those are all the cases you've made in the last decade. A dozen. Individual cases.
I did not say. I did not say
half were
that
found
we
to be lacking.
Found wide-scale fraud. There's two different things going on here.
suggesting.
You're saying for sure you know.
Well, that's what you suggested.
Hold on a second. You're saying for sure you know there isn't. I'm saying we don't know because we haven't been able to look at all the evidence at scale.
Yeah, but no.
Why is that? Let's talk about the voting system in California.
Mr. Asali, if you were in a court of law right now, and I don't need your opinion on the system.
Hold on, Chris Cuomo, did you not watch the expose put out by James O'Keefe and Nick Shirley? Did you not see the people that were buying ballots and signatures from people for $2? Did you not see any of that stuff? Are you just... You say you've been a journalist for all these years and you know all this stuff. Did you not see that? Because that's election fraud. That's scale election fraud.
Because you're not a voting system expert. You're a prosecutor. That's why I have you here. If we were in a court of law...
I was in the legislature. I was in the legislature on the election committee. I know a little bit about California's voting system.
Okay, right there. What did he just tell him? Right there, he just told him, you don't know... He says, you don't know anything about this. You don't know anything about the legislation behind this. He goes, actually, I was in the legislative part of it. I was a state representative. I did sit on election boards. Oh, well, how long? Oh, that's it? You only did it for that long? How does that give you the right to do this or the right to do that? You want to know something Chris Cuomo did? He made himself look absolutely silly. He made himself look very subpar, very low IQ during all of this. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it here.
The answer is we don't know. No, you can't say no. You haven't done an investigation. You don't know. No, you don't.
Oh,
you don't know because we have not been able to.
You haven't done an investigation.
We want to get the voter rolls.
You haven't.
Oh,
Mr.
we're
Asali,
doing the investigation.
You are just that's different. So then you have not conducted an investigation. You are conducting one. So you don't know, and you are in the business of knowing. Right now, you don't. You are pointing to one case, and you know what? You could point to a dozen. Do you know why? Because those are all the cases you've made in the last decade. A dozen. Individual cases.
I did not say. I did not say that
found
we
to be lacking.
Found wide-scale fraud. There's two different things going on here. You're saying for sure you know. Hold on a second. You're saying for sure you know there isn't. I'm saying we don't know because we haven't been able to look at all the evidence at scale.
Yeah, but no.
Why is that? Let's talk about the voting system in California.
Mr. Asali, if you were in a court of law right now, and I don't need your opinion on the system because you're not a voting system expert. You're a prosecutor. That's why I have you here. If we were in a court of law, and you said judge.
I was in the legislature. I was in the legislature on the election committee. I know a little bit about California's voting system. Yes.
So wait a minute. You want me to take somebody's experience in a state legislature for how long?
I was there. I was in the legislature for 3 years. I've been involved in election integrity long before that as an attorney.
Wow.
And we could talk about...
I've covered elections for 30 years, Mr. Asali. 30 years. You know how many cases of...
Hold on. You've covered election results for 30 years. You've not done election fraud investigations for 30 years. You called him out on something. He called your bluff. He said, actually, I was on the election committee. Oh, yeah, you expect me to believe? For how long? 3 years. Oh, I've been doing it for 30. I mean, he just keeps nailing him with stuff, and Chris just keeps moving the goalposts.
Widespread fraud I've covered? One, and it was the Trump administration.
All right.
You say,
wow,
we have...
Let's go ahead and give Chris Cuomo this. Wait until you see this. This is Tim Walz's former chief of staff. He's confused by a simple question while he's giving testimony under oath about fraud and what Tim Walz knew. Tell me this. This is like watching the...
Your tenure at all, did he fire any commissioners for their handling of fraud?
Simple question. During your tenure, did you fire anybody for their mishandling of fraud?
Well, say more about what you say more about what you mean by handling of fraud.
During your tenure, did government walls fire a commissioner because he was displeased with their handling of fraud?
I mean, I described earlier. Do you know what she's asking me? No.
The guy goes, "Do you know what she's asking you?" And he goes, "No."
What part of my question do you understand? To your knowledge, and during your tenure as Governor Walz's chief of staff, did he fire a commissioner for not being aggressive enough in combating fraud?
Well,
during your tenure as chief of staff, did Governor Walz fire a commissioner for any reason?
When we talked earlier about Mary Catherine Ricker, and then, I mean,
So during your tenure as chief of staff, yes, Governor Walz did fire commissioners.
I guess and maybe I'm sort of struggling with the firing. I mean, we absolutely had commissioners leave, sometimes over performance.
Sir, can a square peg fit into a round hole? I'm having a hard time with that question. And then I thought I'd leave you with this. Anna Navarro melting down.
Second issue, which to me is just as horrible and needs to be discussed, is his consistent berating and insulting and ad hominem attacks, particularly against women.
Watch out fast.
It's
Give
Kristen,
me a break.
What do you mean give me a break? Kristen Walker this week.
It's Kristen.
Caitlin Walker,
I'm
Caitlin
sorry.
Collins last
I've
week.
worked with
The woman
Kristen
he
when I
called
worked
Piggy.
at the White House.
Will you give
For
me a
you to
break?
say
Have
that
you
you're
no
going up
shame
against
as a
another
woman
No.
that we hear
Kristen
him
was
call them
tougher
ugly
on-
and piggy and
Kristen
crooked
was
and
tougher
liars
on him
and
in
stupid
that
and bad
interview
journalists?
than I have seen
you
most-
absolutely
that's
no
probably the
solidarity with
toughest
women?
interview I've
Oh
seen
my
him
God, I
face
can't believe you
to
sit
date.
here and tell
He
me to give
pushed
you a
up
break.
against
But
her.
in
But
this
she was a
network,
tough
we hear
journalist.
him
Hold on,
tell
hold on.
our journalist that she's not fit to be a journalist because she doesn't smile. How dare you tell me to give you a break? Have some shame.
Why would
don't
the
you?
president
The second issue, which to me is just as horrible and needs to be discussed, is
She really got upset real freaking fast, didn't she? Didn't she? She got upset real... Quiet, Piggy. Quiet, Piggy. Right? I mean, the last guy didn't know how to answer a question. This woman flies off the handle when asked a simple question, or even not a question. Give me a break. Give you a break. Chill, bro. Calm down. Now, Sean Farish is supposed to be coming up next here. Seems like he might be running a little late. He's going to be filling in today for Will Johnson. So while we're waiting for Sean to come on, I want to go to the SPLC real quick because we talked about the SPLC earlier. And the incompetence of these leftists that can't answer questions and can't take even somebody saying, give me a break without melting down. You got to watch this grilling of Brandon Gill with the SPLC.
Babies in the United States that are aborted are black. About 40% of abortions nationwide are of black babies. Blacks represent about 13% of the population. Does that sound like something a white supremacist would oppose?
What I would say again is that SPLC supports reproductive liberty.
Calling somebody a white supremacist is a pretty serious charge, isn't it? I would think you would be able to defend that if your organization says that. You clearly seem unable to. How many babies in the United States that are aborted are black?
This SPLC guy got taken to the woodshed yesterday. And not that same woodshed Joe Biden takes people out right now. All right, Sean Ferris coming up next here, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned. I'm sure it's going to be a good one. To everybody on Rumble, God bless you. I salute you. To everybody on YouTube, it looks like you took over there. And now there's just a few minority Democrats in there crying, kicking, and screaming in an echo chamber. Great job. Let's keep it up. Keep sharing. Keep liking. Sean Ferris comes up next here on LFA TV. So I'll say it like this. There are right ways. There are wrong ways. Stand up tall. Keep your shoulders back. Because you are a child of God. And no weapon against you will never prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep smiling. Peace.
Ungovernables, and happy Wednesday again to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, and the Groin Nation, and all the culture warriors here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Filling in for the great Will Johnson today on Culture Wars, and we've got a lot of cultural stuff to talk about this afternoon. I avoided some of it this morning. I hit on some of it this morning. We're going to hit on most of it again. You know, you look at this Carmelo Anthony verdict and some of the fallout that is coming from it. And frankly, this is why last year, let me explain something to you. I like to think like everything I do has a reason. I'm not telling you that it's always the right decision or that I'm perfect. I'm not, okay? But last year in April, I think it was when this happened. Last year in April, I said, I am not making this Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf case about race. And the reason why I said that I wasn't going to do that is because once, and hold on, let me back up a little bit further. Okay? I'm not telling you that there's definitely no racial element. It's not what I'm telling you. Right? I am not telling you that there's definitely no racial element. Because I don't know if there's definitely no racial element, and I can't prove a negative. It's impossible to prove a negative. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, I'm not telling you that there's not a race problem in this country regarding how the races interact with each other. We should not have to talk about it this way, but we do. And the answer, or the question, I'm sorry, is why? Why do we have to talk about it this way? Why is there racial tension in this country? Why do we always, no matter what happens, and I'm guilty of this too, a crime is committed and someone's making the snarky remark. Sometimes it's me. I wonder what the suspect looks like, you know? Like, we're always doing this. And it's also to point out hypocrisy. It's also to point out, you know, like if, for example, on the train in Charlotte, North Carolina, if the roles were reversed and a white guy stabbed a black girl on the train, it would have been national news immediately. I'm not telling you that that's made up either. I simply ask, and my stance has been that when a tragedy occurs like this Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf tragedy, if there is no upfront, obvious, explicit, blatant evidence of racial motivation, that we hesitate from having the racial conversation. that we restrain ourselves from having the racial conversation. Why? Because if it was not a motivator, then, or if there's no evidence that suggests that it was a motivator, then why even bring it up? Well, don't you know if the roles are reversed, what the media will be doing? Yeah, I get it. And that's a conversation about the media, but not about the crime itself. I dealt with this a little bit yesterday on social media about this topic because I made a post. I knew it was going to be a post that generated some buzz. It wasn't like the worst thing in the world, but it generated some buzz and it generated conversation, which I like to do. Okay? But this is what the post was yesterday. Okay? As I have said from the beginning of the Metcalf-Anthony case last year, and I said this the day after we learned about the case, I believe Carmelo Anthony, this is before he was convicted, so I made this post. I believe Carmelo Anthony should be found guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf, hands down. But I do not believe the murder was racially motivated. And why do I say that? Because prosecutors don't believe it either. Or at least they're not leading us to believe that they believe it was racially motivated, because there was no evidence presented in this case pointing to a racial motive. Folks, that's just a fact. Prosecutors did not introduce any evidence in this case that would suggest that Carmelo Anthony killed Austin Metcalf because Austin Metcalf was white. No evidence presented supports that theory. I don't care if you like the words that are coming out of my mouth. That is an objective truth. Now, I'm not telling you that Carmelo Anthony would have treated a black guy the same way. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that he could have. He seems like a young man with a hot temper who lost his cool tragically, and he murdered somebody. But if we are going to introduce a racial element into this case where the evidence suggests that element does not exist, don't tell me about other cases. Well, blacks kill whites at a higher rate than whites kill blacks. That's bad. I don't like that. That's a problem. That does not mean that's what happened in this case. Each case is a separate case from the other cases. Yeah, there's overarching themes that could connect them and play a role, and it could be interwoven. But if you're going to make the claim that Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf because of race, there needs to be evidence that supports that theory. Prosecutors did not offer that evidence. And evidence of I don't want to say hatred, but blacks not liking whites, whites not liking blacks, the societal issue. Like, just because that exists in places in this country does not mean it exists everywhere at the same time. For example, not every black person hates white people. Not every white person hates black people. If two races are involved in a crime, victim and aggressor, and they're of different races, it does not mean the crime happened because of a racial dispute or difference. Now, in the case of, let's say, for example, Irna Zarutska, you had DeCarlos Brown Jr. on the light rail in Charlotte, right? Who killed her, Irna Zarutska, in cold blood, walked away and said, I got that white girl. Okay, now I look at that and I say, well, that seems like he killed her because, at least in part, because she was white. Because he brought up her race after he killed her or stabbed her. No evidence presented by prosecutors in this case would suggest a racial motive. That doesn't mean there was definitely not a racial motive. That means I don't feel comfortable because I follow evidence, not my emotions and not my feelings and not my opinions. If I'm going to have an opinion, I want to form it based off of available evidence. I didn't see it. Prosecutors didn't put it in. You would think they would. They're going after murder. Murder usually requires intent, the intent to kill. You would think it would be easier to prove intent if they could prove that Carmelo Anthony hated white people, right? Oh, he hates white people. He was in front of a white guy. The white guy was saying something he didn't like. That's why he killed him. You would think it would be included. It wasn't. Now, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I get it. And I am not defending Carmelo Anthony. As I said at the beginning, I wanted him found guilty of murder, and he was. What I'm trying to do is protect us from falling into this trap. The left loves race baiting. They love conversations about race that divide people. And this is dividing people, and it shouldn't be, because race was not a motivator according to evidence in the case. I know what I'm saying may not be the most popular take. And there's going to be people, oh, you just don't care that blacks kill whites. I never said that. Do me a favor. If you're going to make up things that I said, go away. Because I never said that. I said in this case, prosecutors offered no evidence that race played a role. Why am I so hell-bent on this? Because what happens when we bring in race into a case where the evidence would suggest race played little to no role, what happens is the grifting, the division, and a freaking sideshow takes place. We should be talking about kill culture being a problem in this country for everybody. Assassination culture, which stemmed from cancel culture. You know what? You understand that, right? You know, the left, when in 2016 and before then, when they started in with the cancel culture, they thought taking your job away would be enough. Taking your platform away would be enough. Taking your sponsors away would be enough. Doxing you would be enough. And then when we kept getting back up and dusting back off and building a parallel economy and building ourselves a sustainable future, a way that is not reliant, detached from the left-wing media ecosystem, and making a difference and prospering on our own without their help and doing it. Oh, you don't like X? Go build another platform. Sure. Truth Social, Rumble, Getter. They realized that straight up canceling us, taking away our sponsors and boycotting sponsors and, you know, calling our jobs and doxing the home address and swattings and hate mail and death threats and all that. And censorship online and places like YouTube and Twitter and all this. Once that stopped working, they went to the next option. And what's the next option? That'll always work to get rid of someone's voice? Killing them. And I don't like talking about this. But kill culture and assassination culture, that is the conversation we need to have. Not race in this case. Race is a conversation for another day. It is important. If it played a role in this case, I would come back and say, listen, I didn't think it played a role at first, but then here's all this evidence and it looks like it did play a role. It didn't play a role. At least that's what prosecutors want us to believe. And they got the conviction. The reason why I care so deeply about this is because I hate it when I see, for example, police arrest a black guy and the left say he's getting arrested because he's black. No, he's getting arrested because he's breaking the law. It is not a crime to be black. It is a crime to rape somebody, to assault somebody, to steal from a store, to vandalize property, to steal someone's car, to break into someone's home, to murder somebody. It's not about the color of the skin of the person being arrested. It's about what they did to cause them to be arrested. Which leads me, unfortunately, to this head, Jake Lang. Again, I see it on social media. The pity party for a guy who I don't know how many times I'm going to be able to say this, folks, is a grifter, not worthy of your support. Please listen to me. I don't care about views. I don't care about clicks. I don't care how many times you want to hit the like button, share, subscribe, follow, whatever. Those are important things. But I want you to listen and understand and answer this. How many times do you have to see it over and over and over again to realize this Jake Lang is not your friend? Well, he says he didn't like Muslims. I say I don't like Muslims either. Here's the difference. I don't break the law when I do it. I don't cause a problem and a sideshow and a circus everywhere I go. And then I don't get in trouble with the law and then get on social media. Oh, please help me. Please. His guy's like freaking Vladimir Zelensky if you want to be real. Jake Lang is a grifter. And I'm tired of people falling for this shit. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Oh, well, his bond got set at $1 million. Maybe just a thought. Jake Lang shouldn't have tried to provoke a race riot outside of the courthouse by saying Carmelo Anthony should have been hanging from a tree. Did other supporters of Carmelo Anthony say nasty stuff too? Yes, they did. You know what's different? Jake Lang did it on video, and Jake Lang does this every time. January 6th, he beat up police officers. Fact! That mother did not deserve a pardon. He got himself beat up in that crowd of Muslims. I don't want to see him hurt, but he brought it on himself. He caused a whole sideshow in CPAC a couple years ago. Brought it on himself. And now yesterday, now I'm supposed to feel bad for some douchebag who's always, everywhere this guy goes, there's a problem. What is the common denominator? The common denominator is Jake Lang. The common denominator is the internet and weak, stupid, absolutely just how many times do you have to see this? Propping this guy up. Well, he raises some good points. Find someone else who raises those points. There are plenty of people, and don't rely on Jake effing Lang to do it. This guy is a cancer, and we're just like, oh, well, cancer's okay if it hates Muslims. Are you kidding me? How many times are we going to fall for this guy? He's a leftist who brings this type of crap into every situation. Why does he do it? Because the internet rewards him for it. If pole dancing wasn't a lucrative job, there wouldn't be pole dancers. If race baiting wasn't a lucrative thing and grifting online about, oh, I'm being targeted. You're not being targeted. You said you wanted someone hung outside of a courthouse in the state of Texas. That is illegal. F-A-F-O. Consequences work both ways. And if you break the law, you get to meet the consequences. And Jake Lang broke the law. And I have the reason why in the middle of 2024, I started saying, don't fall for this guy. Oh, but he's a J6er. Yeah, I know. You know how many J6ers hate this guy's guts? Because he was a snitch in the jail? Because he led a cult in the prison and went by Yeshua? Oh, I bet you didn't know that. That this guy thought he was God. He thought he was God in jail. Did you know that he delayed his own proceedings, but then lied to you and said, they're holding me against my will? No, he delayed his own proceedings so he didn't get convicted of stuff regarding J6 so he can get the pardon and get out while grifting off of your hard-earned money. Because he knew you'd fall for it. I wanted to be out in front of this issue. I want you to understand that every time this guy is on camera, it either ends with an arrest or something that makes us look like idiots. And I am so tired of watching otherwise very smart, good people give this guy the benefit of the doubt when he doesn't deserve jack sugar honey iced tea. He deserves to be shunned. He deserves to be excommunicated from this movement. Get the out of my tent. And don't come back. Period. Period. This case, Carmelo Anthony, I did not want it to turn into a racial case because of people like Jake Lang. Because we will remove ourselves from the real problem, which is assassination culture and kill culture and the tragic evolution of cancel culture. That's what this case is about. Justifying taking someone else's life because they told you to leave a tent. That is not a reason to stab someone in the heart. Oh, well, he put his hands on Carmelo. That is still no reason to use deadly force. That's the conversation that we should be having. Why did Carmelo Anthony believe he should be using deadly force? Because society and culture in this society has crumbled to the point where everyone feels like they're entitled to do the most drastic thing because their feelings were hurt. That's the problem here. Oh, you said something I don't like online, so I'm going to send a freaking SWAT team to your house. No. Oh, you told me to leave this area, so now I'm going to bow up to you. You don't tell me what to do. And if you touch me, I'm going to kill you? There are a lot of factors in this case that are far more prevalent than the race factor. Education. What type of home life was this guy exposed to? Carmelo Anthony. Found it interesting. His parents got the hell out of that courtroom real quick. Only his grandma stayed during sentencings, like they don't even care about him anymore. No wonder he turned out the way he did. I'm not excusing him for his actions. Not at all. I did not want race to become one of the topics of conversation. And it was always going to be a topic, a subtopic, a side topic of conversation with this case because the media loves this. The left loves this. The Carmelo supporters. Oh, this is a modern day lynching. He freaking stabbed and killed someone because he was asked to move. It's white supremacy to ask him to get out of the tent. No, it's not. Don't bring a knife to a track meet. Don't be where you don't belong. And guess what? You're probably not going to have a problem. I know, shocking, racist, I get it. You know why I've never been stabbed at a track meet? Well, that makes it sound like I'm victim blaming. Sorry. You know why I've never stabbed somebody at a track meet? Because if I go to a track meet or a football game or a baseball game or a hockey game or a county fair or an event or whatever, I don't go places where I'm not supposed to be and put myself in a situation where I may come to the irrational justification that I have to defend myself with deadly force. That's why. Because I was raised right. I have a North Star. My parents raised me the right way to know right from wrong. So I made my share of mistakes, but not like that, obviously. All right, I'm going to play for you two things. I never like doing this, but I have to play this for you. I don't like giving this guy any oxygen, but I have to do this. Because it is people like Jake Lang, and it is people like the supporters of Carmelo Anthony who are outside of that courthouse. Those people on both sides. And I'm not saying one was worse than the other. I'm saying both sides of this debate are what's wrong with our culture and what's wrong with our society. Both of them. But let me show you, because a lot of people say, oh, Jake Lang, whatever. He just said, no. Let me show you why Jake Lang got arrested. This is the clip.
Black supremacist bullshit. You guys are complicit in the murder of white people. Irina Zarusky, Henry Where's the justice? 400 years. Where's the justice? 400 years. Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Carmelo Anthony should be hanged outside this courthouse.
Oh, that's not surprising at all.
Bring this man up out of one of these trees. He's a murderer. He's a murderer, racist murderer.
I don't disagree with Jake. Carmelo Anthony is a racist murderer.
No. You don't know he's a racist murderer. He's a murderer. You don't know that he's a racist murderer. You see, I don't disagree with Jake. I disagree with Jake. I disagree with saying something like that outside of a courthouse. I don't care how angry you are. You don't say that you're going to, that he should be swinging from a tree outside of a courthouse. And we'll see what happens with the charges, making terroristic threats. I don't know if it goes beyond that statement or not. He did it on video. Jake Lang, if there's one thing about Jake Lang that it's that he makes himself very easy to find. Why? Grift. He's a grifter. But this is not just a Jake Lang issue. I'm going to show you this from the other side now. Some of Carmelo Anthony's supporters. Watch this.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
I don't know what to do, she says. I got 5 boys. How about you get your dumbass away from that courthouse, go home to your 5 boys, and explain to them that killing other people when they ask you to move is not what you should do. How about you save your 5 boys' lives? Go be a freaking mom. How's that sound? Or a gestating parent. Like they say in New York now. That's what you should do. I don't know what I should do. I don't know what to do now. As if the conviction was wrong. Carmelo Anthony stabbed a teenager, in the heart because he asked him to move. You should go home to your 5 boys and explain to those 5 boys that if somebody asks you to leave somewhere, even if you think they're in the wrong, Don't kill him. Don't stab him. Sometimes you've got to turn around and walk away, even if you know you're not in the wrong. Do you understand how many people have effed me over? Money, politics, betrayals. Do you understand? I have a hot temper, I guess you could tell. How many times I wanted to just, I want to say something. I want to do something. I want to put them on blast. But you know what? That's not going to help anybody. That's not going to help anybody. So I tell the world that so-and-so stole X, Y, and Z from me. What is that going to do? They're going to say, good, contact the cops. What am I going to do? How many times I've been in an event, you're not allowed to be here. Oh, yes, no, you need to move. What am I going to fight? The person who's telling me to move and cause a situation that I'm going to deal with for the next couple of years? Or am I going to say, you know what, let me just cut my freaking losses and move to another spot and whatever. It is what it is. Sometimes, hey, look, if it's deadly force being used against me, then you defend yourself. If someone's asking you to leave and you know you're in the right spot, handle it some way different. I mean, imagine how the swatting could have gone last year. If I came out of the house, I didn't do nothing. What are you doing? What are you doing here? You cops, I'm not a guy. I would have got pumped full of lead. Pumped full of lead. If the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office called me last March and said, hey, here's what we heard. What are you talking about? You just hate Republicans and white people. You suck. Don't tell your officers if they come in here, they're going to be in real trouble. We're probably not even streaming right now. What do I tell my 5 boys? Here's what you tell your 5 boys. You tell your 5 boys, mommy loves you and does not want to see you involved in a tragedy like this. So if you find yourself in a situation that Carmelo Anthony found himself in, live to fight another day. Get out of there. Turn around and walk away. Don't kill somebody because they asked you to leave their tent. It really is that simple. And both sides of this debate are complicit in the downfall and the decay and the rot that we have seen in our culture. I don't want anybody to believe that I don't think there's a racial issue in this country, because I do. That's not to say there's systemic racism. There is racial tension in this country, and I don't like it. So I don't want to add to it when I believe it shouldn't be added to, when I believe it's not a part of the equation. And from the very beginning with the Carmelo Anthony case, I believed it wasn't a part of the equation. Now, after watching the case, seeing the evidence that was put forth by prosecutors, they didn't seem to think it was a part of the equation either, or else they would have included that in the evidence and used it to point towards a motive or an intent. They didn't. That's not to say, again, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I understand that. And you're free to think, I disagree with you. I think it was a part of the equation. That's fine to say, I think it was. I don't think it was. And the reason why I don't want to sit there and speculate about it being a part of it is because we already have enough racial tension. Why add to that problem where there's not enough evidence to suggest that it's there? It's like, the Charlie Kirk thing. Why blame it on the Jews when we know, based off of everything that we've seen, it's very likely that a radical leftist tried to kill Charlie Kirk because the radical left and succeeded in killing Charlie Kirk because the radical left hated Charlie Kirk. Why? Why must there be a sideshow inserted into that? Why? Because of money. Because it's easy and lucrative to sit behind one of these and look through one of those at an audience and say, yeah, I know, this is what they're telling you. But what about this? And you string your audience along and you solicit those donations and you love that support and you're just making money hand over fist. You're not doing anything worth a damn. Jake Lang's not moving the needle. Candace Owens is not moving the needle. Folks, that's my point on this. I'm not telling you that I think every claim of black on white racism or white on black racism, or I'm not telling you that I think it's all a hoax. I'm not even telling you that there was zero racial motivation in this case. I'm telling you that I don't believe there was racial motivation in this case because the evidence doesn't have any indication that that was the case here. That's all. And I want us to be responsible when we talk about this so that rather than talking about race where it doesn't need to be talked about in terms of motivation in the case, media coverage, we can have that conversation. Rather than talk about that in terms of the case, we should talk about the fact that kill culture, assassination culture, and the tragic violent evolution of cancel culture, which is always where this was going to wind up. We should be talking about that because that is what's going to wind up on your doorstep, not racism. Trust me. The violent evolution of cancel culture has wound up on my doorstep. In the form of a swatting, in the form of doxing, in the form of death threats. So I want to be responsible and talk about the actual issue, not the sideshow. And every time you see a guy like Lang at a protest, it's a sideshow. It is time to call this out repeatedly. It is time to stop giving this guy a platform. It is time to stop the sympathy party for this. Oh, he's being held at $1 million bond. That's not fair. F him. If he doesn't want to face the consequences for unlawful actions, then he shouldn't break the law. It is that simple. I've never been held on $1 million bond. Would you like to know why? Because I don't break the law. I only speed a lot. And sometimes I don't signal. All right. Would you like to move on from this? I'd like to move on from this. I'm going to move on to something else I think we could all agree on a little bit more than this because I haven't looked at the live chat. I don't want to get angry. I'm already, if you listen to the morning show today, I've already been kind of all over the place. You probably could tell I was a little cathartic, just now, yelling and getting some of the tension out. So I'm not mad at anybody in the chat. That's why I didn't look at it because I didn't want to start calling people out and all this. I'm not mad at anybody in the chat. I'm mad at the circumstances here. Okay? Let's stay focused on the signal, not the noise, to use the old cliche. Let's move on to this here. Democrats are now taking some of the worst policy. But shocking, breaking news, shocking. Wait, where's my alarm? Here we go. Democrats are now taking some of the most immoral positions in the name of morality. It's great. A majority of Democrats view gender transition, as well as the murder of unborn children, abortion, as morally acceptable, according to a recent Gallup survey. The survey examined Americans' moral views of 20 behaviors, including having a baby outside of marriage, pornography, doctor-assisted suicide, abortion, and more. Across the board, Americans view divorce, 74%. Sex between an unmarried man and a woman, 65%. Gay or lesbian relations, 62%. Medical research using stem cells or human embryos, 59%. Having a baby outside of marriage, 58%. Gambling, 57%. Buying and wearing clothing made of animal fur, 57%. And the death penalty, 52%, as morally acceptable. All right. I'll tell you, I think that the death penalty is morally acceptable. I think that buying and wearing clothing made of animal fur, an animal had to die. That's a tough one, but I would say, you know what? It could be useful. I don't see it. I don't think that's immoral. Gambling is a vice. That's for sure. I don't do it. And I don't believe it should be outlawed, but it is definitely a vice and can cause a problem. Having a baby outside of marriage, I think it depends. Because do you have the baby and then you get married? Is it really that bad? You should wait. Again, morally acceptable versus legal. The line there is kind of blurred. Stem cells or human embryos, if these are viable embryos, my position used to be use them. Now my position now is don't use them. So yeah, let's not, because that's almost like the whole abortion thing. Gay or lesbian relations, is that immoral? Natural law, if you're going to take a theological look, yeah, you could say that's immoral. Sex between unmarried men and women, I guess you could say that's immoral. Again, not illegal, but immoral. And divorce, definitely, I would say, is immoral. Definitely, I would say, is immoral. You make a solemn vow till death do we part, and and I'm not saying it should be illegal. Again, I just said it's bad though. It's not good. More consider medical testing on animals more morally acceptable than abortion. The latter, which sees only 41% deeming that morally acceptable. A majority across the board, 57%, also consider changing one's gender as morally acceptable. The partisan gaps on moral acceptability are even more stunning, showcasing the sharp divide between Republicans and Democrats. And I want to be very clear, too, I'm not going to necessarily think less of somebody for doing something immoral because we're bound to do that at some point. None of us are perfect. Okay? None of us are perfect. So it's not like, oh, you slept around when you're in college, like you're a bad person. No, I mean, that's bad. And it could lead to things that are bad, STDs or, an accidental pregnancy, and that could complicate things and whatnot. But that doesn't mean I think less of you. Just, you made a mistake. Everyone makes them. So I want to be clear on that also. A majority of Democrats, 73%, consider the murder of an unborn child as acceptable, compared to 18% of Republicans who say the same. All right, abortion is one of these I think it's a pretty cut and dry issue here. Especially for the chat. This chat. Okay? Especially for this chat. I believe the best way to go about abortion right now, and obviously it's a state issue, is heartbeat legislation. Because the slogan and the main argument is it's a woman's body, it's a woman's choice. But if there's another heartbeat within that body, it is no longer just a woman's body, it is no longer just the woman's choice. That heartbeat is another living human being. Not a fully developed human being, not a viable human being, but that heartbeat is human. That's not a dog. That's not a parasite, as James Tallarico said not too long ago. It's not an alien. It's not an unknown life source or anything like that. That is a human heartbeat. And again, this goes back to what I was saying about Carmelo Anthony and kill culture, assassination culture, and the tragic, violent evolution of cancel culture. Where do we draw the line? This is my question. Where do we draw the line? If it's okay to stop a heartbeat in the womb, where is it not okay to stop the heartbeat? We've dealt with this in Virginia. Post-birth abortion. No, that's a conspiracy theory. No, it is not. Ralph Northam had said, and he's talking with these doctors, if the baby's born, we'll keep it comfortable and have a conversation. No, there's no conversation. That's a person born out of the womb. U.S. citizen, protected by the Constitution. You shall not kill that person. That part shouldn't be controversial. If that baby's born, you have to leave it alone. Where do you draw the line? If it's okay to stop someone else's heartbeat, when is it not okay to stop someone else's heartbeat? He said, oh, after they're born. Nope, Virginia already said that's not the case when they did that whole thing. And if we're going to make the exception now for post-birth abortions now, when does that stop? 2 weeks? 5 minutes? A month? Couple years? What are you, just going to execute your child? Oh, it was just a post-birth abortion. I didn't want it anymore. Do you see how fast this could evolve into really something pretty demonic and scary? Abortions already, you can make the argument, is demonic and scary. And it can get even worse than that. Democrats are taking these positions, these amoral positions, and saying that it's morally acceptable to do so. 60% of Democrats view changing one's gender a biological impossibility. So gender is not a biologic thing. Sex, biological sex is rooted in biology. Gender, the word gender, for those of you who don't know, the word gender was first used linguistically, right, to describe the quote-unquote gender of words in various languages. You know, el versus la, right? Like in Spanish, like el niño, the young boy. La niña, the young girl. Niña, ending with the A, niña, that's a feminine word. Niño, ending with the O, that's a masculine word. That's where gender was supposed to, play a role. It's a linguistic classifier. Gender was never supposed to be related to in any way, shape, or form human biology. That is biological sex. So you don't even have a gender, in my opinion. You have a biological sex. You don't even have a gender. You don't even have a gender. But your biological sex cannot be changed. I've said this a million times. Caitlyn Jenner, his name is Caitlyn. He was born Bruce. You can legally change your name. I could change my name to, what was that guy on SpongeBob? He was number one, Schmitty Werben Jagerman Jensen. I could change my name to whatever I want. I could change my name to a numeric code tomorrow and be 5221583 if I wanted to. But it doesn't change my DNA. It doesn't change my biology. So Caitlyn Jenner, who is legally named Caitlyn Jenner now, is still a biological male and will always be. And I hope this doesn't happen. If something horrible happened to Caitlyn Jenner, a plane crash, a fire, or something where his body gets completely and totally mangled, and they need to determine who this person is, they're going to look at the DNA and see it's a biological male. They're not going to care that he walked around in a dress. Democrats view, 60% of Democrats view changing one's gender a biological impossibility. You know why it's biologically impossible to change your gender? Because you don't even have a gender. They view that as morally acceptable compared to 5% of Republicans who say the same. Not only is it not morally acceptable, folks, it's not possible. That's not real. Transgenders are real. Gender dysphoria is real. Changing your biology is not real. It's fake. You can't do it. You cannot do it. No matter what drugs you get pumped full of, no matter what you cut off or put on or whatever, you can't change your biology. If I put on a Darth Vader costume, I'm not Darth Vader. I'm Sean Farish wearing a silly costume. Okay? If I put on a Batman costume, I am not the Caped Crusader. I'm a guy in a costume. If I put on a Superman costume, I'm not the Man of Steel. I'm just a guy in a costume. But the Democrats taking these amoral positions, and they're framing it as, well, it's morally acceptable to do this, you know. And they actually frame it even worse. They frame it in such a way that it's malicious if you don't do it. It's like you're a bigot if you don't play along with this. Think about how far we have gotten. And this is part of the virtue signaling that goes on, right? Remember during 2020, if you guys and gals were on Instagram, remember the black squares? Remember the black squares? Oh, if you post a black square, it means Black Lives Matter. Oh, you didn't post a black square, you must hate black people. No, I don't hate black people, and I don't have to demonstrate that I don't hate black people because not hating black people is enough. Right? Not hating black people is enough. I already don't hate them. I already don't hate people because of their race. I don't need to demonstrate that to the world. The best way to demonstrate that to the world is with my actions, not with a social media post, a black square. But this is my point. Democrats and the social justice crowd out there was like, oh, if you don't post a black square, you know, we're keeping the lists of names and you didn't participate in this and you didn't say Black Lives Matter and you didn't do this. It's all a virtue signal, right? Again, if you're an adult, 18 years or older, and you want to chop off your breasts, I'm not going to tell you that I agree with that decision. I'm not going to tell you that I think it's a good decision because it isn't. But you can do what you want to do. Wait, but if you're a guy and you chop off your hedgehog, or maybe you don't chop off your hedgehog and you're taking hormone replacement therapy, or you're in a dress and heels and, you know, playing the part, you still can't go in the ladies' room because you're not actually a lady. I can't climb up into one of SpaceX's rockets and say, all right, Elon, I'm going into outer space because I'm Darth Vader and I find your lack of faith disturbing. I can't do that. But we've taken this to another level now with the virtue signaling where it's like, let me demonstrate to you how much I accept trans people. The best way to demonstrate that you accept people who disagree with you is to not go after them and just whatever, that's silly, but we're just going to let it be. No. I have to demonstrate now how much I don't hate you. I have to demonstrate now how much I accept trans people. So let me go ahead and put all those women at risk in a bathroom in Target. Let me go out there and put all those opportunities that young female girls in schools are chasing. Let me go destroy their chances of winning by putting males in their sports. Let me go shine a black guy's shoes because I have to prove that I don't hate them. You know how you could prove that you don't hate black people? Don't hate black people. That's all it's got to be. That's all it's got to be. It does not have to be more complicated than that. It doesn't. The left wants it to be more complicated than that because they love the virtue signaling. They love the division. They love making their little, oh, well, you didn't say that women should be in the men's room and men should be in the women's room, so you're a bigot until you comply with that. And they pressure, and then it's, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it. The men should definitely be in the women's room. No, you just got intimidated into saying something so stupid and putting people in harm's way. No. Okay? It's one of these things. This is what the Democrats are up to. Majority viewing abortion, gender transition as morally acceptable. Well, gender transition is not a real thing, and abortion should be illegal. You do not have the right to stop someone else's heartbeat. That is not your call. Okay, in self-defense, that might be your call. In actual self-defense, that might be your call. It was not Carmelo Anthony's call to end Austin Metcalf's heartbeat. That was not his decision to make. He was punished for making that decision. It is not someone's decision to make to stop another human being's heartbeat. Period. It's not for you. You don't have the power to make that decision unless it's in self-defense. All right. Holy cow, that hour flew by. That hour flew by. Let me play for you this real quick. A Trump a statement on Iran. Apparently, look, so there are things that are going on behind the scenes. That's why I'm trying not to be too hard on this administration. There are things going on behind the scenes. Listen to this comment he made about how much oil Iran has lost.
Inflation to come down between now and
when the war is over?
Yes.
It's coming down.
I know you can't.
It's going to come down like a rock. And again, we're taking out millions, which I'm just announcing today for the first time. But we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Millions of barrels. Every night we took out oil. But now I'm going to tell you because they just figured it out. So now that they figured it out, I can tell you. It was very hard for me. I wanted to say it so badly, but I didn't want to ruin it. But it was very hard. But millions of barrels of oil has come out. And that's why it's at $85, $90 a barrel instead of $250. But we have the greatest military in the world, the toughest military in the world, just the best in every way. Nobody even close. There's no military that's even close.
So we've been taking oil out of Iran. There you go. Misfit Patriot is next here, filling in for Kevin. Say some prayers for Kev and his mom. I think Misfit talked about this yesterday. She's getting a double lung transplant. So say some prayers. Send us some prayers for her. Thank you so much for watching the second edition of An Hour with Me today. Misfit Patriot up next. I'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. Enjoy Misfit. Very easy to enjoy him, by the way. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good afternoon, misfits, or whatever we call Kevin's audience. My name is Zach Bonfilio. I am the host of the Daily Breakdown, usually at 9 a.m. You just heard from Sean with Ungoverned that Kevin is dealing with something going on with his mom. I was here yesterday filling in. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope some of you are back for today. Yeah, it's really strange doing the afternoon because what I do is I go to work and then I go, okay, I'm setting some tile. I run a remodeling company. I'm setting some tile and I'm like halfway through the wall and I'm like, okay, 12:45. I gotta go up. I was setting some tile. You know what? Actually, let me show you guys. We'll get to that later. I had this job, and here you go. And yesterday, this is what I did. I was, about 3/4 of the way up from the wall. If I had not been filling in for Kevin, I probably would have finished the wall. I probably would have moved on and done some more tile work. And it's kind of a good thing that I was filling in yesterday because after I left, my customer goes, hey, wasn't that tile supposed to be vertical? And I was like, not that I'm aware of. They're like, I thought we talked about that. I'm like, I remember we talked about brick pattern, staggered pattern, what have you. And he was like, we'd really like it vertical. So after the show yesterday, I went back and I literally pulled all that off the wall, which was fine because it was still semi-wet, right? So see here, I had to go back and I had to pull all that off. And then today I went and I turned it vertical. So let me ask you guys in the chat, what do you think looks better? Do you think the horizontal or the vertical looks better? All right, I know this is a show about politics, but let's have some fun for a few minutes, okay? Come on, we can multitask. Okay, here's vertical, and here's horizontal. Okay, there's horizontal and vertical. We got one horizontal, we got one vertical. This is kind of like Fan Mail Friday, right? We're taking, everyone's guessing. Not using blue board? No. I don't use blue board. Blue board? What? Blue board? You mean drywall? No, this is Go board. That is waterproof board. That is fully waterproof. That is made out of a polystyrene. Vertical, horizontal. Looks like, looks like it's a little split. Vertical and horizontal. Anyway, enough about me. All right? Because this is what we really do here. All right? So, I'm covering Kevin's show, so I wanted to really just sort of focus on the news. I'm not sure how he likes to structure his show, but I do this. I used to do this thing called Just the News, right? Before we had themes of the day, Just the News is when I really just cover the news. I'll show you in a minute. And I told Eli, our wonderful producer, by the way, he's probably going to pop in here any minute now and tell you to share. So let me get ahead of that and just remind everybody, please share this. It's down there somewhere, but hit that thumbs up and share this out because we like to build the parallel or the counter messaging to the crazy podcastistan, and we have a great team here at LFA, so we need you to do your part. You look like you're on the toilet. I am, by the way, I look like I'm on the toilet. I am in a very luxurious leather recliner reading a newspaper with Kevin's photo on it. Replace Thune ASAP in the chat. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so just the news. We're just going to pretty much cover the news today. We're going to, jump on DuckDuckGo, and you can see here, I just typed in news, right? So we got some stories. Ooh, I don't know what I just did. We got some stories here. Let's see here. We got Middle East every day. There's something on that. Cardi B slams, quote, disgusting Carmelo Anthony conviction. We'll talk about that. Bill Gates tells lawmakers he was not aware of Epstein's crimes. Okay. Key takeaways from primaries in Maine, South Carolina, and Nevada. We'll talk about that. Nancy Mace, we'll talk about that. But you know what? I do want to jump into a couple of things. All right. So Sean was talking about this in his last, in the last hour. Right. I've been warning about this guy, Jake Lang. Sean's been warning about this guy, Jake Lang. I don't know which one of us did it first, but we started doing it right around the same time. And Jake Lang is a provocateur, and he's most likely, I don't like to do the Candace Owens, Ian Carroll conspiracy theory rabbit hole, just asking questions, Illuminati runs the world BS. But I would say that there is a non-zero chance that Jake Lang is controlled opposition. And here's why. I'm not just, just asking questions. I have actual, I would say, circumstantial evidence and hearsay and, just sources that would lead me to believe why Jake Lang is potentially controlled opposition. What does controlled opposition mean? For those of you that don't know, it's somebody that the opposing side, in this case, it would be the left, uses to divide and conquer on the right, or vice versa. Right? We use these we use these operations, psychological operations, in other countries. Other countries use them in this country. Jake could be something from another country. He also could just be a clout-chasing, grifting, racist retard. I don't know. So this is why, at least I say that I might not be right on this. I don't say we know. Maybe the SPLC hired Jake. Hold on. I mean, Sly 57 here. Maybe the SPLC hired Jake. We know that the SPLC was hiring, paying white supremacist organizations to continue the racial divide in America. So, possible. But here's what I know. Okay, I've had conversations with people who were inside. Jake Lang is a January 6er, right? He's one of the people that were locked up because of January 6th. He's also one of the very few people who deserved to be locked up. He should have been arrested. He was swinging an aluminum baseball bat at a Capitol Police officer's head, and I think that no matter how you feel about the results of the 2020 election, swinging a bat at a police officer's head is illegal. You shouldn't do that. In this country, we have the right to peaceful assembly. Key word, peaceful. We have that right. That is your First Amendment right. Oh, I typed in Jake. That's why. Here, let me put in his full name, and we will show you the video of him swinging a baseball bat at a police officer, Capitol Police officer's head. And you can feel a certain type of way about Capitol Police. You can feel a certain type of way about a lot of things, right? But objectively, swinging a bat like this is Jake Lang. He just hit a Capitol Police officer in the head. Capitol Police officer was wearing a helmet, okay, had a riot shield, but this is clear cut, 100%, no need for any further information. you are, in fact, swinging a aluminum baseball bat at a cop's head, right? This was one of the first things that I saw where I went, nope, we ain't aligning with that guy.
Oh, I had a steel baseball bat fucking swinging for the stars.
And there is a verbal admission that it was him. He had an aluminum baseball bat and he was, quote, swinging for the stars. Does anybody dispute the fact that Jake Lang is, based on the evidence presented here, right, guilty of assault on an officer? Okay? So, after this, start talking to Timothy Hale, start talking to some other people. Jake Lang reaches out to me via DM, and my only reply to him was, nope. I'm not even joking. I mean, hold on. You know what? Because it's funny. Jake Lang. Where's Jake Lang? But yeah, I heard a bunch of stuff about him. And here. This is how you deal with Jake Lang. Hey, brother. Nope. He sends me more stuff. I don't reply. Nope. That's how you deal with Jake Lang. Nope. So look, I talked to some people. There's a lot of people who believe that he was getting cell phones and tablets inside so that he could reach out to people in the MAGA movement from inside jail and get them caught up in some type of, like admission where he was trying to reduce his sentence. That's the general consensus among people. I mean, he was saying that he was in solitary confinement, yet he was on Alex Jones from jail. He was calling in to do podcasts from solitary confinement. I don't know if you know, but that's not how it works. There was just a lot of weird stuff, right? A lot of weird stuff. But anyway, fast forward to, 5-6 years later, he gets out because Trump had to pardon everybody, right? And I think that Trump maybe should have kept him in, but you know what? I'm not mad at Trump for doing a blanket pardon, because the way I explain it is when Trump pardoned J6ers, he was pardoning the act of arresting J6ers based on some two-tier justice system. So you have to undo it completely, which means you're going to actually let a couple people out that were probably not the best, right? The vast majority of the people who were persecuted for January 6th, Isabella Maria DeLuca, who doesn't even like me, but I'll still defend her. She was indicted or almost arrested for touching a table that was later used, and it was thrown at like an officer by somebody else, right? There was a lot of shady stuff going on January 6th. So Trump had to blanket pardon everybody. So Jake gets out. While he's in jail, he raises over $1 million with GoFundMe's because he's lying to his audience from his tablet that he has inside that's probably approved by whoever gave it to him, that was like, hey, you know what? If you get us some information on people, then, we'll reduce your sentence. He was also delaying his own trial because strategically he was thinking that if Trump did win, then he would pardon them, which actually worked out, right? But now, here he is, he gets out, and what does he do? What does he immediately start doing? He immediately starts going and inserting himself into a bunch of situations, making the MAGA movement look like retards, right? He goes in, he jumps into these protests in Minnesota. He's got a lot, he's on camera saying, we're not gonna let Jews turn our kids into a bunch of N-word lovers, right? And then he starts going after Austin Metcalf's father, okay? So let's remind everybody. Jake Lang said this to Austin Metcalf.
To stand by me in it.
No, let it talk.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Boom. That is Jake Lang telling the father of the young boy who was killed by Carmelo Anthony that it's his fault for not being racist. Jake Lang said to Austin Metcalf's father, you are creating more Austin Metcalfs, your son, with your cowardice by not being racist. Because you know why he did this? Because Austin Metcalf's father forgave Carmelo Anthony and said we need to have an end to racism and violence. Pardon my language, I'll hit the naughty button, but fuck this piece of shit. I have a naughty button. I don't know if you guys don't watch my other show, I bleep it. But sometimes it slips. If it does slip,
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
We have the earmuffs apology. But my point is, it's continuous, it's nonstop, right? And now we're dealing with. Sorry, I have a lot. Here we go. A lot of clips of this kid. We have this now, right? This is Jake Lang outside of the Carmelo Anthony trial. So first he starts attacking the father of Austin Metcalf. And then he goes out and he says this. Why is it not playing? Come on. Let's just refresh that. Okay.
The tree outside. Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse.
Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside of this courthouse. So as Sean was saying in the previous hour, right, which I was listening to on my drive back here to rush back here so I could fill in. If you're aligning with this guy because you agree with him on, one or two things like maybe Islam, maybe you don't realize that he's a grifter and a liar, and maybe you've only seen selectively edited clips of him, and maybe you actually didn't know any of this. But if you didn't, and now you do, right? My question to you is, when you accept a person, right, when not a viewpoint, a person, as somebody that you are saying, this person, Jake Lang, advocates for X, right? Advocates for X, Y, Z. You're owning everything else they say, right? You can't selectively choose when you align with a person, right? Because you can say, I could say, like, I had this debate with Enrique Tarrio, right? And Enrique Tarrio was like, well, you don't like Nick Fuentes, but don't you agree with him on net zero migration? I go, no, I agree with net zero migration. I don't agree with Nick Fuentes on net zero migration. I'm not attaching Nick Fuentes' name to the thing I agree with, because then I'm agreeing with Nick Fuentes. It's not, Nick Fuentes isn't the founder or the first person that ever thought of net zero migration. So if you want to say what Jake Lang says about Islam is correct, that I guess you could say that, right? But if you say Jake Lang is correct, right? So we need to start having this thing called discernment. All right? We need to start realizing when we attach ourselves to people, not ideas, people, right? We are essentially hitching ourselves to everything they say. What's the old saying? Show me who your friends are, I'll show you who you are, right? And you, the audience, I already do this. You need to do a better job of that. I'm not saying you don't. This is if the shoe fits, wear it. If not, don't. But the audience, we all need to do a better job of realizing who is messaging for us. Because if Jake Lang is controlled opposition, it's working. And if he's not, you're just doing it wrong. All right. So, Jake Lang was also arrested for terroristic threats. A lot of people think it's because of what he just said in that clip. It's not. He was not arrested for saying Carmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree, right? That makes him a piece of shit, but it's not illegal. No. So here's the arrest record. And the reason why he was actually arrested, his girlfriend confirmed. She posted from his account. I just got an update. Jake Lang was arrested by dozens of DPS Texas federal police officers who ripped him off the plane, handcuffed him, and drove him away. He has been charged with 3 Class 3 terroristic threats for saying if the jury didn't find Carmelo Anthony guilty, that Jake would take care of it himself. That's a freaking death threat. If he's basically saying he's threatening the jury, the judge, and anyone else who's advocating that Carmelo Anthony should not be found guilty. I think that he should have been and was, right? But he's saying, if you don't give me what I want, I will take care of it. And we all know what take care of it means, right? He said he should be hanging from a tree, and if you don't find him guilty, I'll take care of it myself. Yeah, he should definitely have been arrested. And he can go through the due process that every single citizen is afforded to in this country of innocent until proven guilty. He can go through his trial, and he can take all that money he raised grifting while he was a political prisoner, and he can spend it on a lawyer. Because what goes around does, in fact, come around. And this is not going to be cheap. He's at $1 million bond right now. Good. I'm a free speech advocate, but I'm also a law and order advocate. And this bullshit is illegal. You do not get to threaten the public or a jury or whoever. If you don't get your way, you're going to murder somebody, because that's the implication. He can go argue it in court. We're in the court of public opinion here, all right? I'm not on a jury. I can have opinions. You can disagree. We can all banter, right? A lot of people have that conflation where they go, if you say something, then you're not for the rule of law. Everybody's innocent, proven guilty. You're innocent until proven guilty, but just because you're presumed innocent doesn't mean you are. And because I have this thing called the First Amendment, I could say, I think he's guilty, right? That's my right. Oh, some idiot in the chat. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Hold on. Let me see if I'm reading this correctly. So are you saying it's okay for black people to say it? Are you speaking to me? Are you speaking to me? Or is there something going on in the chat? If that is to me, I'm going to go full screen. I want you to really focus, okay? Whether that was directed at me or not, okay? I'm gonna pull this mic up here. I want you to really, let's get it down a little bit, okay? Whataboutism isn't an argument. Whataboutism is not an argument. So if I say one person is doing something wrong and you go, what about the other people who are doing wrong things? Did I talk about those other people? Have I addressed all of the black people that have done anything wrong in their lives? Right? No, I didn't. You, dumbass, you just threw that in there, right? No. Anyone who does what Jake Lang did should go to jail. Anyone. If you're upset that they aren't in jail, you can go get yourself a badge and you can start arresting them. But instead, you're in my comment section typing dumb bullshit. So shush. Unlike you, sir, ma'am, don't know, don't care. Unlike you, I don't play this stupid game of, well, I think that we should be able to do bad things because other people do bad things. I'm not a reactionary. I'm not a moron. I am of the belief that wrong is wrong. If I'm talking about Jake Lang, I think what Jake Lang did is wrong. If you would like me to talk about something else, we can. But that's not what I was talking about. Okay. But speaking of, calling out both sides, Carmelo Anthony's parents are also pieces of garbage. And I think that they didn't do anything illegal. Highly immoral, right? Speaking of Jake Lang raising millions of dollars and having to use it, et cetera, Carmelo Anthony's parents are pretty much just as bad as Jake Lang. They're horrible people, just like Jake Lang. In case that moron in the chat didn't want to, just wait a few seconds, this was the next slide. Carmelo Anthony's parents, I believe, used the tragedy that their son was part of to create an opportunity for them, not for him, for them, right? They raised $625,000, bought a new house instead of spending every penny of it on a lawyer. And then even after he was convicted, they kept the campaign going and were still pulling in donations. And people rightfully were like, hey, really? So Give, Send, Go has unpublished this campaign. I'm sure that they get to keep the money. But I said it this morning, and nothing's changed since this morning. Carmelo Anthony is a murderer. He's a murderer who should have been and was convicted of murder. He was a first-time offender with no criminal history, and he was a 17-year-old stupid kid. So while he is a murderer, and while he made a horrible, life-altering decision, right, I don't think that he should be given the death penalty. I don't think that we should be treating him as if he were, let's say, George Floyd, right, who, robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. It's just a horrible, tragic situation, and nothing in the entire trial was presented as evidence that Carmelo Anthony attacked Austin Metcalf or stabbed Austin Metcalf based on race. So this wasn't a racially motivated attack as far as we know. It's from a 17-year-old kid who's probably very misguided because his parents are garbage demons. Not because they're black, by the way. I know what you're about to frickin' say in the chat, you racist retard. It just sucks. 2 kids' lives are ruined. His parents could have spent every dollar of that money on a really good attorney. They could have taken a plea deal, but they didn't, right? And now he's in jail for at least 17 years, up to 35. He's going to either get out in his 30s, 40s, or 50s, right? And hopefully, he uses the time in prison to reflect on what he did and try to spend time praying and trying to make up for it and asking for forgiveness. And then when he gets out, whenever he gets out, I would hope that he utilizes his freedom to help educate other people and try to save lives instead of taking them. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. It's probably statistically not even likely, but I hope it happens. So instead of attacking him, instead of continuing the freaking race war and pushing more divide, I'm asking you guys to just pray for him and turn this horrible situation, hopefully, into something positive. And maybe, just maybe, that kid might have a shot when he's an adult of contributing to society after taking a young, innocent life. Just saying, man. Joe Bo, I've been here a lot long to LFAFU. Hey, Joe, dude, I'm sorry. I think I need to reintroduce myself. I think we got off on the wrong foot, Joe Bo, right? I'm very sorry. You know what? I really do. I am genuinely sorry. I feel like I need to apologize to you, right? I don't think that you are aware that I don't give a check. There we go. We're back. Sorry, when I hit the naughty button, I hit it a little bit too hard and I messed up the cord. I don't know where I left off, but technical difficulties. I don't know where we left off, but let me just reiterate one final time, okay? When I was going to drop the F-bomb, that's when I thought I did it, okay? My apology to you is, I'm sorry you didn't know who was guest hosting today. But trust me when I tell you, I do not care if you have a problem with me. That's my apology. My apology is, I'm sorry you didn't realize that I'm not the person that you're normally seeing. You want to file a complaint? Hit up whoever you want, right? If you say some racist stuff and you say like, "Ooh, you think that black people should be able to?" No. That's not how I roll. Sorry. I am sorry. It's just not for the thing that you want me to be sorry for. Sorry. Okay. All right, moving on. Let's reset, regroup, what does Sean say? Regroup, reorient, resume the mission. The Washington Post is Zach. He is talking to. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now I really am sorry, Zach. He is talking to W. Wilson in the chat. Maybe I was looking at the wrong person. You know what? Hey, man, if I had this whole thing confused, my bad. All I saw was I said, "Am I talking to you?" And you said, "Here, let me go back just in case." We're gonna move on from this, right? When I said, "Are you talking to me?" I saw yes, you, and I thought you were talking to me. Then I saw W. Wilson said, yes, it was for you. So if I just went off and I was mistaken and y'all just, did something to me, then I do apologize. But you know what? Hey, it's a live show. Sometimes things get heated. I think that if you follow my content, you know that I'm a little snippy. All right. Wade Wilson says I defended him because Joe lost it. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, hey guys, you know what? Let's all just be friends. Let's all be friends. Let's not turn this into an episode of Jerry Springer, okay? It's a little spicy today, all right? I got the door open for the dog, so it's hot as hell in here. All right. And scene. I was just kidding. Okay. The reflecting pool on the National Mall, this is from the Washington Post, has been refilled following President Trump's renovations. The project ultimately took 6 weeks, cost more than $10 million, far more than Trump initially projected. You don't hate the media enough, all right? You do not hate the media enough. Period. Especially the Washington Post. First of all, even in this side-by-side, it does look better, right? However, this is bullshit. All right, did I do the naughty button right that time? I'm gonna make sure I didn't just break stuff again. I'm gonna leave that naughty button alone for the rest of the show. Otherwise, I'm gonna be just muting myself. Okay, now this is the fake news. Let's show you the real news. Okay, this is a time lapse of the before and after. Okay, it's 39 seconds. Okay, wait for it. That's cool. Whoever set up this this thing for 6 weeks and just time lapsed the whole thing, that's pretty cool. Okay, so this is what it looks like. And I think they're going to show what it looked like at first. Okay, yeah, so here. Pause. That's loud. Pause. Okay, here is an actual before and after. The thing was green. It was Swamp Thing green. Look at it. Look at it at the bottom and look at it now. It looks way better. Closer shot. That's green. The water was green. Whoever, Washington Post, you remember when they did like that Joe Rogan thing when they put a filter on him? They definitely did that here because you can even look at the color of the stairs. See the color of the stairs? You see what they did here? And you see the color of the stairs here? They definitely filtered. They put a filter on this. This is definitely edited. What it really looked like was a swamp. The irony of Trump draining the swamp when he actually drained a swamp. Do we want to cover this really quick? We'll save that. There was one other thing. Okay, yes. Okay, so we're going to move on to just the news. Just the news, all right? We're going to skip the Middle East crisis because I'm sure you are sick of hearing it as much as I am. It's the same thing every day. Look, I am a huge Trump supporter. Huge, right? huge, right? I even got the Trumpinator right here. He is by far the greatest president that I have had in my lifetime and potentially forever. I'm a huge Trump supporter. I'm prefacing that because I'm about to criticize him, which we are allowed to do. Trump, stop saying the war is almost over. Every time he comes out and says, it'll be over in a couple of days, and then a couple of days later it's not, right? We go, you know, like, right? So that's my criticism. I really wish Trump would just stop that. I wish he, and I've said this before, look, I'm giving him 6 months from the time the war started before I start freaking out. I think it's a reasonable ask, right? I really wish that he would stop saying it's almost over, because it's just, it creates an expectation, and then it creates disappointment and faux failure. It looks like failure, but it's not. Trump is an optimist, and his messaging is optimism, and it's always been like that. But in this case, he's messing up because you're dealing with people who know that they don't have any military strategic leverage. They don't have any kind of leverage except, right? They know the midterms are coming up, and they know that Americans are tired of the war. So they will drag this out as long as they can. So what Trump needs to do is, if you're going to count to 10, if you're going to say, if I count to 10 and you're still messing around, I'm going to bomb the shit out of you. I might have hit the naughty button a little late there. Bomb them. Either bomb them or come out and say, look, it'll be over when it's over. But whatever you do, Trump, you have to stop setting these deadlines, because I know what he's doing. He's trying to put pressure, and he's trying to message. He's trying to keep everybody optimistic, and it's almost here. It's almost here. It's almost here, right? It's almost here. It's almost here. It's not helping. So that's all I'll say. I have criticized Trump about several things in the past, right? Some big, some small. This is something that, I think we should do. I think that you shouldn't be a anti-Trumper, and you shouldn't be a Trump loyalist. You should be a pragmatic, call balls and strikes. I think that he's like Tom Brady, right? Tom Brady was the GOAT. But when Tom Brady threw an interception, I would yell at the TV. And I would say, oh, you idiot, I can't believe you did that, right? Treat it like that. Okay. That's all we're going to do on that first story. Next story, Cardi B slams disgusting Carmelo Anthony conviction. How a teenager stabbing case became a racial flashpoint in Texas. No, you go away. Carmelo Anthony, who is now 19, fatally stabbed Austin. We already know this. Despite the prosecution claiming, by the way, this is the prosecution claiming that the case had nothing to do with race, and Metcalf's father disavowing those who focused on race as a contributing factor. Winky wink, Jake Lang. It quickly became a flashpoint. Several prominent figures. Hey, there he is. Jason Whitlock called the violence senseless. Anthony should have pled insanity. All right. So essentially, this article is just a bunch of political commentators with a combined IQ of my dear freezer, talking about what happened. And we don't need to know what they think, because they're all stupid. That's that story. That's the breakdown there on that news. Bill Gates tells lawmakers he was not aware of Epstein's crimes. Well, Bill Gates, if he said it, he's very credible. Bill Gates would never lie to you. Bill Gates would never in his entire life ever lie to you at all. Ever. It's like Jeffrey Epstein going like, I thought she was 18. Bro. All right, let's skim this. Bill Gates appeared before members of Congress on Wednesday and said he never witnessed or knew about any of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Gates was on Capitol Hill to answer questions about his relationship with Epstein as the House Oversight Committee continues its investigation into the late sex offender. Gates has taken part in a closed-doors transcribed interview. I'm glad to be here, volunteer to testify. In the text of his prepared opening statement, he described how he first met Epstein, etc., etc., etc. Okay, here's my thoughts on this. Okay, if you knew Jeffrey Epstein, if you were associated with him in, you know, some whatever capacity of like, you know, like Trump, you know, it's like, 30 years ago, I kicked him out of my golf course because he was hitting on waitresses, right? That's one thing, right? But if you're Bill Gates... Look, dude, I'm not saying that one of my friends isn't a pedophile, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you can't hide your crimes, right? I'm not saying that you can't hide your crimes. But I think it would be really difficult, right? For because look, I used to live in Florida, right? I knew the guy that sold the drugs, right? I wasn't friends with him, but everybody knew he sold the drugs, right? People talk is what I'm saying, right? If you're in a social circle, right, people talk. And Trump even came out and he goes, yeah, people used to talk about how Epstein liked them young, right? Trump is like saying, yeah, we knew there was some rumors, right? Bill Gates was like buddy with Jeffrey Epstein for like 20-something years. Like, dude, you knew some weird stuff was at least going on, right? Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining outside, all right? Like, so that's my thoughts on that story. All right. Let's talk about a couple of important stories. We got about 10 minutes left, so let's get this. Let's get this in here. Oh, you son of a... Washington Post wants us to pay. No, we're not gonna. Key takeaways from the primaries in Maine, South Carolina, and Nevada. Okay, let's we'll move on to... One sec. Is this? Oh, this is also Washington Post. Great. Both stories are Washington Post. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's go to Nancy Mace. Okay. Nancy Mace, she got absolutely demolished, right, in her race for governor. And she immediately endorsed the candidate that Trump didn't endorse, okay? So here's at 44% of the vote counted. I know it's been updated since then. She got 11% of the vote. Let's see here. What was the percentage here? This was, oh, it doesn't give me the percentage. Looks like she had 43,000. It was probably somewhere around 80% of the vote at this point. Okay, so this may sound crazy, right? And I know that this is gonna like blow the minds of the release the Epstein files people. This is gonna blow their minds, right? This is gonna be like, what? Are you crazy? That's definitely not true. But stay with me now, okay? Is it possible that the reason why all of the people who focused on the Epstein files are now losing their seats or leaving Congress, is it at all possible that the reason is not the Jews, and it's because they talked about the Epstein files more than they talked about their own constituents? Is it possible? Is it possible that the people who are supposed to be representing their district were not representing their district. And every time somebody in their district saw them on TV, they were looking at their electric bill and the replacement rim that they need on their tire because the pothole that hasn't been filled in just smashed it up, and wondering why there's, the roads are dirty. And is it possible that every time somebody turned on the TV and saw Nancy Mace, MTG, Thomas Massey, and others, they were talking about a dead pedophile and a conspiracy theory about some cabal of elitists, right, on an island, right? Because look, here's the deal. If my representative was constantly talking about the Epstein files and I was like, and I had a kitchen table issue, I'd be like, hey, bro, did you forget about me? Because I think that's kind of more of a better explanation than the Jews did it, right? The Jews did it. The Jews, AIPAC, 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 AIPAC. It's always AIPAC. Maybe it's not. I don't know, just something to think about. But yeah, there's a reason why Nancy Mace got destroyed. And it is because of the Jews. It's because she kept on focusing on a Jew named Jeffrey Epstein instead of her own voters. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not going to play it. I don't know how this audience is going to want it. I don't know how you're going to feel about that one. But let's just say that Jake Lang drops a hard R in this video. Speaking of the Jews, he says in this video, I'm not going to play it so it's because it's a family-friendly show. He said, speaking about the Jews, we are not going to let you, the Jews, turn our kids into a bunch of hard R N-word lovers, right? Anyone who aligns with this dude on anything, right? I would hit the naughty button, but you know what I'm going to say, right? You. Okay? We good? Good. That's great. That's awesome. Okay. And finally, final story of the day. Thomas again, still, by the way, this whole thing flowed really well, like it was intentional, completely accidental, right? It was like, it just flowed right into this story. Again, Thomas Massey, another guy who's like, Jews, 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 Israel, 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 and then he gets booted out of Congress and he blames the Jews again. Thomas Massey raised more money than his opponent, right? So if the Jews give a whole bunch of money. Oh, and by the way, Thomas Massey's top donor, Jeff Yass, a Jewish billionaire Zionist. Thomas Massey, his campaign was funded by a Jewish billionaire Zionist. Google it. But he's still blaming the Jews for everything. And now he's going back to Israel attacked the USS Liberty. Now, if you guys have not seen the full debate with Cam Higbee and Phil Turney is the guy that Thomas Massey is parading around Washington right now going, he was on the USS Liberty and the Jews, Phil Turney is a Jew-hating liar. Thank you for your service. I'm glad you survived the friendly fire incident. You're also a Jew-hating liar. I have no problem saying that. Just because you served in the military it's not a shield that you can never be criticized about anything ever. So Cam Higbee, I recommend you go and find and watch this entire debate because it's a really good debate to watch. It's very informative. You'll actually learn a lot, but you'll also see how the types of people that Thomas Massie is using to prove his narrative. First, he paraded around Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators, calling them victims. Now he's parading around a Jew-hating liar, calling him a victim of the USS Liberty attack. 1 minute, 26 seconds. We got 3 minutes left. That's perfect. Here you go.
And I think your documents are not worth the paper they're written on. And if you get anything from Israel, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
And I just want to, again, make very clear that this that I showed earlier is not my document. This is yours. It's from your website. You're the president of the Liberty Veterans Association. You guys very conveniently removed the Naval Court of Inquiry from your website. And on top of that, we keep talking about sacrificing liberty. And you just said something even more interesting about how my Israeli documents are not worth the paper they're written on. I'm talking about the flight transcripts between the fighter jet pilots and the aircraft controllers. Again, this is the USS Liberty, the Sacrificing the Liberty documentary right here. The same communications that I am referencing, but you guys cherry pick them right here. Right here, Royal and the other fighter jet pilots that are communicating in the thing. This is the Sacrificing the Liberty documentary. Now, if you're wondering why it's on Twitter, it's probably because you guys actually took it down from YouTube just before this debate. I watched it last week and it was up on YouTube, but it's conveniently privated. I found the link, and this video is private. We go back right here, Sacrificing the Liberty. Here it is right here on YouTube. It pops up, in the search, but when you go here, it's a private video. You can't watch it. Very convenient. I think that you guys probably didn't actually want me to watch the Sacrificing the Liberty documentary. Talk about Ward Boston recanting his testimony. As far as Ward Boston goes, Ward Boston's name and signature are on the.
There you go. I love Cam. Cam's a friend. He's a good guy, and he's just an amazing debater. And Phil Turney, who is a quote survivor of the USS Liberty attack, he uses his title of survivor to consistently just attack Israel and Jews. And Thomas Massie knows this. That's why Thomas Massie is parading him around like a trophy on Capitol Hill, to push the narrative that the reason he lost was not because he was in Congress for 14 years and did not pass a single bill. His approval rating in his own district was in the 30s, sometimes down to 19%. And he was in a majority MAGA district, and the reason why he finally lost is because he attacked Trump in a majority MAGA district, not Jews, right? It's not a smart idea. So, all right, it is 3:00. So, Herrell's coming up next, I think. Sorry, this isn't my hour, guys, so I don't know who's coming up next. But thank you so much for allowing me to take over this episode. Apologies again if I mistook any of the chats. I'm sorry. It's a very high tension day. But enjoy the next host, and I will see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. if you want to join in for the daily breakdown. Thank you.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not.
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. We really do appreciate it. What's going on in Belfast? What's going on in our own country? Pretty incredible stuff. I would say what's going on in Belfast is not actually happening in a vacuum. So let's kind of do a recap, shall we? For years, you've got ordinary people like you and me. We've been told that mass immigration is inevitable, that questioning it is unacceptable, and that the concerns of local communities don't matter. I mean, the politicians tell us that with their actions. Now the tension has been building beneath the surface, and it's impossible to ignore. I mean, cars are on fire in Ireland. They're reportedly going house to house in immigrant homes and burning them to the ground. The argument from the political class, though, has always been that diversity automatically makes a society stronger, which is insane. That is a lie. That's not true. History shows the more fragmented a population becomes, the harder it is for people to actually unite around common interests or values. Our goals are different, but here is the wicked, sinister truth that I think is kind of being missed by this. It's actually a manipulation tactic for elites to maintain power, because when citizens share less culture, less history, less identity, organizing against powerful institutions, the people that are your leaders, becomes far more difficult. Mass immigration isn't simply about compassion or economics. It's a political project, and a population divided into competing groups is easier to manage than a population that sees itself as one community with, a shared history. I don't know, what's the original definition of nation, the actual definition of nation, a people of a common ancestry and a common language. It becomes very difficult, and that's what we're seeing. People who are busy arguing with each other are less likely to challenge the people at the top, and the Irish have had enough, and they've figured out this immigration shell game that's being played on them for decades. Governments across the West have ignored concerns about immigration for decades. And when leaders refuse to listen, frustration grows and it boils over. Belfast may be the latest example of that reality, but you and I both know it won't be the last. As for Americans, we shouldn't dismiss what's going on over there, and many of us are not, thankfully. It's not just Belfast's problem. It's not just somebody else's problem. We should take a hard look in the mirror. What's going on here? The same forces that have divided communities across Europe have been at work here for decades. In America, every major issue is immediately filtered through race, identity, and tribal politics, instead of asking whether justice was served, or whether laws are being applied fairly, or whether public policy is working. The conversation quickly becomes a battle between competing groups. Look at the reaction to Carmelo Anthony in the verdict there. He killed, murdered Austin Metcalf, and only gets 35 years and will likely be out in 17 years for taking the life of Austin Metcalf. I'm outraged by that. I know you're outraged by that. But many American blacks think Carmelo is the real victim. So how do we reconcile that? How do you move forward into society when that, something so basic, self-evident, is refuted? They refuse to admit that Carmelo was the aggressor. The result is that Americans will end up arguing with each other, like we're seeing out on the streets outside of the Dallas courthouse there. And we're just not going to really ask about any bigger questions. So we're a divided country, divided into competing camps, which once again is far easier to manage than a country united around, I don't know, Christianity. If citizens see themselves primarily as members of a racial, ethnic, or ideological tribe, they're less capable of organizing around issues that affect everyone. And this is to our politicians' advantage, not ours. So it's by design. The immigration debate follows this exact same pattern. Millions of Americans have expressed outrage about illegal immigration, border security, the impact mass immigration has on our wages, our jobs, our local communities turning into violent third world hellscapes. Yet year after year, Washington will give us excuses, or maybe get some movement on it, but then Renee Good dies, and so we pull out of Minnesota. One of the reasons, powerful interests are still alive and well, and they benefit from the current status quo here in America. Big corporations benefit from large labor pools and lower labor costs. Politicians benefit from keeping the issue alive while avoiding the political consequences of actually solving it. So while ordinary Americans argue with one another about race and Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, and all of our grievances, the people with the most power continue accumulating more of it. Now, that's not to say that we shouldn't argue about it, because I think, what we're really dealing with here is a truth claim that needs to be defended. But you see the game. And we're going to talk about how society got here, and one of the reasons society got where it is right now is because Barack Obama. Do you remember when Barack Obama told public schools that they had to get their numbers of black kids who were being suspended down? They were too high. It was disproportionate to the amount of white kids that were being suspended, so the public schools were being racist. I think specifically with the Carmelo Anthony murdering Austin Metcalf, I think you're seeing the fruits of that policy. We don't want our schools to discipline, so you just have to create two different standards for black kids that misbehave than white kids that misbehave. And people forget this. Barack Obama actually had that policy on public schools, that you can't suspend black kids anymore because the numbers are too high compared to white kids. That actually happened, if you will remember back to the Obama years. So all of this matters. Belfast matters. It's not just about one city. It's really a warning about what happens when leaders ignore public concerns for years and then act surprised, as we'll see on the show today, when trust in government is obliterated and people start securing their homeland all by themselves. So a society can survive disagreements, but it can't survive indefinitely a ruling class that refuses to listen while the people beneath it suffer and suffer greatly. So today on the show, let's talk about the Carmelo Anthony verdict and the fires raging in Ireland. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Man, it's been a great, 22 hours since I last saw you guys, so really do appreciate it. Rob Spencer, our co-host, is en route, so we do have Rob with us, and tomorrow we may have Rob and Eric back with us. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that they miss being here. But Rob will be rolling in, skating sideways, as he likes to say, very, very soon. And I'm really glad, because I want to get his take on Carmelo Anthony. I mean, it was a busy day yesterday. Right before we came on the air, we got news of his verdict, guilty, and then by the time went to bed last night, okay, we get the sentence. He's sentenced to 35 years for murder. First-degree murder, he gets 35 years. And obviously, you've got to assume that the judge here is taking into account. You got to wonder, is he taking into account the volatility of the situation? Is he hoping this will somehow appease the mob? Well, he only gets 35 years, or, he'll be out eligible for parole in 17 years, which is just totally unacceptable. I'll tell you what else is unacceptable about all of this. It's the fact that, this crime, this murder happened back in April, and here it is June. And I just think it's really frustrating to think how slow the justice system moves at this point. And obviously, I believe that Carmelo Anthony should not only have been found guilty of murder, I think the sentence should have been the death penalty. And years ago, that's exactly what would have happened in this country. And years ago, it wouldn't have taken over a year for the sentence to be carried out. For the investigation, the trial, the guilty verdict, and the sentence to be carried out. But now that's not the country we live in. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I think our country is in the state that it's in. It's just like we skate around. We take as much time as we possibly can to skate around an issue to avoid a clear black and white truth that's pronounced. And it just basically means that there's always another chance. There's always another argument to be made, and it really is not good for the stability of our society. So that's really frustrating to me, just in and of itself. But then, then we find out that he's only getting 35 years. He's likely going to be out in 17 years, which will make this guy somewhere in his 30s. in his mid-30s. He's going to have a full life, you would expect. I thought I was old when I was 30. Now I'm 40. I realize, you've got a lot of life left to live, and yet Austin Metcalf was denied his life. He was denied basically his entire life, and so this doesn't seem fair at all, and yet there are still people out there who are upset that he's been convicted. There are still people that think that somehow Carmelo Anthony is the victim, and I don't really know where you go from that. I don't know how you reconcile that. It just seems like we are a divided country, but it's, a lot of people like to say, we're a divided country, and they almost seem to want to use that statement as a reason to quit fighting or quit making your arguments, which is, of course, not what we need to do at all. One of the things that we could do to stop this nonsense is to get rid of these female judges that continue to put their racial preferences of how they want the world to be, trying to wish it by letting career criminals out on bail over and over and over again. Not just bail, just literally giving them no sentence at all. I mean, that'd be one of the ways we could do it. But I do want to say, let's actually get into what I talked about during my monologue about what Barack Obama did, because honestly, that's going to give us a lot. It dawned on me, it wasn't just me. This American Tribune over on X posted a highlight from an author by the name of Jeremy Carl. Jeremy Carl wrote a book called The Unprotected Class about anti-whiteism throughout our country. Jeremy Carl was actually nominated for a key position, I believe, inside the OMB, and he wasn't able to get confirmed because the Democrats did not like that he wrote a book highlighting that our society is riddled with policies and institutions that are anti-white and are actually racist themselves. And so Jeremy Carl did not get confirmed. He was able to work in the Trump administration the first time, not able to do it in the second term, because he wrote this book in the 4 years that Joe Biden was president. But this is an excerpt from The Unprotected Class. Quote, the Obama administration went out of its way to emphasize the importance of disparate impact in school discipline because they effectively threatened schools' funding if students were disciplined at substantially different rates than their race's share of the population, ignoring the fact that some groups have objectively worse behavior in schools. White people and Asian people, students in particular, became victims of violence in schools at increasing rates. Just as in the adult world, not punishing students who engage in violent and even criminal behavior makes life more dangerous for everyone. This disparate impact disciplinary strategy was a classic example of real structural racism at work, but structural racism in the opposite direction from the way it presented in the media. As a side note, we arguably should not call this structural racism, since institutions are not people, do not hold beliefs, and thus cannot be racist. But the term structural racism is so woven into the lexicon that it is difficult to discuss these issues without referring to it. Jeremy Carl further explains, attempts to reduce the number of suspensions of African Americans in particular and Hispanics who are suspended at far higher ratios than white students led to racially unjust policies, because these suspensions are invariably a result of different disciplinary offense rates by race. Asian American students are suspended at even lower rates than whites, but also make up a much lower percentage of students, and thus, for this and other political reasons, tend to be less a part of the conversation around school discipline. Federal bureaucrats, however, are on a mission to make suspension numbers by race equal in the name of equity, though the behaviors of these groups are different. Thus, white students and disproportionately white teachers are put at substantial risk. Ultimately, the Obama administration pushed policies that disproportionately put white students and teachers at risk in order to hide facts about the disciplinary records of black and Hispanic students, because Democrats were uncomfortable with the underlying demographics of school misbehavior. These policies put pressure on schools to not discipline kids like Trayvon Martin and Nicholas Cruz, who would reasonably have been expected to have a criminal record had policies been enforced in a race-neutral fashion. They led to not just numerous traumatized students at schools who were the victims of predators, but in some tragic cases, to dead bodies. Again, that's an excerpt from The Unprotected Class, How Anti-White Racism Has Teared America Apart by Jeremy Carl. So my question here is, do these old policies where you can't discipline black students, did that contribute in some capacity to what we saw happen with Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf? And I think it certainly did. By the way, Rob Spencer is with us.
Glad to be with you guys as always. Sorry, I had a meeting with my son's school, but I think it's a couple of pronged. This has got several forks to it. Number one, you've got the media. Let's just be honest, because you are 50 times more likely as a white person to be assaulted by a black person than you are if you are a black person to be assaulted by a white person. Okay? Violent crime, you are 50 times more likely to be assaulted by a black person. And so somebody wants to talk about, then the over-policing of it. The police are going where the crimes are. But there have been multiple studies that have proven that police officers, when you're dealing with adults, are less likely to engage with these potential suspects here, these suspects or the potential criminals, engage with them in such a way because they're afraid that if they shoot a black person, even though it may be completely justified, they're afraid to get Michael Browned. You know, they're afraid that their career, their life, everything that they hold dear and near is going to be over because they chose to enforce the law against someone of color. Okay? So do you think that has not trickled down to the school setting? It 100% has. I was a school teacher more than a decade ago. I was a school teacher, and I had that in the back of my head. Like, I got to make sure that when my discipline happens in this high school class, and let's just be honest, I was disciplining high school boys all the time because they're wild and crazy. And I can say that because I have a high school son. I know they're wild and crazy, but I'm disciplining these guys, and I got to make sure that even though the white person, let's just say that there's a conflict between a white person and a black person, even though the white person didn't even do anything, didn't even start the issue, I'm like, you know what? And you could have handled this differently as well, right?
That's the temptation.
I caught myself trying to play both sides of the fence when it was totally this guy's fault over here. And so that mentality, led by the media, happening in the school district, and then even continuing into adulthood with policing, all of that factors into black empowerment, that they don't have to follow the rules. The people protesting for Carmelo Anthony here, they're like, well, he shouldn't have had to leave. You're in the opposing team's tent. You're under the opposing team's tent. What are you talking about? Who cares that it's raining? Go stand under somebody else. You were told to leave. You should not be here. It's like walking into the opposing team's locker room. You can't do that. That's just not the way things are. And people are saying,
and that is actually a totally, because we keep saying, like, I keep trying to figure out what about this why do they think this is so justified, but it's being told to leave.
Yeah, they can't stand that.
And if you go look at any of these meltdowns that happen at Waffle Houses or Burger Kings or Wendy's or whatever, when the manager tells an unruly black person to leave, that's when they get up on the counters. There's countless videos of it. It's being told to leave.
Yep.
Is a triggering thing for them.
You have
generally
they have this generational thing ingrained in them because of the media, because they weren't alive, that said, when I'm told to leave a restaurant, it harkens back to the black only and white only restaurants.
That's what it is. That's what
right.
it is.
And so that's where their mind's at, and they're saying, and I worked for one of my bosses at one of my other companies. She was a black lady, and she met every single solitary stereotype of a black lady who was in position of power with a chip on her shoulder. She met every stereotype with that. And she told me flat out, she goes, "Rob, we're tired of complying. When they say, why don't you just give the police officer your driver's license when he pulled you over? You know, instead of arguing with the police officer." Why in Carmelo Anthony's situation here, you're under an opposing team's tent. You've been asked to leave. You've been asked to leave 15 times by many accounts. You're not leaving. So, but they say, I don't have to comply, because when I comply, that's giving in to the man. That's giving in to the white man. I can't do that. I can't do that because I won't have any respect for myself. And so but you're built up. You're so built up and ingrained with your blackness that you can't see anything outside of it. I'm going to tell you, there are tons of black Americans right now that have not gotten behind Carmelo Anthony because they know right and wrong. But then you got these people that are out there protesting. Not the family members. You expect that from the family members. But you got these people out there that are protesting that said he shouldn't have had to leave. He was just trying to get out of the rain. And he was being attacked by a mob of people, and he had to defend himself. He went in there with that possible scenario in his head, or he wouldn't have had that damn knife in his backpack, Paul. He went in there with that possibility in his mind, or he wouldn't have prepared for it. He went down there. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's just trying to get out of the rain. You're just trying to get out of the rain because your team's tent is there. You brought a knife to a high school track meet. You've already started out on the wrong foot, and then you had your hand in there the whole time. I saw this video, and it's this two inbred country A white dudes, and they're standing out in front of a dumpster, and they're having an argument about, you put your trailer on my part, like backed your trailer on my stuff or whatever. And they're having this argument. He's like, you need to turn around and get on out of here, whatever. And it actually had a bad ending because this dude, one of the inbred white guys, is standing there, and he's got his gun in his hand. He decides that he's had enough, and he pulls that gun up and shoots that guy. And the guy goes, I can't believe you shot me. That's ridiculous. I can't believe you shot me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, said that. Whatever. And then he leaves, the guy that did the shooting. The guy that got shot died. So I want to go through things in my mind and say, how many opportunities did that individual have to just walk away? They say live to fight another day. What are you going to do, Carmelo Anthony? Are you going to take on this entire track team that's standing in front of you? You're going to take on you're standing under their team's tent. What are you going to do? You're going to take them all on? No. You came there with an intention. You had that in your backpack. And I'm going to say this. I'm so sick and tired of people, just because you're black, you just agree with whatever the black person does. You're effing stupid. I want to say stronger words, won't do it.
Well, even even Dave Chappelle, back in the day when he was like, none of the black people, none of the black community at large thought Jussie Smollett.
Oh yeah,
they believed
he's
Jussie
joking about
Smollett. They didn't think that was But to your point, out here at the courthouse, I mean, look at these. These are Black Panthers now that have descended here. You mentioned a stereotypical black woman a moment ago.
Oh God!
Here
we go.
This is suddenly a new contender arrives. Let's turn this on.
We gotta tell them the truth. Who don't get stop that cool ass shit? Don't nobody want to hear about what we do to each other. We talking about what they doing to us. White folks kill white folks. Mexicans kill Mexicans. We ain't trying to hear no cool shit today. Go over there with them white folks with that. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. Ain't nothing else to talk about. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Never.
How's it murder?
This is
Is
racist.
he
You know
asked?
why?
Is he okay?
Because you know what? Whatever the verdict is, he got justice. Because he got to go before a jury of 6 or 12 instead of being buried by 6.
So that actually is, doing the whole better to be carried, be convicted by 12 and carried by 6. They literally think that Carmelo Anthony's life was in danger. It's just like I don't know what you do with that. By the way, Eric Haynes texts in and says, "LOL, Felicia."
Eric knows exactly who I was talking about. He's talking about the black boss I used to work for. He knows exactly, and I don't care if she watches this because she's a crazy ass.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was calling this lady.
You know what,
Felicia.
You know what? If you want to know what I'm talking about, when this lady I work for who had every stereotypical blackness about her, it's this woman. I got two things. To say. Number one, I felt dumber.
I'm sorry. I thought it was by Felicia.
No,
I thought that's what we were talking about.
No, it just happened to be that this crazy woman's name is Felicia.
Okay.
Number one, I feel dumber having watched that rant. Okay? I feel dumber having watched that rant. Number two, I'm going to have a third point. I said 2 points. I'm going to have a third point. Number two, this lady needs to seriously look into a breast reduction. Okay? That cannot be good for her back. And I've become more and more increasingly concerned about my back as I've gotten older. And I have concerns about her health. Okay. And then the third point here is that when it is one of the most extreme examples of low IQ. If your existence, if your value, if all of your worth is found in the color of your skin, and that goes for all of you. So if you're a white supremacist and your existence and your value and your worth is found in the color of your skin, you are extremely low IQ. Okay. But this is the example on the other side of an extremely low IQ person whose only thing is whatever the black man does, whatever the black woman does, I agree with. And you look at what she said. She started it off. We don't want to hear about black on black crime. No, you don't want to have that conversation, do you? You don't want to have that conversation because you're at 13% of the population, and remarkably, you stay at 13% of the population. How is that possible? Because you're killing each other.
Well, and to the point, to this, Brianna Morello says it's important to keep reminding people that this was actually not an all-white jury. 5 people on the jury were minorities. The black population of Collin County is only 12%. Those black potential jurors were unable to set aside their partisanship and were rejected. You talked about that.
Yeah, he said, I can't send another brother to jail. Well, you think you're going to get on a jury?
Yeah, exactly. But again, we're having an intellectual conversation with people that don't want to have it. But it's not lost on me that if you want to be a larger percentage of the population, you should probably quit aborting your babies at, 5 times the higher rate of white people and other demographics.
40% of all abortions go to black women when they make up 13% of the population. Make it make sense, folks.
Yeah.
And it goes from the founder of Planned Parenthood, who was
Margaret Sanger,
who was one of the most racist people.
She was a eugenicist.
Dude, she wanted to eliminate the black race.
Specifically, she wanted to eliminate black people.
And however many years after her death, we're still seeing.
Yeah, she got what she wanted.
Yeah,
I mean,
good grief, we're seeing it. She's rejoicing in her grave to the plan that she had of the black people who continue to commit abortions. And what do we see? Ben Shapiro, his rise to fame happened when he said, tell me how since the Civil Rights Act that happened 1956, but really it kicked in the 60s. Tell me how since then the black population has completely declined. They've gotten poorer. The fatherless homes have increased from 22% to 75%. They make up 50% of all violent crimes. It is a culture thing. And I'll tell you this, I worked, and this is the person from the Paul Herrell program who is the one who gets mad and yells all the time. I can say this. The black lady boss that I used to work for, I won't say her name again in case somebody didn't mention it, she told me, she goes, Rob, it's a cultural thing. Whoever can fight the best and yell the loudest is the one who's correct. And I thought, oh my gosh, that explains every Burger King crash out video I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Whoever yells the loudest and gets the most angry, and who can fight the best, that is who wins the argument in the black culture. And I just don't think that is commensurate with a productive, healthy society.
No, it's not. And you're using words like commensurate, which is going to be difficult, I would imagine, for some people to understand.
Okay. Well,
You
I don't
see what
think
I'm
it's.
saying?
Let me just go. Let me go
Even-
this.
Even us explaining
I don't
this.
think it flows.
Yeah.
I don't think it flows with a.
Yeah. We can't play that. We can't play that in this country.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
So I'm just so sick. I'm so sick of people who are so just their whole existence is the color of their skin, and if you and every lens that they look at is through that racial lens. And it was the best evidence of it, Paul, was when a reporter asked a lady who was protesting Carmelo Anthony and said, hey, let me ask you this. If the roles were reversed, right, and Austin Metcalf was a black guy who goes up and pushes a white boy out of his tent and says, hey, you need to get out of here, and he won't go, and the white boy stabbed, okay, exact same scenario. Nothing changes other than the races. And she goes, I'm always going to defend our black brothers.
Yep.
Full stop, Paul.
Yeah,
full stop.
They see it as us versus them. They don't really have a concept of like any what the nation, the rule of law being what makes the country
right
good or acceptable. The idea that I can leave my house and I have a reasonable chance of returning to my house and my stuff's still going to be there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why is that the case? Well, because we have laws and we have that's totally divorced from that. They don't even think about that. And that's kind of brings me back to this. Yeah, this is a funny meme. Foot Locker employees after Carmelo Anthony found guilty. I think the law enforcement have done a pretty good job of clearing the parking lot, from what I can tell.
Because I mean, like I said, this was not a George Floyd scenario there where this guy's like, I can't breathe, and there's this clip of the video he's alive. Carmelo Anthony's alive. Yeah, and so I did like the prosecutor crossing. So it's interesting. Excuse me. This is Texas, correct? It was McKinney, Texas. It's interesting because they've got a separate phase, but there's also this like, it's not just the judge handing down the sentence. The jury hands down this sentence.
Okay, well, I correct myself from earlier. I said something about the judge.
And they hear from. They get to hear from all sides, so there gets to be witness statements as well. But Carmelo Anthony's mother got to go on the stand, and she said, by the way, she just got a nose job. Did you know that?
That's $600,000 they raised.
Yeah, $600,000. Maybe got their son a better attorney.
They did not.
They did not. No, they. What did they do? Never had any money before,
the defense put a witness on the stand that was beneficial to the prosecution.
Yeah,
I mean,
so let's just be honest. Dave Chappelle's skit about reparations just really holds true with people who have never had money, and regardless of race. If you've never had money and all of a sudden you find yourself just injected with this, this bit of cash, they got $600,000, and all of a sudden now they got cars, they got houses, and all that stuff, and you're just like, you know what, Carmelo, we love you. You're gonna be just fine. We're gonna get you the best public defender that no money can buy.
How much of that money will be there when he gets out of jail?
None of it. It's gone, Paul. Every bit of that money's gone. Every bit of that money is gone. And so anyway, Carmelo Anthony's mother gets on and I get it, man. Like, as a parent, your kid makes a decision. I'm not trying to rip on her. I rip on the culture. Yeah. I rip on that black. I'm going to say this. I rip on the black culture that is yell the loudest, don't comply, all of that stuff. Like, and there are so many black people that completely agree with me because my algorithm shows me all of these videos. Like, what are you talking about? They're like reacting to a police encounter video. Yep. What do you mean? How in the world? But anyway, she's on the stand. Please have mercy on my son. This is after the guilty verdict. Please have mercy on my son. Prosecutor asked a question. Isn't it true that you can still have a relationship with your son in prison? She had to admit that yes. But what did the jury just hear? Austin Metcalf's parents can't have a relationship with anymore.
Yeah.
Because he's no longer on this earth.
Yeah.
And it was a great question because it wasn't seen as like taking a sledgehammer to this mom about her parenting, but it was, you can still talk to your son. Your son is sitting over here breathing. The parents who lost their child, their son is gone and he's not coming back. And there's a huge difference there. Your son should pay the piper. And I was listening to you as I was driving there. 35 years, in my opinion, is a joke.
Total joke.
I think it's a joke. I think that they looked at it through the lens of he was 17, 18 years old at the time of the murder, and they wanted to try to give him some sort of life. I can only hope that the parole board in 17 years will look at this case and say, yeah, dude, you murdered somebody because you didn't want to get your hair wet. Let's be honest. You didn't want to get out. You didn't want to get out in the rain. You didn't like some white people telling you to get out of their team tent, and you murdered somebody. I don't think you get out in the minimum.
You would think.
I hope.
It just depends on what happens with Texas. Depends on the political environment. 17 years from now, we'll see what's. I will correct this because our comments are telling us this.
He applied to have a public defender. It was disapproved, or what's the word? Not approved because of the give, send, go where he got $650,000. And so but that money was long gone, so they got a pro bono attorney. But every account, I saw so many legal things here that just said that every account, the attorney for Carmelo Anthony just completely fudged the case.
Yeah. Oh, terrible.
Yeah.
This is a terrible job.
If you pay for I know Johnny Cochran's long dead, but pay for the Johnny Cochran law firm.
Yeah.
If the glove don't fit, you must quit.
What does it say?
He might have had a better chance.
What does it say though about? I mean, to me, we open with this Jeremy Carl piece. This right here, the unprotected class. You see on your screen there. But what does it say? I mean, I think this sentence shows that. I mean, it just confirms, what Jeremy Carl wrote in his book, how anti-white racism is tearing America apart. To your question about role reversals. I mean, do you think a white kid's getting 35 years out in 17 or eligible out in 17? No, there is no way that happens. So it's totally outrageous, and it shows you that we're not a serious country.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh with some sarcasm here. He says, this is so devastating. Imagine being a black parent tonight. How do you protect your children? If they go out and stab just one person, they might go to prison.
Yeah.
It's like a black man in America can't even murder anyone anymore. Unimaginable. Jim Crow all over again. I'm furious.
Yeah, there was a stupid-ass lady that was interviewed, and she goes, they said, what are your thoughts on it? She's like, what do I tell my sons?
I saw that. We covered that yesterday.
Yeah, what do I tell my sons? How about don't stab people?
Yep.
Don't talk crazy now.
More from Walsh. Consider all the blatant lies that activists tell about cases we've all lived through. Cases where there's video and forensic evidence disproving their claims. Think about how the false narrative spread anyway and eventually become mainstream orthodoxy. Think hands up, don't shoot.
Yes.
Now go back and consider every supposed racist atrocity from decades or centuries ago. Every innocent minority wrongfully persecuted by racist whites. I'm not saying that all of those stories aren't true. I'm saying that you can't assume that they're true. If they can lie about the stuff we all witnessed with our own eyes, imagine what they can do with the things none of us witnessed.
Yeah.
Wow, that's something to think about. And then you're going to get this. You're going to love this one. Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, so, look at this.
Jasmine Crockett is on a podcast.
Fake hood rat.
And she is trying to excuse the stabbing because she says the knife really wasn't a deadly weapon, even though the knife killed somebody. But the knife wasn't a deadly weapon because it was small.
Awful. Wait a minute. Was it a switch? I don't know what he had. It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a Swiss Army.
Like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was small. Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
And that's
forgot he had to the bag.
If it was one of the little, like I don't know, like I do think.
Well, that's why he went to his coach and was like, but I don't think I hurt him that bad. Awful.
Was it a switch?
I want to. The level of stupidity that comes out of this woman's mouth, I don't think can be calculated. It's just, we're talking about one of the dumbest, quote, smart people due to her education. We're talking about an educated dummy, okay? There's no other, she is so full of her ridiculous blackness. I can't even understand. Like, I can't. I love the fact that this woman will no longer be in Congress, but do you think she's going to go away?
No, she's not going away.
She's got way too big of a name. Now, there was a Cori Bush who was the dumbest member of Congress, and she's been out now for 2 terms, but she was representing St. Louis for Missouri. She was and she was the one that wanted reparations. Yep. She wanted to eliminate police officers. I mean, you're just talking about a complete, total moron. And she lost. She got primaried and came in 3rd place. That's how stupid she was. Even the liberals in St. Louis were like, this bee's crazy here, you know. But anyway, Jasmine Crockett comes in. She's a Rhodes Scholar, which, you know, now we look at it through, you know, DEI and, you know, affirmative action. Was she a Rhodes Scholar or was she, you know, I don't know. But I can tell you this woman is completely, she's educated, but she's a complete moron. Mm-hmm. And for every time she talks, she's going to be on a podcast. She's going to get a MS Now show. She's going to get something because her name is too big. And that's just unfortunate because we're going to elevate the absolute retarded people of the world.
See, you sent me, okay, well, let's just cover this real quick. Okay. So I'm not going to play this video because it's just a guy reading the quote that I'm about to read. Austin Metcalf's father delivered a very powerful message straight to his son's murderer. You can't look me in the eyes, but you can stab my effing son. You're going to prison. I forgave you the day it happened. I don't forgive what you did. This was never about race. It was about right and wrong. My son's death destroyed the person I used to be. He does not exist anymore. That's Jeff Metcalf's statement that he read to Carmelo Anthony.
Can you imagine?
Who could not look.
I think it's all of our anybody who's watching right now who is a parent. Let's just be honest. Your worst nightmare is burying your child.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's no other nightmare
100%
that is as strong as that. And so, you want to, if anybody wants to criticize his, statement about it, I think you need to look at it through the lens of, but so many people that would criticize it have children that they don't feel that way about, or like I was saying earlier, they're so ingrained with their blackness that, you know what? You should have told your son to leave people alone, What we're seeing is the worst of the race wars, and we're seeing the media just kind of usher it all in. And, I love this girl. So, Idaho Mom, Idaho MAGA Mom. She is a great follow on social medias.
So, is the guy in this video that she's making fun of that we're about to watch? Is he real? Because to me, it seemed like a parody of a crazy leftist.
He's
it reminded me of Will literally he almost even looks like left-wing Will, the card game that I wrote. He reminds me of a real life version of Will, which was a stereotypical leftist.
So she stitches a lot of videos. If you want to follow her on social medias, she stitches a lot of videos, and let's just let this be, because you'll see how good she is.
People.
Young man was found guilty.
Yep.
I feel as though a knife has been driven right through my heart.
There was a real knife driven through the heart of Austin Metcalf.
And I don't know how I'm going to make it through the day, the week, the month, the rest of this year.
Prozac, a safe space, a padded room, some new crayons, a puppy. I don't know, you'll figure it out. You know who didn't get to make it into this year? Austin Metcalf.
I thought that we were past this.
Past what? I thought we were past this white privilege crap.
I don't know what to do.
Lay off the estrogen and propaganda would be a start.
I think all we could do now is take it to the streets and protect our brothers and sisters.
Yeah, by locking up murderers. Next.
I mean,
and sisters.
I can't believe that this guy is real. Like, I can't believe that is not. I mean, yeah, it's a funny video. She makes great points. Ridiculing this guy, but it just is interesting that he's not pretending that this is an actual leftist who is heartbroken about the conviction of Carmelo.
He 100% is, and these people exist, Paul. I promise you they exist, because I've encountered them. I met almost a clone of this guy, and he's walking around with a perpetual tear in his eye for the state of the world. They hate America. They hate all of I thought we were past this. Like, dude, you need two things. Number one, you need some testosterone, okay? And number two, let's just be honest, you need some serious mental health.
Yeah.
Because this guy's no more than a couple of tragedies away from offing himself just to try to improve the world. I just thought I would just off myself.
What is that in the background? I'm just looking at the background. What is that? What is that hand?
Is that some sort of sexual toy? Paul, that's what you were thinking.
Yeah.
You just wanted to let it simmer. You didn't want anybody to say it.
No, I think that's a sex. I mean,
is that for fisting? Is that what they call it?
No, but oh my goodness. These people are crazy.
Yeah. Well, they exist. They exist.
Sorry. That guy, man.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask any person anybody watching this, do liberal soy latte men add any value to society? You know, because you can say, oh, well, they're great IT professionals, you know. They're great at making my latte at Starbucks, you know. You can say all of these things, but I'm talking about when you're talking about adding value to society, when the chips are down and Russia's invading the United States or whatever, you going to turn to one of these beta males? No, you're not. You're never going to turn to these people, because and we've seen videos where this guy is with his wife and they get attacked and he runs away faster than his wife does and lets his wife take the brunt of it. Versus me or you, that's literally like, the only way you're getting to my wife is if I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be dead.
Yeah, that's the only way that it happens. I talk to my teenage son all the time. I said, son, I can forgive anything. I cannot forgive if you, like if we're not here and your sisters are here, if somebody comes into this house and attacks your sister and I come home and you're not dead, I'm not going to be able to forgive you. And now I'm not being literal with that.
I know what you mean.
But the point is, you better die before you allow them to get to your sisters. That's our job as men. That man with his soy latte, depression, anxiety, going to his therapist twice a week, you add zero value to the United States, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, we're going to reset here and take a break, but we're going to continue with this discussion. I'm glad it worked out the way it did. First half of the show today is about what happened with Carmelo Anthony and the verdict with the murder of Austin Metcalf. And now the second half of the show is going to be about what happens and what is happening in Belfast, and what happens when you push a country too far, when you push a people group too far. In this specific instance, we're talking about the Irish, who happen to be white. What's going on in Belfast is the result of the political class essentially running a proxy war against their own people via the immigration policy, you know, and the Muslim in the gangs and everything else. And it's gotten to a boiling point. And if you won't secure your own homeland, if the government won't do it, the people of Belfast are saying, we're going to do it, and they are now resorting to violence.
Yeah, so they're over it.
Let's talk about that when we come back. What do you guys think about it? I'll be interested. It'll be interesting. We're going to have a great conversation about that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Back in a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas here all at LFA TV. You want to make sure that you subscribe to LFA TV over on Rumble, and if you're watching on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel, make sure that you subscribe. Click the little bell to receive notifications. We very much appreciate it. Northern Ireland has had enough. City of Belfast has had enough. Some people are saying that Belfast right now may be the most safe city in the world. I don't know if that's true, but it's certainly got to be one of the safest cities in all of Europe right now. Well, safe from a particular form of terrorism or immigration violence, where you had this Sudanese guy who tried to behead an Irishman. The guy's name is Stephen Ogilvy, or Ogilvy, maybe that's how you pronounce it. This is what he looked like. This is from the Gateway Pundit headline: Northern Ireland Belfast victim remains in serious condition with horrific facial wounds as details emerge about deranged Sudanese attacker. Obviously, this happened on the heels of what happened to Henry Nowak when he was accused of racism, when in fact he was actually stabbed by an immigrant. So, and I believe the Sudanese attacker is actually an illegal. The conservative treehouse has a couple of headlines here. Headline: the Irish, Scots, and English are at the end of the first follower phase in cultural survival. The article says, when the systems of law and order, society find no intention, benefit, or reasonable expectation of safety from their established construct of government, generally driven by an intentional willingness to ignore the demands of the citizens those officials are expected to represent, eventually people take matters into their own hands. It is fair to call this the end of the first follower phase. It began when a singular voice stood boldly in righteous opposition to the violence. This person was watched by many. Then, when that person, the original opponent to the violence, is met with brutal isolation and retaliation, a first follower surfaces. The first follower is the individual who stands up in anger against the retaliation they have witnessed against the what first we have this other one. Irish police request people not to protest their rebellion by migrants too strongly. Following a day of horrific violence, The Irish police are asking citizens not to protest against the beheading too strongly. The last time migrant violence was highlighted, many people in Ireland were upset. The police request follows a Sudanese migrant who was given asylum and then attacked a man on the street with a knife, slicing his face, neck, and back, gouging his eyes, and then attempting to use the kitchen knife to saw off the victim's head. Following video of the attack becoming viral, the police are concerned that too many Irish people will protest against their beheading, and that could be disrupting to the sensitivity of unlawful migrants who may not support taking off the heads of Irish people. You remember the old Norm Macdonald joke where he talks about, you know what scares me the most? And he says, it really scares me the most that of the Muslims, detonating a nuclear weapon in America. Can you imagine, the Islamophobia that would come after something like that?
Norm.
Can you imagine? That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Him.
The Islamophobia that would result in a. I mean, it's absolutely insane, and yet here is what's going on. So this is the real. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie V for Vendetta. Real V for Vendetta vibes, like the end of V for Vendetta seems to be what's going on. People dressing in all black, covering their face. Presumably, they're leaving their cell phones at home. So they can't be tracked. You would think so. I mean, you would think that that's what's going on.
Well, I think this proves a lot. But let's start with the obvious. You can only push people so far. You really can before they snap, and they've just had it. We're seeing that in other places in Europe as well, where there was the million person march in the UK because they're just over this. They're over. Why are we importing the third world who thinks that we're white devils? And I want to ask that same question for all these white European nations and all of us here in the United States. Why are you importing the third world who thinks you're white devils? There are people who are coming from Central America who their biggest dream is to be an American, and they want to assimilate to life in America. I have a much softer spot in my heart for those individuals than I do for somebody who wants to come here and set up their own city, set up their own government. They want to elect their own people. They want to have 5 times a day to pray to Mecca and all of this stuff. And when it's all based in an ideology that says murder the infidels.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't even really care about. I am not willing to consider the immigrant somewhere who wants to assimilate anymore. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I think the problem is so bad across first world countries being invaded by third world that it's like, okay, I mean, because that whole concept has been so abused, and you try to use the issue to pull on emotional heartstrings. It's none of it's okay now. And it can't be, because you can't trust the leaders to actually effectuate that policy in a way that's not going to harm native citizens.
We need a reset.
Total reset, total immigration moratorium at this point, and until we figure out what's going on. Specifically, though, I really wanted to explore the breaking point. I've seen some people say out there, how the people, Israel has a right to defend itself. Now people are saying Ireland has a right to defend, and I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that statement. Does Ireland have a right to defend itself? And at what point is a revolution the only way to, because we're going to get to what the politicians are saying here in a minute. Dissonant Media says, here's the truth. Violence is the only answer any government respects. Every single solution without bloodshed will be subverted. Now, I know this is tough language and makes people very uncomfortable. But if your sons and daughters are being raped and murdered, and the government then goes after you for posting about it online, at what point? Again, what I said in the first hour. We have a society, because I can leave my home and have a reasonable expectation that when I come home, my stuff is still going to be there. And when you don't have that, What do you expect people to do? And at what point is it just? And I'll tell you this, the scenes of people going to what are reportedly immigrant housing, government funded, government subsidized immigrant housing. Mm-hmm. And they're burning the homes. They're just setting fire to the homes. And obviously there's a lot of liberal women that don't have the stomach for any, don't have the stomach for that at all. But I think to myself, I certainly, even I'm like, well, did they make sure that there were no kids in the house before they started the fire? Like, this is where I start going down that checklist. But at the same time, I'm thinking, you get to the point where you say, our own government hates the people that were born here, and they're favoring these others, and they won't deport them. So we'll just take the matters into our own hands, and we're going to eliminate the places that they have to stay with the hope that they'll self-deport and they'll leave. This is a logical, you may not like the tactics, you may not, but it's a very logical step to take when the government has essentially destroyed the people.
It's essentially like a landlord who cannot get a tenant out, and they can't do it legally because the government is failing them. So what do? They make the life of that tenant as miserable as possible. They go and pull the plug on their air conditioning unit there on the outside. There's a thing you can pull where it doesn't work, and they have to get it replaced. You can do a lot of stuff to try to really make it miserable for that tenant to live there. You can get away with a lot of that, a lot more of that in a red state than you can in a blue state. Blue states are letting property owners just go completely bankrupt. I don't want to digress, but it's the same mentality of once your government has failed you and your government is destroying your life, putting your safety, your financial, safety, all of that in risk. When a cat is backed into a corner, you're going to kind of see what's going to happen here. And
but listen to the last sentence. He says people have a choice to respond and possibly die quickly, meaning in the outrage, in the violence, in the burning, but bravely, or do nothing and be guaranteed to die slowly. I have thought about this equation. Wow. I have thought about this equation for a long time. Because I do think about, in terms of tyranny, I do think in terms of what happens when, if the Democrats get back in power and the intelligence oligarchy is re-weaponized against us like we've never thought before, and what they're going to do to Christians, and I think, at some point, you could get to that place where it's like, well, we either do this, risk our lives now where we die quickly, or basically entire generations are going to. And by the way, the fact that they gave up their guns is a huge problem. I was going through this exercise with you guys. I mean, here in Arkansas, if you had some immigrant trying to saw the head off of a guy in an average Arkansas downtown, guess what would happen immediately? Because everybody carries guns here.
Oh, yeah.
This guy would have been unalived immediately.
It would be the shortest insurrection,
exactly. And the fact that
average
Irish, the Irish, the British, they don't have their own guns, they don't have the right to protect themselves, is a huge problem here. And it's a lesson for us. They would not be allowed to. The immigration, it would. What's going on now? The status quo over there would not have been allowed to happen had they not first been disarmed. Period. End of sentence.
So I think it's also noteworthy that this is in Belfast, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Belfast, as we know, so I sent you and Eric a video that explained Ireland and how it was distributed, because I didn't understand all that stuff. So you got Northern Ireland, and then you've got the Republic of Ireland. The Republic of Ireland is, by all intents and purposes, the real Ireland, although some of the more popular places are in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of the UK, which this madness, and that's where Belfast is, this madness is happening in the UK. And I don't know at what point, and Paul, I just truly believe that we're no more than a few months, maybe at the most a few years away from people just assassinating political leaders. In the UK, I think that they're going to get the only thing saving some of these political leaders, in my opinion, is that they don't have guns, because I think if they do,
I mean, to your point, a lot of the comments were like, "What about the politicians' houses?" I mean, this is multiple houses that host migrants are being set on fire.
It.
Protesters break into HMOs housings, but like, what about what happens when you start going after the actual politicians?
Giving a rapist 6 months in prison, and then somebody going online and talking about how it is, how bad it is that we're allowing all of these people to come in and rape the country. Rape the women of our country. You can go online and say that and get 2 years in prison. That's an actual case that happened. She went online and complained that we continued to allow all of this rapist culture and they let them off because they say in their religion, rape is not that bad. It's not a big deal. And so I can understand respecting a religion. Not everybody in the United States is a Christian. Although their life would be, it would, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I'll say this, going online and saying that this third world is coming and they're bringing this culture is factual. You can go online and say that and get a harsher sentence than someone who pinned a woman down and forcefully penetrated her against her will. You cannot tell me that's not an upside down world. And that right there is a ticking time bomb. We're seeing it in Belfast, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen in London. It's going to happen all over the United Kingdom. I guarantee you, where there's going to be an uprising, a mutiny if you were at sea, that's what's going to happen. And we're seeing sort of, in my opinion, the first phases.
Here's an AI version of what Britain is like today.
Are you all right, sir?
Yes. It's not my blood. It's the blood of a racist who insulted me.
Phew. I was scared. I thought something bad had happened. Have a good day, sir.
Is that not true?
You're under arrest for daring to criticize immigration on internet.
Okay. I don't know. I think I don't know that that's AI. I feel like that's a real video.
That's a real video. Oh, thank you, sir. I thought something bad had happened.
I was worried for you. Well, he said something racist, so I killed him. That's the world. That's the world that we're living in at this point. And let's just go. Let's just go with it. It's going to be the white people that have to revolt.
Well, that's what Western European people are.
So what are we saying?
Told that they can't have that them being a majority white country is bad. They can't have that. Because why?
Yeah. What do you think would happen if a bunch of white people infiltrated their country and tried to set up white Christianity?
It would never
happen.
What
do you think would happen?
It would never be allowed to happen.
But when they do it to us, oh, you're racist.
Yep.
You can't. Oh, my gosh. And it's white liberals that enable it. Every damn one of them, white liberals.
So our friend Andrew Paquette retweeted this, and I don't know who this guy is. He says he's Japanese. He says, as a Japanese, I can't wrap my head around what's happening in the UK. Hundreds of thousands of young girls raped by grooming gangs. Fathers who reported it got arrested. Citizens told to stay quiet. If this happened here in Japan, it would already be civil war. Why isn't the British military staging a coup? What are they even doing? This makes absolutely no sense to us. Can any British person explain this madness? Now, there is talk online, Rob, about how a British submarine commander right now, that's in the area, has a lot of autonomy. Meaning for this to actually for there to actually be some sort of civil war or some sort of coup, it would really only take one commander of a sub that has access to the weapons that are on that sub to essentially say you're going to stop. We're going, and people are now starting to say, outraged Irishmen are now saying, we asked for deportations. And now we don't want deportations. We just want blood. I mean, that's where this is heading.
It's a tipping point,
and this is not.
Tipped.
And everybody's trying to say that it's an overreaction because it makes polite society uncomfortable. It's the same people that tried to basically tried. I'm going to say this. I believe they tried to frame Aaron Spencer here in Arkansas.
Oh yeah.
And they hid the dash cam footage that cleared him because polite society is so uncomfortable that a father who's now going to be the next sheriff of Lonoc County in Arkansas went Wild West and took matters into his own hands and killed his daughter's rapist, molester.
And the police couldn't handle that.
They can't.
They can't handle. You took things into your own hands,
right?
And you solved this.
And yet, that's exactly every normal
father.
person says he did exactly what should have been done. He just took out the trash.
It would have been the quickest, in my opinion, the quickest deliberation ever heard by a jury. Especially when they got the biased judge off of that case.
Yeah.
Because then you know that the jury would have heard the actual evidence, which the prosecution looked at it and said, yeah, we're wasting a lot of time and taxpayer dollars here, and I don't want to have a loss on my record, so we're going to drop this case. And we're going to blame it on that loss SD card from the thing. But we should have never – we didn't have – even with that, we didn't have a case.
Yeah, you're probably right. So Conor McGregor, the UFC champion,
who is I'm finding out incredibly unpopular with many of the chirping people online in Ireland. And you think, well, why wouldn't I would feel like he would be more popular?
So you mean the people that are wanting this to happen?
The liberal loudmouths.
Yeah.
But you think because he's in sports and all of this stuff with the boxing and UFC that he would be more popular.
So Conor McGregor says close the borders, enter IPAS centers militarily, and remove all illegal entrants from this island. Inviting and financing mentally deranged people from the third world is a hard no. Get them out. Stop them coming. We say no to this. To where Tommy Robinson down in the UK, lead your people, Conor. It's the only way. Interesting things that are happening right now.
Conor speaks for all those gentlemen who were dressed in black walking the streets.
Well, they're now setting up checkpoints according to some. And I know the police are going to push back, but according to some videos, they're now setting up immigrant checkpoints on the roads. They're putting up their own roadblocks.
Yeah. Well, and I think that the police officers they're going to have, when stuff is getting out of hand, Paul, there's always a decision that's made by the police and law enforcement. Do we tamp this down now, or do we just let it be what it's going to be, and then we deal with the aftermath? Okay. And sometimes they make those decisions. If the crowd is just getting too crazy,
right?
Whoa, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here for our officer safety. And I think that the strength is in numbers on this. And I think if these individuals just keep up with this, they're going to make life so uncomfortable for these law-breaking immigrants who have brought their, ridiculous ideology into this country and are literally systematically destroying it. I think that many of them are going to get uncomfortable and move.
This may be a recurring thing. Wall Street Mav says if the police and politicians won't deport the third world, the Europeans will have to burn down their migrant housing until they leave. Again, this is I played this clip yesterday on the show of this liberal woman not liking this argument this British man makes when he says, well, what would solve the housing crisis is, banning immigration here. And she's like, you think that? She's like, well, yeah, because, migrants need homes. And so if there's less migrants here, there's more homes available, and that would solve the housing crisis. And she just got, so upset at that and tried to claim that it was, a stupid comment when it's the most logical thing. It's a very logical thing to say. And we're seeing people now say, well, we're going to just shrink the number of homes that are specifically for migrants. And again, I know it hurts the sensibilities of our civilized society, but you have to understand they're not civilized. This is what you get when you allow your society to become uncivilized. Mm-hmm. You're going to get war, and it's going to be and it'll be swift. Once people are pushed to the people. I have this clip. I have this comment here about violence. Let me see if I can find it. Because,
well, I want to say, just to your point about uncivilized here, my friend was stationed in Turkey, and they wiped their ass with their hand. Okay, toilet paper is a luxury, and they literally wipe feces off of their ass with their hand, which is why it's considered an insult in Turkey to put your right hand out to shake hands. We shake hands here in America. And I want to sit here and say, okay, you want to sit and you want to tell me that you are civilized when the majority of the civilized world, and I'm not talking about third world people living in villages. I'm talking about people who live in a city in Turkey, Darmstadt, Turkey. I'm not saying it correctly, but that's the Arkansas pronunciation of that. Okay, Darmstadt, Turkey, whatever it's called. A city, buildings, office buildings. People wipe their ass with their hand. What are we doing? What are we doing? That is what you're importing into your country. Not people coming here for a better life, people coming up here to set up their ideology. And so I don't want to hear anything about it. I don't want to shake hands, certainly, with anybody from this country, for sure.
Now, some of these are old clips from,
Yeah, they do it with their left hand in our comments. Yes, they do it with their left hand, but even if you put out your hand for shake hands, it's considered an insult.
So some of these videos are older. I'm going to try to find some more current ones because I know some of these, protests are still continuing today. But this is anti-migration riots escalate in Belfast, UK, as the sun begins to go. This was yesterday. Appalachian Liberty has this comment. That's because they're used to fighting against third world orcs and savages. When the European man finally chimps out, it's with militaristic efficiency and a stoic heart of stone. Nothing is done randomly. Nothing goes unplanned. Those who truly understand violence will be the last to agree to it and will do what's necessary to bring it to a quick and efficient end. So he says, hail the ancestors, God bless the IRA. The point is people are to a breaking point, and they're starting to consider this equation. They're starting to consider this process, the same process that cultural survival, what The Last Refuge was talking about here, following the first follower and the phase in cultural survival. That's what this is. And J.D. Vance, while he hasn't commented that I have seen on specifically what happened. Hang on one second. Let me find this. But this was before. I think this was in the wake of the Nowak murder. He said this, which is still applicable, I think, today.
Mm-hmm. So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job to go to yourself and your neighbors and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. So everybody in the UK who
again, I want to be clear.
Idea,
I don't believe that snippet. That is not him responding directly to the fires in Belfast and everything else. But
yeah, that was an earlier comment.
But the point is, it is what it is. I mean, this is
like when you get fed up. You don't. I don't have to live by you. I don't have to live next to you. Just out of in the interest of getting along and however you want to call it, political correctness. I don't have to live by you. Everybody wants to talk about white flight. White flight exists for a reason, Paul. It exists for a reason.
It's one of the reasons also real estate prices are what they are, because people want to live away from danger and violence. And that also happens to have there's demographic statistics behind that.
I don't have to live by you. I don't have to assimilate with you. I am living my life. My job is to protect my family, to earn a living, and hopefully, the biggest key, make it to heaven one day. That is my only jobs here. I don't have to sit here and cater to your feelings, to the political correct crowd who says, oh, that's racist. That's racist to do all of this. So, at this point, I don't consider myself racist, but my God, you're making me, because you're trying to tell me that my opinion, my feelings, my viewpoint is invalid because of this white skin. That right there is the very definition of racism. And so don't call me a racist. You hate me because of my white skin. That is race. I don't hate you. I don't hate anything about you. But if you're a violent criminal, I don't want you living next door to me. I would rather move and get out of that neighborhood. If you are a black man, a Hispanic man, a Asian man, and you are a law-abiding citizen, welcome, neighbor. Welcome. I don't want to live next to you if you're a 15-time felon who might stab my son at a track meet because he says get out of his team's tent. It's not racist. I don't have to put up with it. And the people of Belfast are over it. The people in the United Kingdom are getting over it. And it's coming to the United States, folks. There's going to be an uprising, and we don't have to put up with it anymore.
This is an interview with retired Colonel Richard Kemp about, let's see, a British Army colonel warning of civil war, and basically says it's too late. Like, it's going to happen. There's no stopping it.
Government now, or no prospective government of the UK, has the guts to stop it. If they want to take strong action to prevent the Islamification of the UK, then it's going to mean big trouble for them. They don't want trouble. They look 4 years ahead. They will kick the can down the road to somebody else. And I think the end result of that is very likely to be civil war in Britain, where the indigenous...
Physical civil war.
Actual civil... I'm not talking about the American Civil War uniformed armies. I'm talking about something more like Northern Ireland, but on a much more intensive scale, where you have the indigenous British and the some of the immigrant population and the British government all on three different sides fighting against each other. And if I'd be very surprised if that doesn't happen, because there's no prospect of the government, any government today, stopping this from occurring. Government now or no.
And so I think he's exactly right.
Bad Moon.
The more fires. What did Bad Moon say?
Oh, he just agrees with me on that. He said he'll stand shoulder to shoulder with me, and I will with you too, brother.
Derek Evans says, if I ever have my head cut off by an African, then I'm begging you to please politicize my murder and push whatever agenda is necessary to make sure it never happens again. Exactly right.
I mean, it's funny, but it's true.
It's totally
seriously.
True. It's totally true at this point. Please politicize my murder.
Dude.
Retard Finder is highlighting the new Lord Mayor of Belfast, Rios Marie Donnelly. This is what she said in her inauguration speech in June of 2026.
I can already tell by the look on her face.
9 days ago.
I love this city. I was born here, and I've lived in it all my life. It's a city made great by its people. Moreover, I want to bring a message of diversity and inclusiveness to the year ahead. I was raised in an inclusive, welcoming environment where difference and diversity is embraced and celebrated, and I'm proud of that. My upbringing has shown me that everyone deserves to be and must be treated equally. I want a Belfast that does that in word and in action, no matter your background. I want a Belfast where language rights are respected and cherished because they belong to all of us. I want a Belfast where we champion the rights of the most vulnerable in our society and do so proudly without fear or favour. And I will never accept that undeniable rights are merely privileges to be given and taken from those in need by those in power. Diversity enriches our city and the lives of all of our citizens, and I will champion that diversity.
Diversity. So status quo there. Instead of a Lord Mayor, Belfast needs a Lord Protector. The concept of an Oliver Cromwell and a Cromwellian revolution in the UK, in Ireland, is never been higher than it is right now.
Somebody mentioned this in the comments about the British accent. I find the British accent to be like nails on a chalkboard. Okay,
which one? There's several.
well, there's the you have the very proper,
yes,
and they're all a Cockney accent in it, and which almost sounds like Australian. That's not very good, but anyway, you've got a multiple accents there, but I don't like any of it. I can get away with Cockney accent, but I cannot stand the proper British.
Right.
And
what about that? That was
this is Irish.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say this. I think Irish is
I
kind of sexy. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. Now, I don't like her. I don't like her because she's an idiot for diversity and all of that stuff. But I like the Irish accent. It's just a little bit different if you can understand it, because sometimes it gets so thick that you can't understand it. Kind of like the way we do in the South.
Oh yeah,
like there's some people in the South you can't understand. What are you talking about there? You just well, I ain't like that there.
So, what are the mainstream politicians saying about what's going on in Belfast? Here is the Home Secretary Chris Phillip. Okay, so he addresses the riots last night in Belfast. Now, keep in mind, Last Refuge says, what is the acceptable way to protest a government that has now created the possibility of your beheading as you travel to the supermarket? So what you have here is the polite society. They're not going to condone what's going on, so they have to try to thread the needle and say, well, it's never acceptable, but there is a real issue here. But the question that Last Refuge asks here is the appropriate one. What's the acceptable way to protest? And the truth of the matter is, people are saying protests are no longer a viable option. When you're burning down immigrant homes, you're beyond the protest.
But let me be clear, violence of any kind in protest is never justified. Innocent people should never be targeted, and nobody should ever set fire to houses or cars. Speaking as a father, no one should ever feel unsafe in their homes. The police, I hope, will bring the perpetrators swiftly to justice. I do understand, though, why people are angry. The suspect came into the UK illegally. He should never have been here in the first place. Mainstream politicians must now understand how angry the public are about mass illegal immigration. If mainstream politics does not stop this, the public will turn elsewhere. Since the election, 73,000 people have entered the country illegally via small boat, mostly young men. Many have committed serious crimes. I recently met the mother of Rhiannon White, a young woman brutally murdered by a Sudanese small boat migrant. There have been multiple rapes and sexual assaults, with victims as young as just 13. I've come over time to realise there is ultimately only one way to end illegal immigration: by leaving the ECHR so we can deport all illegal migrants on arrival. Then illegal migration will stop, and these appalling crimes with it.
So I agreed with almost everything he said, other than this should never happen. And I think we're at this point where, I said it earlier, this tipping point. And you're seeing that in some of these European countries with this uprising. But you're also seeing it, in my opinion, here. It's festering on the homeland.
Yep.
When there is and I'll say this. I was texting back and forth with you guys last night, or not back and forth, but I mentioned about Nancy Mace losing in South Carolina. Lady G, winning yesterday.
Yep.
Disappointing. I was kind of hoping Trump's streak of endorsements would go down.
With Lindsey only getting 56%, it was Trump's endorsement that carried him. Many analysts say if Trump hadn't endorsed, Lindsey Graham would have lost.
That he would have lost.
And you know what? That is a victory for the swamp. There is literally, you'll never convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
That the swamp was protected, and Lindsey Graham is the swamp, and it just is what it is. I mean,
so
it's unfortunate. Mark Lynch was a good God-fearing senator. Would have been or a God-fearing man would have been a great senator. So.
But whether you like it, whether you agree with it, whether you hate it or disagree with it, it's irrelevant. But Trump is the leader of the Republican Party.
Yep.
He has been for the last 10 years. And that's going to continue for at least 2 more years. We'll see how it goes beyond that. I don't know. But I think that it's less about I believe in Trump and everything that he says, and more about I'm rallying behind the only sledgehammer that I feel like we have to take a sledgehammer to the deep state, to this woke radical ideology. Why the hell is John Thune?
I got real John Thune vibes from this guy, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, he's agreeing. He when he was asked about the obvious fraud that is happening in the California elections, what did he say? Yeah, that stuff just needs to be proven, and da da da. Or you could just have
streaming difficulties. Are we off of the chat now? It looks like we're back up now. We're back up to full capacity now. Let me see. Okay, yeah. So if you're just joining us, we had a mild stream interruption, but we are still here. Can you verify that it's back up? I'm showing that we are.
It shows that we're back.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
so
wait a minute. No. So somebody's saying Wanda said that we're not back up. Oh, wait a minute. Eric just said back on now.
Okay, so yeah, we're back on now, but we cut out. I don't know.
Refresh, Wanda.
Yeah, I just realized that when my internet went down and I looked at our stream health and I was like, whoa, something's not right. So
yeah.
Anyway, we're back up now.
We're back.
I can tell you this, that the last this was an hour ago. Authorities have now just surged water cannons directly at protesters in Belfast after an African migrant tried beheading a local man. Yet the leaders don't care at all. Okay, so this is now what's going on in Belfast. Let's see if we can't pipe this in. Yeah. So
this is live on the liberal rag known as Sky News.
Yeah, so that's Sky News' coverage, and they're leaving. So
these are the anti-immigration protesters.
Yeah,
and they're spraying them with water.
So what do you do if this is So I mean, this is what it kind of comes down to. Like I think taking to the streets and protesting and then the protests themselves being driven back with water cannons are just for people for Ireland, Northern Ireland. There's now like organized, according to some reports, organized like military type strategy going on. Mm-hmm. This you would think would just kind of embolden that. Okay, you won't let us protest. Well, no. So now it's going to be basically covert, more burning down of immigrant homes and that sort of thing. But we'll see. I mean, maybe this is just nothing. Maybe there's just outrage for a few days and then it goes away. I don't know.
Well, I mean, because all these people probably have jobs. So this is not going to continue like it does with liberal protest because these people don't work.
Yeah.
They're all living off welfare and, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if we have any recent developments here.
Yeah. So, one of our, I guess it's Rockstar77 in our comments said, it's so funny. Unfortunately, I have a mild stream interruption in the middle of the night. And I'm like, I'm with you, dude. I got to go. I pee 15 times a night, so I haven't had a good night's sleep in forever.
So back on, so this is today. The Belfast victim remains in serious condition in a hospital after a savage medieval knife attack. The victim is a man in his 40s. He was attacked Monday night, on residential street near Antrim Road.
Let's look at his face again.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's absolutely insane, dude.
Okay, have you ever seen?
Looks fake. It looks like it's from a horror movie.
Yeah, what's the what's the movie? Who was the fabled monster hunter? Van Helsing. Have you ever seen the movie Van Helsing with
a long time ago?
Yeah, with the Wolverine
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman. Thank you.
Yeah, actually,
this looks like the guy, the Frankenstein from that movie.
Yeah.
That's what he looks like, and it's made more sad by the fact that that's a real human being man who had his face just obliterated here.
Yeah.
Even if he recovers from this. Or is he dead? Or is he
no,
live?
He's alive.
Okay, so even if he makes a full recovery from this, he'll have those scars for the rest of his life.
And look, this is the asylum seeker.
This guy's got forehead for days.
But look at that. I mean, this is what's so incredible. I mean, you just look at the photo and you think, oh, okay, all right.
Well,
I might be able to coexist with that guy.
What is asylum? I come here because I'm afraid for my life. There's a lot of violence where I'm coming from. And then you cut up somebody's face. Maybe you're the problem. Maybe your country's exactly happy to have you gone.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you guys need to go read Camp of the Saints. If you haven't already, I got the book in the other room by that French author that now I can't Raps Pale. It's incredible, and it's considered. It's considered unpolite. You shouldn't read Camp of the Saints, but the Camp of the Saints highlights exactly what Western Europe is experiencing right now, and the government's willingness to not do anything about it. It's incredible. Then we have
and on what planet? On what planet? Let's just say that guy, the 40-year-old guy with his face cut up. What if he said something racist?
Yeah.
On what planet? Does saying something racist in your home country against an immigrant who came there, where does that deserve your face to be carved up?
Exactly, and that's the whole point. There's this girl I saw this girl online in the wake of the protest over Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, and she used the N-word, and you think, okay, I mean that's not worse than somebody being murdered.
Yeah,
it's not but we got a significant portion of the population that thinks, oh no, that is.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you deserve to die if you say it.
Sure.
It's just absolutely insane. But Oren McIntyre, a 17-year-old girl was raped by 4 Afghan migrants, including 16-year-old boy, for hours in Bristol. That was back on June 9th. You can understand why Belfast is on fire. And if they're not going to do anything about it, this is what you get. The leaders of the West are foxes, not lions. They rule through soft power, propaganda, and manipulation.
Yep.
They will use force when they must, but they are uncomfortable doing so and bad at it. Nothing terrifies them more than the possibility that the soft power has broken down. So this is Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. The scenes in Belfast last night were shocking and completely unacceptable. There's no justification for the violence and disorder that we saw threatening our communities, nor for those who encouraged it, online or elsewhere. It is clear that people were targeted last night because of their background, and I will not tolerate it. Those responsible will feel the full force of the law. I've spoken to the Chief Constable of the Police Service of Northern Ireland to convey my thanks to them for their frontline emergency services, for their bravery in keeping people safe. I've also spoken to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to discuss the ongoing situation. Appealing for calm must be the priority, and that is what I urge now. We must let the police get on with their work.
And I will not tolerate it. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? You're not the citizens of this country that are fully over it. Yeah, I get that you're in this country and you're the prime minister and you're a complete douchebag, beta male. But to sit here and say that you will not tolerate, what the hell are you going to do? What are you going to do to 1 million people when they uprise?
And they're not afraid of you anymore.
They're not afraid of you anymore.
Yeah.
They're so sick of it. They're over it. They're parents who are tired of worrying that their daughters and wives are going to be the victim of rape, that they themselves or their other children are going to be the victim of assault, have their face carved up in case they might be perceived as saying something racist. My God, what have we come to? What has this world come to? And I know that violence and all of this stuff has always existed throughout humanity. I know that it's always existed throughout mankind. But I can tell you this, when the information age has happened, it makes it, you kind of find yourself so much more depressed about the future of the world that your kids are growing up in. Our kids, prayerfully, will far outlive us, Paul. What kind of world are they going to have? What about their kids? What kind of world are they going to have? It's going to be infiltrated by the third world who wants to kill them, who wants to rape them, who wants to put them completely out of power inside their communities and reduce them to nothing more than slaves. Our stand is now, and we've got to make it.
Let's see how I did. This is an actual clip of Keir Starmer. Take a listen.
People are rightly sickened by the horrific attack on Monday night in North Belfast. As you have just said, the man arrested has been in court in Belfast this morning and charged. I want to thank the Police Service of Northern Ireland and other first responders and members of the public who responded with such bravery. And our thoughts are with the victim.
No prayers, though.
But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified. This morning I spoke with the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister and the Chief Constable. And the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is meeting leaders in Belfast today. We are united in calling for calm and determined to restore order, support the police, and all those.
Okay, so the reason I wanted to play that is because of what Megan Basham said. So she retweets this, but she comments, she says, start the deportations, announce that you're stripping all the anti-racist training from all government entities, and people will calm down. Seriously, for the sake of everyone's safety, do it now. I don't even think that would work.
Oh.
I really don't. I think they're at the point where, and honestly, if the leaders of Belfast, they're
That's why you get. I mean, I love Megan. Megan's a great follow. You can't speak in absolutes. If you'll change the word "and people will calm down," if you'll change it to "and people may calm down," you're leaving yourself an out there, because I don't think that's to your point the guarantee here.
They wouldn't believe that the government would actually follow through with what they said.
No, they're just trying to be stopping this.
Let's calm
this
it
thing
down.
right here.
And it's literally the frog in the boiling pot of water. People.
I'm going to go full circle here, Paul.
Yeah.
Because of how we started this show. This is the first time I've ever sat here and empathize, sympathize. I get those two confused. Where I've not been in this situation, but I can understand it.
Yeah, that'd be empathy. I
Empathy.
think.
So I can have empathy for people who protest after, like black people who protest after, somebody's killed by police officers, because in their mind they feel as if everything is against them. Okay, everything is against them. Now it's a fallacy because we've looked at the numbers. We know that that's not true. Versus this, where it's 100% the truth. You've imported the third world country, and you're seeing the fruits of that. Are there law-abiding citizens who come in from this third world country? Sure, absolutely. But we're seeing that here in the United States. All of the illegal immigration that's come in, yeah, you're going to have great people who want to assimilate. But then what we have is all of these people who are coming in and just terrorizing because they were doing it in their home country. They got ran out of there, and they're doing all of this stuff. So, but it's the first time that I've ever sympathized with violence because you feel like you've got no other option. And that's where all of these people that you're seeing feel like they have no other option. What are they going to do? Their government's not listening to them. It's a woke ideology mind rot, and every damn one of those politicians need to be out of power.
Yeah, and it'd be one thing if they even allowed freedom of speech to organize politically to try to take back their country. But when you've instituted policies and then you're now more Great Britain is now more anti-free speech than Russia.
Sure.
Based on the statistics that are reported about how many people are arrested for social media posts there versus in the UK. Well, then you've got no other. If you're giving them policies that actually harm your sons and daughters, and then you can't talk about it to organize effective political resistance, you shouldn't be surprised. So when Keir Starmer says what happened last night is not justified, okay, what would make it justified? If they organized their own little continental congress, if they and got together and all voted to go to become violent, would it then be justified?
Oh yeah.
Does it need to be signed and minuted when you have a tyrannical government that is not allowing you to have peace and safety and security and is criticizing you when you notice it? I mean, to say it's not justified is I'm not so sure anymore. I'm not so sure, and that's not to say that I want innocent people to be harmed or killed, but it's not like this is crazy. This is what happens. This is what happens in nations for thousands of years. When you don't take care of your own people, they rise up and try to throw you out of power. This is not complicated. It's only in this weird little 20th, 21st century blip, which is completely perverse compared to the rest of the world. And don't get me wrong, like I get it. There's a lot of I would rather have peace than not, but peace at the expense of your own posterity, when your own posterity is looking at a world that will eliminate them, you got no choice. You got no other choice.
If you are from a different country, you are an immigrant to this country or another country or Belfast or whatever, what right do you have to live next to the citizens? I don't think you do. I don't think you have any right to live next to them. And what we've seen over and over and over again is that when you push people too far, the bomb will go off. Maybe in some cases literal, but mostly the figurative bomb will go off, and people are going to be over it. We're seeing that right now in the conservative Republican Party. The bomb has gone off. Either get in line, and whether you agree or disagree with that line, either get in line or you're out. And it's happening with Cornyn, with Cassidy, with Thomas Massey, with Nancy Mace, who I actually think a lot of. I don't know that I have any complaints about Nancy Mace, about her stuff. So we're seeing that in the Republican Party. We'll see how this continues to play out over the next couple of months.
Okay, so we're going to end the show today with a cringe-worthy video clip. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but this is, I will say this, behold the American politician. This is Congressman from Virginia, Bob Whitman, was asked a question about Speaker Mike Johnson, and instead of just saying, I don't want to give you an answer, decided to apparently fake a phone call.
Midas Touch is a liberal. They are the Huffington Post. They are
right.
Huffington
No, I
Post.
get it.
They are such a liberal rag. but they scored one with this.
I mean, it is what it is. And so here he is.
It's ridiculous.
For a minute and 42 seconds.
Congressman, what is Mike Johnson's secret plan to cut Social Security?
Hey, how you doing? I'm good. I'm good with that. Yeah, I'll be there in just a few minutes.
No response, sir?
I'm heading your way right now. Yeah, it's over at 416.
Congressman, what is Mike Johnson's secret plan to cut Social Security?
Listen, I appreciate that. I've got some more efforts that I want to talk to you about. There are actually more things that we have to be working on. Yeah, I want to make sure that we're putting.
No response, sir.
Yeah, listen, thanks. I appreciate your help on this. I really do need some more of your input. Yeah, if you can actually reach out, I'll make sure that we do more of this. Yeah, listen, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I believe me, I understand. There's more of those things that we need to work on. Yes. Well, thanks again. Listen, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congressman, what is Mike Johnson's secret plan to cut Social Security?
Behold the American politician. I mean, what kind of psychosis do you have to? How insecure do you have to be? You could just refuse to talk to them. You could tell them, "Hey, man, go away, kid. You're bothering me." Well, why do you feel the need to fake a conversation about working on legislation?
Tim Burchett just completely rolled his eyes back into his head watching that video, because Burchett, you can't have gotcha moments with him.
I know, he just would be real
because he knows that he lives on the side of righteousness. You live on the side of righteousness. What are you doing? You're avoiding these questions with a fake phone call. If I'm on the phone, it's going to be phone screen.
Yep, or black.
Yes, unless I purposefully click out. You would have to see someone click out of that and pull up another application to be able to do it. And then his conversation was like, "Oh, yeah." And he just immediately starts, "Oh, yeah, thank you for that. We got to do more of this and all that stuff." It's the most BS crap that you've ever heard in your life. It was fake, and it was ridiculous, and it makes us all look bad with a Republican next to our name.
It does. We deserve better, ladies and gentlemen. We got to demand better. Rob Spencer, I appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much for being on the show. And we're going to end the show. God bless everybody out there watching. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website, or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees. No pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
You may not have heard that jingle in a while, but we used to do it almost every week.
Every week.
And then, she's gotten so hard to get and is all over the place. We're going to be together next week, 2 weeks, maybe about a week.
Next week.
Coming up really quick with the one, the only Mel K.
Yay! Welcome!
Hello, my friends. Thank you for having me. I miss you. We're going to have to figure something out because everyone misses the flyover Mel K extravaganzas.
It's true. No doubt about it. I remember it was probably a couple years ago. I was in Home Depot and someone stopped me in Home Depot and said, "I love to watch Mel K on your show." She said, literally, I sat there and take notes because I don't know if you guys remember, I'd have stacks of these note cards. And she goes, "I just want to read what's on your note cards too." It's so much fun doing shows with you.
Well, I always had the idea that because we've done so many awesome shows, that we should put that into a little book for both of us.
We should.
Like a memory, like a yearbook of all the topics we've covered that now finally, but for the grace of God, are breaking through. And the truth that has no agenda is becoming well known to many more people than when we started. So,
yes,
no doubt
I love it when I'm watching something, talk about the Club of Rome or this or that. And I'm like, fool, you're preaching to the choir. I know all about that.
Exactly. We already know all about this.
Because it was like the college course that America needed is what you've provided, and I love the way it's put together. Obviously, people already have Americans Anonymous book, but infiltration instead of invasion. America betrayed. We've all kind of seen this. There's been this language of nobody could have stormed the beaches of the United States and took us on head on, but they kind of got in like little termites and all the little nooks and crannies and all the 2x4s in the house and weakened the structure without noticing, and actually betrayed us in a way that kind of used our own benevolence and goodwill and kindness and Judeo-Christian values in a way that was very harmful to our country. So I'm excited to get into this today, and this book's going to be available. The link's down below, whatever platform you're watching today's show. Infiltration instead of evasion. You can go right there. Hardcover available now, 1944 to 1954. And you think, well, that's the past. What difference does it make now? Have you ever seen a big tree? Well, you can't plant it in a day. The shade that you benefit is from things that took place in the past. And if you want to understand the present and know where you're going, you have to look back and say, how did we get here? And that's what she does in a very educational, fun way. You can go to themelkshow.com, themelkshow.com. There's a Substack on there, a newsletter that you can subscribe to. And love the look of the site. Love your photos on there. If you decide to get out of this space, you can just go into modeling or something else. And love the look of the new site.
Yeah. Well, I thank you so much. And thank you guys, because a lot of what is in this book, the American people are not privy to by design, and B, you and I, all three of us, have been on this journey of basically trying to empower people in America to empower themselves, to learn exactly how we got here, and that we have an enemy, but the enemy is much closer than people think. And so I'm excited. And as you know, for years, we have been on tour, all of us around the country with Reawaken. And a lot of that inspired this book as well, particularly my speeches, because I wanted to really understand when America got captured and how and what and the architecture. And I lay it out in this book as a history lesson, not as, it's not conspiracy. I'm not pointing at anyone. What I am doing is putting down actual documents and facts. We're going to have an amazing, amazing resource just for the book where people can look at all the real documents. But everything in this book has receipts. And that is something I'm very proud of.
So what was significant about 1944 to 1954? Can you talk about that? Like, why, what was the American betrayal in those 10 years?
Okay, so first of all, most of what we've learned about World War II is a lie, but most of what we learned about post-World War II is a purposeful deception of the American people, of our country, of our what is going on with our taxpayer money. And you kind of got to go back. As you guys know, I've done a lot of these speeches. I always start with JFK's 1961 speech at Waldorf Astoria to the press, where he says, the press is waiting for me to say that there's a clear and present danger. Well, there's never been a more clear or more present danger. And he goes into saying that there's a tight-knit group of global people, essentially, that put together politics and finance and law and military and all of that, and that they are perpetrating infiltration instead of invasion, subversion instead of elections, guerrillas by night, but instead of armies by day. And as you know, shortly after that, JFK was murdered in broad daylight in an operation to destroy America's heart and soul. And from that point on, multiple presidents came up against the machine that I believed he was talking about, including Eisenhower and Truman, and I believe Reagan before he was shot as well. But I do have to say, it is the American people that need to know what was going on while our grandfathers and great-grandfathers were dying on the battlefields, even before D-Day. They were planning, and when I say they, what we have to understand is it's still the same they, you know, all these years later. It was essentially two brothers. They were Wall Street lawyers at Sullivan and Cromwell named the Dulles brothers. And a lot of people don't fully, there's an airport named after them or whatever. I look at them as complete and total traitors to the people of the United States of America. And I believe that that's who JFK was talking about in that speech. And it is essentially what was built while we thought we were fighting and winning a war against, you know, communism or fascism or Hitler or whatever. What was happening in Switzerland was something very different, and we were told that Switzerland was neutral. Well, Switzerland was not neutral. In fact, Switzerland was creating, with the Dulles brothers in Switzerland and also another U.S. banker, lawyer at the Bank of International Settlements. They were, first of all, the Bank of International Settlements is the main bank of central banks. And during World War II, it was run by an American named McKittrick. He later went on to be, I believe, the president of Chase, but he was also working with the Bank of International Settlements and the Nazi bank, the Reich Bank, and Hitler's bankers, and the Bank of England, and all of the European banks connected to the City of London to create a supranational architecture that would protect itself no matter if. So we always think presidents come and go and nothing changes. Well, I firmly believe that this architecture that they built under the guise of continuity is what Donald Trump, A, is up against, and B, it is the great betrayal, I believe, when we talk about the $21 trillion missing of U.S. taxpayer money since World War II. All roads lead to the Bank of International Settlements and the architecture that they created with the UN, NGOs and different banking institutions on a supranational scale that had no oversight by any nation and has to this day maintained their immunity from a 1945 International Organization Immunity Act, which we've talked about on this show before. But unfortunately, we've had 7 presidents come in and out, and not one of them did anything about this. And the problem is that before D-Day even, there was the Bretton Woods Conference, and many people know that that's when they came up with the international banking cartels, basically the tentacles known as the World Bank, the IMF, and multiple other banks, including at the very top, the Bank of International Settlements. Well, at Bretton Woods, they voted to end the Bank of International Settlements, but they forgot about that. And it continued to this day to be this opaque, completely no oversight. You cannot sue it. You cannot audit it. Nobody has a jurisdiction to its grounds. And frankly, it was working for both sides in the war, and I believe every war since. And it is still at that level. And not just that, this was all the handiwork of these 2 Wall Street lawyers, essentially, that were representing firms in America and in Europe that also were funding Hitler and helping Hitler, particularly Standard Oil of New Jersey, which is the Rockefeller family, and IG Farben in Germany. And they were teamed up. They had all kinds of deals, and that was negotiated by Sullivan and Cromwell and John Foster Dulles. So what happened essentially is they built a fortress above nations to run the international banking system, the international NGO system that really works for them. And the scariest part of all is I firmly believe that the CIA was created to protect the international banking architecture made by these people while our grandparents died on the battlefield. They were creating a future where they were totally insulated, isolated, and turned the State Department, because what happened after the war, both Dulles brothers took over the 2 highest positions in the U.S. government that are not elected. John Foster Dulles took over Secretary of State. And as most people know, Allen Dulles took over the CIA in 1953. And I believe from that point forward, the entire international architecture and international banking system was connected to our State Department and above, not below. So I think that they reconfigured the State Department and the CIA, USAID, and National Endowment for Democracy into a tentacle of the supranational system. And since then, it has not worked for the United States of America.
Wow. I think Americans are waking up to this idea. When you look around and I think his name is Vincent Munster's his last name. He's an Ebola expert for the NIH. Gets arrested for smuggling Ebola into the United States, recently, and COVID kind of did that. You find out the Southern Poverty Law Center funded most of what happened at Charlottesville and embedded with the skinheads carrying the tortures. That was fun. So we're seeing this. We're like, it's kind of like people are the glasses are coming off, and we're seeing it around us all the time, but you're sort of aware of the villains in the room. But then you come to hear your information and you realize that even the structure that the room was built by nefarious purposes, by sheep in wolf's clothing in most instances.
Oh yeah, 1,000%. And there's some main things that the people of the United States need to understand. The State Department was reconfigured by their own, legal finaglings and the protections that they gave themselves. I really firmly believe that the United States taxpayers not only paid for the entire Cold War, but also for the entire, as we know, reconstruction of Europe, the fraudulent German Marshall Fund, the creation of the WEF and all that. But the U.S. taxpayers also paid for the same model for the war on terror. Again, both the Cold War and the war on terror had no defined enemy, and the enemy changed often because the idea that started, I believe, of a false flag before World War I was by the same international, supranational architecture, a model of endless war for profit. And the United States, I believe, was configured at that time to fund all of it. to loot and launder all of our taxpayer dollars out of the rogue State Department into this international conglomerate that includes NATO for endless war. Because what I learned is that most of the money and consolidation of power that has happened after World War I and World War II was already in place for a World War III before World War II ended. They knew Hitler was going to lose, and they wanted him to surrender. So Himmler and the bankers of the Reich Bank went to France to meet with the bankers of the Bank of England and the bankers of the BIS and these Dulles brothers and other people like that, multinational corporation people, and they were figuring out how to get as much money, billions and billions of dollars that was looted and stolen from the 60 million people that had their homes and their lives destroyed on the continent of Europe because of the Nazis. Well, they were trying to get the money out all together as a team. So all the people that were running the banking system without a hitch during World War II, claiming Switzerland was neutral, but really clearing money for the Nazis at the same time they're clearing money for the Bank of England and for America and everywhere else, they were essentially building towards a future where no president of any country, no regime, no anything could get to them. And the endless war for profit machine, along with the propaganda machine and all of that, was fortified by multiple things that happened, including during those years, the Five Eyes nations connection to intelligence and also the CIA and MI6. So to me, what I think happened then was that the CIA has never worked for America. The CIA, I believe, is international intelligence on a global scale that protects the international banking system that gave itself immunity after World War II. And all this time, these regime change, color revolutions, the CIA has been involved in at least 70 since the Dulles brothers went in 1953 with the first regime change. All of this is to protect that infrastructure, that architecture above nations. And like you just said, IG Farben and was a client of Sullivan and Cromwell and a client of the Dulles brothers. But also the Dulles brothers were were very, it seems to me that if they weren't aligned with the Nazis, they were very friendly with them. And something that the American people need to understand, because some people know about Operation Paperclip, we've done shows about it. But what you need to know that's even more than that is this global public-private partnership we talk about with the likes of BlackRock and Vanguard, where they're above everything. This is this architecture going to another level and another level. And frankly, it's the model that has captured America, because we were initially captured by the same group of people when they came in under the traitor Wilson administration with the Federal Reserve and then the income tax IRS Act. The same exact families and bankers were involved in this post-World War II architecture that they created above nations. And like I said, I believe that this international intelligence operation that brought in Nazis, mind you. A lot of people don't know the story of Ukraine during World War II. Ukraine was the hub for the SS, and it was Alan Dulles that made sure that none of the Ukrainian Nazis were held accountable in Nuremberg. And worse than that, Alan Dulles also brought in the head of Hitler's Nazi intelligence operation during World War II into the CIA with all of his officers to run a post-World War II East Germany. But again, what we know is that those Nazis and their totalitarian ideology didn't die. It was forgiven by the Dulles brothers and another guy named McCloy, as was IG Farben, who had a long relationship with the Rockefellers through Standard Oil and shared patents and stuff, and helped fund the rebuilding of Hitler after World War I, of Germany's military. And then IG Farben were charged in the Nuremberg cases because IG Farben ran a facility at Auschwitz to make synthetic rubber and synthetic oil for the military machine of Hitler, and worked 100,000 people to death at Auschwitz, at the camp next door. Worked 100,000 people to death making the synthetic rubber and oil and stuff for the Nazis to continue their war. And again, Alan Dulles went and got those people out. So nobody from IG Farben served even more than a year or 2 years. And then here's the worst part. The Dulles brothers brought a lot of these people back in to the international industrial multinational corporations, including in America. And one of the big things they came up with when they all met to get all the money out of Nazi Germany before the surrender of Hitler was that they opened subsidiaries of a lot of these companies. They broke up IG Farben, became BASF and all these other firms, but they were laundering money out for the Nazis through Italy and Argentina into America and opening subsidiaries of their companies here and putting the Nazis that they were saving essentially from death or paying a price for what they did, they brought them to America too, to run these companies. So, I mean, we have to understand it wasn't just the 1,800 scientists of Operation Paperclip, and it wasn't just the 12,000 that we know about now that came in and were put in our institutions and into our organizations. But we also now know that, frankly, they brought the ideology of totalitarianism, and they call it progressivism. It's actually European socialism, to America and infiltrated all of our, academic institutions, our agencies, and they brought that with them. And I believe the Dulles brothers were all in on it. They had good relationships with the Nazis and continued to bring them over here. Now we are hearing, because Milley gave a lot of formerly unavailable documents to Chuck Grassley in the last year, that it looks like there were like tens of thousands of Nazis that were brought to America and given new names and new backgrounds and put into a lot of these institutions to continue down this path. So I firmly believe that World War III was planned before they even surrendered in World War II, because the big meeting, the Red House meeting, people can look it up, was about that they couldn't let the Reich, that they could let Hitler surrender, but they could not let Germany fall, and that they had to rebuild Germany's industrial capacity as fast as possible because of the multinational agreements. They didn't want Germany's industrial base to be damaged at all by the aftermath of World War II. So essentially they erased a lot of Nazi crimes and Nazi criminals, brought them here to start up those same organizations here in continuity.
You mentioned Five Eyes earlier. Can you explain that? What is that? What did that look like?
Okay, so the Five Eyes, I believe, also is part of this international intelligence operation we know as the CIA. So the Five Eyes nations are Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and the US. And what that is I believe this is also a Dulles operation. In 1947, the CIA National Security Act was created. And with that act, Truman signed that act. It was all suggestion and written and all of that by both Dulles brothers and other people. But what they did was they made that they would be sharing intelligence with those 5 countries. But when I looked into this, it seems that they would be sharing intelligence with those 5 countries to protect the international banking architecture that they built above our nations, not to protect our countries, but to protect this global international immune architecture they created from the people of these countries, including the United States. And as we saw with COVID, when they jumped in, it was the Five Eyes nations that were going all hardcore. And I want to remind people that the Dulles brothers went in 1953. That was the first regime change operation that the CIA and the U.S. State Department participated in. And that was in Iran in 1953. And they overthrew the regime in Iran for a client of Sullivan and Cromwell, BP. And shortly after, they overthrew the government in Guatemala in 1954 for another Sullivan and Cromwell multinational client known as United Fruit. And as you go forward and you see all the justifications and the expansion of NATO and the overthrows, now 70 elections interfered in by this group, 60 regime change operations over decades, what you see is one thing that looks very similar to what we talk about and we've been talking about, which is this global public-private partnership that goes all the way up to the Bank of International Settlements. And it's essentially a racket to protect their income and their flow. And I'm not really 100% sure how the model that now survives, known as BlackRock and Vanguard, is a offshoot of this. But I happen to believe that the international intelligence operation that's run by the CIA and MI6 and likely as the Mossad is a part of it, is an international intelligence operation that we have been deceived to believe is the good guys. And I firmly believe that this same group overthrew Donald Trump and the duly elected president of the United States of America in 2016, that it wasn't what people think. I think this was a global orchestrated coup to overthrow the duly elected president in 2016 because Donald Trump wanted to normalize relations with Russia and the endless war, was looking at ending NATO, all these things that we should do, and they weren't going to allow it. They had put in trillions of dollars into making sure that they would be ready for World War III. They started using Ukraine to build that up as a hub before World War II ended. George Soros, USAID, a whole bunch of people put all these NGOs all over Europe to overthrow, to push into Brexit. And of course, I mean, not Brexit, push into the EU. And as we know, the EU at this point needs World War III, and it's nonsensical. Why do they need World War III? Because it's the model. I believe the model that was built by these people was a World War III on the continent of Europe, using Ukraine as the hub against Russia, and then destroy Russia, give all the natural resources and everything of Russia to the EU, have a unified EU, and then run the world through Geneva and Brussels, and use the city of London essentially as the banking hub with Wall Street, and use the people of the United States of America's money and children as funding, and to die on the battlefield in endless wars for profit to keep their model going to this day.
Mel, let me ask you a question, and maybe Colton can pull it up. There's kind of a famous photo of Eisenhower and Kennedy together. They met in December after the election when Kennedy won for like 2 hours in private in the Oval Office.
Right.
And they met again in January as more of a, kind of meet and greet. Yeah, that's the photo right there.
Right.
And I guess it was mostly closed door. I don't know who else was in there, but it was a very private meeting with the two of them. Eisenhower has his famous speech as he's leaving office about the military-industrial complex.
Right.
There are two political parties, but I mean, holy cow, Kennedy would be like the most conservative Republican on the planet today.
I know.
I'm going to ask you to speculate. Typically, we're talking the show only about what versus what you think. But what do you think a 2-hour conversation in that critical window in history of Eisenhower coming out of that World War II era, seeing the rise in these intelligence agencies, talking about the military-industrial complex? The two political parties, but man, they were much more aligned in the views of being pro-America and aware of this apparatus behind him that eventually led to Kennedy's death, and obviously woke up Eisenhower enough that he disappeared from public office, and nobody heard from him. He wasn't Obama and built an office across the street and stayed there. He was like, deuces, I'm out.
Right.
I'd rather be in a real war with people shooting at me that I can see than be in the corporation of DC. What do you think that 2-hour meeting look like based on the research of your book of 44 to 54? This transition took place in 60. What do you think that meeting would have consisted of, and what kind of alarms do you think Eisenhower was letting Kennedy know about that led to the actions that ended up costing him his life?
Well, first of all, I believe I know what it was about. Eisenhower is the one that John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles came in under. And a lot of people point to Wild Bill Donovan creating the CIA out of the OSS, but it was actually Allen Dulles that was running the OSS in Switzerland, along with the bankers, and doing all of that. Very
that's all
close
the Good Shepherd movie, right, with Matt Damon.
Yes, exactly.
And all that. That's that window you're talking about.
Right. Yeah. And so what happened, I believe, is that Eisenhower realized that he was deceived by the Dulles brothers and that they were doing things. I think when JFK is talking about That whole speech that I give, I think he's talking about them and the group that they created. There was a guy McCloy, there was another guy Draper. All these people were so embedded with the Nazis and their ideology and working with them back and forth. And then after World War II, there was supposed to be a denazification. They send this McCloy guy there. He starts pulling people that are sentenced at Nuremberg out and transferring them with new identities to America. This Draper guy goes there on their behalf, and he's supposed to be digging into the money and stuff. But what turns out, he comes back, and they talk about building USAID, which is not aid, building USAID for soft power around the world. And at this point, they have the protection. So it's very important to understand that Eisenhower knew that these two guys had done something, I think, in my heart, when he talks about the military-industrial complex, that is about bankers being involved in the military and the danger of that, because their model that we have been living under is a supranational model that is all about convincing nation states to support wars that on false pretenses and send our children to die and our billions and billions and trillions of dollars to pay for, because it's their business model. And it's a war for profit, endless war for profit. NATO should have ended decades ago, but NATO has to keep justifying itself. And the way they do that is propaganda on the ground with the NATO tentacle that is USAID, which is why I believe Donald Trump's first mission when Doge went in there was to dismantle and look into USAID. And I think the State Department being taken over by a very small group, I'm sad about Tulsi Gabbard, but I believe that much of what is going on is dismantling this post-World War II architecture that Eisenhower knew happened. And worse than that, Truman is the one that signed for the, under the guise of Alan Dulles and his brother and others convincing him that he signed that dangerous, should be rescinded 1947 document that created the CIA, created the Department of Defense, created the National Security Council. This was all done by the Dulles brothers, essentially. And as you know, JFK fired Alan Dulles. And shortly after, he's murdered. And then Alan Dulles is the main guy on the Warren Commission. And the Warren Commission is a whole bunch of people that were obviously involved. And again, this is the model of the CIA since its existence, was to essentially do something, whether it's overthrowing a nation or overthrowing the duly elected president of the United States, and then put their own people that were involved into the commission to investigate it, like the Weaponization Commission or whatever, and then have nothing happen and then move on. And we have had no one held accountable in the CIA or FBI from the beginning of this. And I want to just mention Truman, who signed it, 3 weeks after JFK was killed. Truman, the man that signed the CIA into existence, he wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post warning the country about what the CIA had become. And, you know, the famous quote by JFK, he wanted to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces. And what he said, Truman, in this op-ed in the Washington Post right after JFK died, he said, "For some time, I have been disturbed by the way CIA has been diverted from its original assignment. It has become an operational and at times a policy-making arm of the government." He mentions that it's sinister, we should be gravely concerned, and that it was becoming a American Gestapo. And that wasn't the only person who came out and said that. A little bit later, as you know, and what my book is based on, people came out and started wondering what JFK was talking about when he said, "We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice." And again, 10 days earlier, the CIA had messed up in Cuba with the Bay of Pigs. And JFK knew Alan Dulles ran that operation, and JFK fired him because it wasn't, that's when he said he would splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. And like I said, next thing you know, Dulles is on the Warren Commission telling everyone in the world, if you think that the Warren report is false, then you're a conspiracy theorist. And the templates never changed to this day, and it's very sad. National Endowment for Democracy, created in 1983, funded by Congress, but in 1991, the head of the National Endowment for Democracy said that they do what the CIA has done covertly for 25 years. Now the National Endowment for Democracy does it all over the world overtly. And then, of course, USAID was created during the denazification. And a big thing that came out of that creation of USAID was soft power. So basically overthrowing governments for the CIA. So it's my belief that from 1953 forward, the State Department, the National Endowment for Democracy, USAID, and the CIA have been a supranational node of the international banking cartel and not at all working for the best and for the future and for the prosperity and peace and our children in America. They have never worked for us since that day. They've always worked for the multinational corporations, the endless war for profit model, and the international banks.
So who do you think really controls the government? When you look at this, who really controls it?
Well, I think this architecture that we do, but I really, here's the one thing that we can find out who really controls the government. Donald Trump should rescind the International Organization Immunity Act of 1945 that has given the Bank of International Settlements complete and total immunity, and 63 banks connected to the Bank of International Settlements absolute and total immunity from audit, from investigation, from legal. And here's the craziest part. On U.S. soil, to this day, none of these banks or institutions, including the World Bank and IMF, which are in Washington, D.C., does the United States have any jurisdiction over? None. So even on our soil, and again, don't forget, the Dulles brothers also gave, under the International Organization Immunity Act, immunity to the United Nations, which was created during this time as a national government above nations, and gave immunity from prosecution, investigation, audit to any of their employees or their facilities to the United Nations and 76 organizations connected to the United Nations that we have no jurisdiction over on the soil of the United States of America at all.
Oh my gosh.
So again,
he goes against those guys. He better stay away from anyone that uses three names.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly.
I mean, that would be big.
But I think we have to understand that the playbook they created, especially when George Soros teamed up with Bill Clinton to expand NATO, George Soros wrote this NATO world order, and it's apparent that he helped get Clinton into the spot, but when Clinton got into that spot, that he started expanding NATO for the war for profit model. You can listen to George Soros say he doesn't really care what happens to nations when his NGOs go in there and foment hatred and overthrow countries and create chaos and riots to overthrow governments, because he couldn't care less. It's all about money to him. And frankly, that is the truth. And we need to take seriously what's going on, because between Serbia in 2000, Georgia in 2003, Ukraine 2004, Arab Spring, which was Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya, and Syria 2011, and the Maidan Revolution in 2014 are all CIA operations, as was the Crossfire Hurricane overthrow of Donald Trump and the continuing conspiracy. The CIA has been working on our soil since 2016 at the highest level with their international partners to destroy this country from within and to destroy Donald Trump and his entire movement. And that is really what we're dealing with.
What is the connection, would you say, between the intelligence operations and the kind of the back office side there and election machines and elections, both in the United States and internationally? Because there's whole documentaries about Republicans and Democrats calling out the problem with the machines, but they can't seem to get anything done with that. And clearly, you got nations like Taiwan who could do like 34 million people in a day, same day voting, ballot, count it. But the machines, are easy to manipulate, and that gives you, it's the single one little lever that gives you the most amount of control. A lot of insinuations made about this, but what power does the CIA and divisions thereof have over the election machines and the processes and outcomes both in and outside the United States?
Well, I mean, I think that they are the ones that manufactured it. Remember, Kennedy said in that speech, a tightly knit, highly efficient machine combining military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, and political operations is the system operating today. That's what he said in 61. It is the system still operating today, all these years later. And I think we have to understand that they've been doing the regime change operations for decades. In fact, Nixon actually admitted this, I believe, in one of his books, that the machines were brought in to cheat. And the bigger problem now isn't that, it's lawfare. It's the manipulation of laws since Eric Holder and the Manchurian Candidate entered the White House in 2008, both, I believe, CIA, definitely CIA affiliates. But I will say that when they entered, Eric Holder, who's a much bigger villain than people even can fully understand, used lawfare. Norm Eisen, a lawfare guy too, did overthrows all over with the CIA in Europe. Essentially, what they've been doing is they've been going in and they've been seeding the election commissions, the election watchers, the overseers, the ballot counters with CIA operatives all over Europe and I believe all over America. I certainly believe that MS Now, CNN, New York Times, a lot of these are mockingbird media on steroids because the CIA is also progressive international. The CIA at this point is fully committed to not only global governance, but to a progressive, like European socialist model that we're watching in the EU. And a lot of this ties back to other things. The Dulles brothers went on, all three of those people. McCloy went on to run the World Bank. Alan Dulles went on to the Council of Foreign Relations, and John Foster Dulles to the Ford Foundation. And you have to understand the NGOs are part of the model. The NGOs, the civil society as they call them, which was picked up, Rockefeller, Ford, and Carnegie had been being investigated, all of their foundations, all the way back to the 30s for subverting the will of the people through civil society groups that represent supposedly the people, but really they stand in between the people. And we still have that situation today because the Clintons and the Gates Foundation and the Open Society Foundation is the same model. And again, many of them have some kind of immunity because they have treaties. Like George Soros Open Society signed a agreement treaty to work together with USAID, the funding, I believe, of CIA operations in 1993. So everything that we've seen since the 90s of the slow but sure controlled demolition of our institutions, of all of these progressives and Democrats, socialists and Islamists going into our government and being funded, all of this is all part of the same apparatus that they created. And they are still protected, many of them. So, we have to really be honest about the truth about World War II, who really won. I used to say on stage, and then the ADL called me a anti-Semite. I used to say that, Germany might have lost World War II, but the Nazis did not. And I triple down on that now because I think that the State Department was aligned with them from 1953 forward. And many former Nazis changed their names and their backgrounds, but they brought their totalitarian control here, which has turned our law schools into critical legal theory law schools that don't think the Constitution is legit. And that's the highest level. And the scariest part is that much of this is happening at Harvard and Berkeley and Yale and Columbia. And that is where these people were put. So, there's a lot of that. Three things I would do. If I was Donald Trump, I would rescind that 1947 document and at least rescind. 2 years later, Dulles wrote it up with some other lawyers, but they gave the CIA total anonymity. But not just that. Nobody can look at the operations, what they're doing, how much they spend. They have a completely opaque black budget, the CIA, that nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows what it does. Nobody knows who it goes to. And again, that is run only by the CIA, and the head of the CIA is the only one who knows everything that's going on. It used to be Alan Dulles, but think about the years between 9/11 and now. And when I'm talking about 1993, NATO world order, that's when Soros started getting involved with the Clintons, and then Center for American Progress essentially ran the entire Obama and Clinton foreign policy. So again, we have a situation where on soil today on the United States, CIA was supposed to never be on U.S. soil. It was supposed to be an intelligence gathering operation, not a covert regime change, black ops, Operation Gladio, false flag creating, chaotic, pushing towards a global government, global power. But, I think we have to understand that Agenda 2030 and all the things we've been talking about for the last 5 years, the Great Reset, all of that, this is all I believe it's long been planned, and it's the same exact group of people, the same people that have the anonymity. And right now we have something called the steady state on U.S. soil. It is CIA, FBI, NSA, and former ambassadors all together. They got 501c3 or 501c4. They admit to being involved in essentially the head of it, Steve Cash, says the day that Donald Trump won, all of them got together and wrote a letter to General Flynn saying that he was unqualified and he was an existential threat and he could not be president. So the will and the voice and the vote of the people didn't matter at all to these CIA guys because they're fighting for democracy, of course. But the entire Democracy Inc., the lawfare of Brookings and all the Atlanticists that never accepted and still don't that the United States is independent from Europe and has made us be attached to them can all be traced to those 10 years and a lot of devious stuff that was done in the name of continuity rather than, so it's above nations, and that we right now, and they set it up so that nobody that became president could dismantle it. And there are little pieces that can be dismantled, but also we should be charging the 51 intelligence agents that lied to the American people before, this is a CIA operation, before the 2020 election about Hunter Biden's laptop, not only because they knew it, but also because they created it. They were involved in all of this. And like I said, the extraordinary power of the head of the CIA, well, you got to put into notes. John Brennan ran the CIA headquarters in Saudi Arabia, giving 13 of the 17 hijackers for 9/11 their visas. John Brennan went on to support Obama, the only intelligence operative to support Obama from Saudi Arabia. And then Obama brings in John Brennan, and John Brennan essentially runs regime change after regime change after regime change to honestly create the field for World War III on the continent of Europe, using our people and our money, again, trillions of dollars. And when Donald Trump came in, the CIA turned its attention on the United States of America in 2016 and started running a regime change, color revolution, infiltration operation on the United States of America that continues to this day. And they don't even hide it anymore. And, they should charge the 51 intelligence agents with conspiracy to defraud the people of the United States of America before an election, for interfering in that election. And frankly, I think all of them should be charged criminally because this is what they've done. And they have been running the CIA and the Five Eyes. CIA out of London was Gina Haspel. CIA out of America was Brennan, but also Comey, Clapper, the whole crew, and the CIA out of the UK, which is the MI6 and the Five Eyes nations. They're the ones that overthrew Donald Trump. And they continue to this day because they put trillions of dollars into their plan with Ukraine and World War III. And the end goal of World War III was what? They were going to destroy Europe. They were going to take all our money to rebuild it, as they did after World War I and World War II. And the solution would be Agenda 2030 and full global totalitarian technocracy.
This book is so essential for people to read. Infiltration Instead of Invasion.
Yeah.
America Betrayed, 1944 to 1954. When you wrote this book, just for our final question here, when you wrote this book, who were you thinking of and what are they going to get when they read it?
Well, I was thinking of all of the people that have died in endless wars for profit and being lied to and all of the loss of life, but also trillions and trillions of dollars of U.S. taxpayer money has gone missing into black holes that are purposely black holes that are protected by immunity that were created with, the blood of our children and children all over the world fighting wars that were essentially, I believe, for international banking and international profit of multinational corporations and contractors for decades. And the bottom line is we can go over and have the oppression Olympics as much as we want in the United States of America. Every single American citizen, regardless of race, color, background, anything else, has been deceived, lied to, looted, manipulated, and I believe betrayed by our own intelligence operations and the State Department apparatus that works against us and above all else. And again, There is no group. You can look at the crack that went in to the inner cities, blamed with Gary Webb. You can look at Mena, Arkansas, and the trafficking of guns. You can look at Jeffrey Epstein, who's part of this supranational network, of course. And you can say, you know what? The people of the United States of America need to be informed and empowered with the truth of what happened after World War II, because the same exact people changed our education system, wrote the history, and have been lying and looting and manipulating this nation in every way since.
Man, that is so
Do you feel like with this term with Donald Trump, it's been a kink in their plans, a major setback?
Oh, yeah.
You know, what degree of a direct hit has this been on their agenda? Does it just slow it down? Has it been dismantled? Is it still in the works? Is it yet to be determined? Where would you assess it at this point?
Well, I believe this is the battle that Trump is fighting, and I believe it's a global battle. At this point, I think the sides are really nation states that want to maintain their national sovereignty no matter what versus globalists and global governed, and they already captured all the European nations. But if you look at the 4 operations that Trump has done so far, which would be Venezuela, Cuba to some extent, Afghanistan, no, not Cuba, Venezuela, Iran.
The Panama
all of
Canal,
those
too,
places-
quite a bit.
Yes, and all of those places had these CIA-embedded regime
Mhm.
change operations where the CIA chose the leaders and the American taxpayers paid for it through USAID, and they've captured all these people. So I think Trump is battling the international banking cartel, the global public-private partnership, and everything that JFK, Truman, and Eisenhower warned us about, which makes it very, very dangerous. But it seems to me that the tentacles go all the way from Israel to Ukraine to America and everywhere else, South America, everywhere. And I really, at the end of the day, think it's this international intelligence operation that we thought was separate, but really is one.
Man, this is a book we all need. Flyover Family, you can get it. Infiltration instead of Invasion. You can find it on Amazon. Go to themelkshow.com. While you're there, make sure you register for her newsletter. You're getting that, so you're on top of what is going on. It's so important. Mel.
And don't forget the Substack.
And her Substack
as well.
Thank
I mean,
you,
there
guys.
is there's so much, and these are not tools or assets that are readily available anywhere else. This is a very unique site, very unique place, and very unique information that all of a sudden it's like, oh, I have the code to crack the things that I'm seeing.
That's exactly right. Mel,
and that's
thank
the
you.
hope. That's the hope, folks, that the American people realize we're all on the same side. We always have been. They've just been doing operations to convince us we're not. And it's time that we say enough's enough and take back our country ourselves.
No
Amen.
doubt about it. Mel, we're so excited to see you next week. We look forward to it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
All right, Fiber family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the closeout. Thank you very much.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to talk about today, the aftermath of the Carmelo Anthony verdict and sentencing. We're going to talk about that, and the aftermath is absolutely insane. Right now, they've been promising riots and this and that. I don't know how much of that has happened, but what I can tell you is they are targeting a specific look of people, a specific color, if you will. So we'll talk about that in just a minute. But first, I want to mention our sponsor, Max Associates. They are the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to the website. You've got Father's Day coming up. You've got the 250th anniversary of the United States. That is like 2 or 3 weeks away. Now is the time. You got 2026 midterms. Now is the time to buy something from Max Associates. Show everybody where you stand. I mean, politics is so polarizing these days. You have to have a stance. You have to have a side. And this place can give you the specific side that you want to show people you're on. Anything you can get anywhere else, you can get at Max Associates, but you can also get better, more specific things. But the best part about it is the deal. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. Make sure you guys check it out. All right. So, Jay, I don't know how much you've heard about what's going on, but again, when I say things like this, I'm not talking about the entire race. But black people are now targeting white people. Okay, I'm not saying that all black people are doing that, and I'm not saying that all white people are being targeted. But in this specific area of South Texas, black people are targeting white people because of the verdict and the sentencing. This man killed a white guy, and they're pissed off that he was held accountable. So now they want to kill you. I want you to take a look at this, Jay. I want you to watch this, and then we're going to get your reaction on it, okay?
Yep.
All right, everybody, take a listen.
Collin County, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irvin, Dalworth, Plano, Denton, Keller. It ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving y'all a fair warning right now. And guess what?
It's a fur warning.
It's going to be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me, and we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We are.
He just said there's a bunch of black people out there that are going to look butt ugly.
With these, I guarantee y'all gonna pay for what that judge just did to Carmelo. If you don't believe me, bring y'all bold ass out this weekend and put on your Austin Metcalf shirts and see what happened to you.
You know what? Just this right here makes me want to get an Austin Metcalf t-shirt. I wonder if Max Associates sells Austin Metcalf t-shirts. If he doesn't, he should.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where do you get an Austin Metcalf shirt? First of all, I don't. Yeah,
That's a great idea. Actually, he just gave us a great business idea.
I mean, first of all, if you put that over like social media, somebody should come visit you. First of all,
You'd think.
You would think like law enforcement should probably give you a visit, just to at least say, hey, we know who you are, and if we see you leave your house, we're going to follow you at this point because you just said you're going to go out and murder people. That's number one.
Wait, you on jury? But Jay, that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing.
But Jack, do you really believe this guy? Do you really? This guy's a clown.
Actually, based on prior evidence, I do believe him. Not that the kill, he won't kill anybody.
Yeah.
But I do believe that they target white people, and I'm going to show you some evidence. Here is Exhibit A for everybody that wants to see it. Take a listen.
Hey, wasn't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. Man. No, he wasn't. Seriously. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
He was on jury selection.
No, he's a vet. He's a vet, dude. He's a vet. He's a vet. He ain't been on jury selection.
I ain't worried about that.
Fuck you.
You gonna die.
Quit, dude.
You on jury? Why you on jury?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
You on jury selection?
They are now going around and targeting random white people. Jay, I believe that was in Florida.
Yeah,
The
he's
trial
in
was
jury
in Texas.
He's in jury selection in Texas, but he lives in Florida. What do you,
That was in Florida. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's low
So
IQ.
They're just targeting any random white person now, Jay.
Well,
is what
you
I'm
know,
saying.
they're gonna target the wrong one, Jack. That's going to happen. They're going to go and smack a guy like that, and it's going to be the wrong one. And then we're going to have more problems. But the problems aren't being caused by that guy sitting there against the basketball pole, the hoop there. No, it's caused by the person who just went up and smacked him in the face. And if that guy, pulled out a gun and shot him, I really wouldn't care.
He actually pulled out a knife. But I want to show you something else, Jay. Take a look at this. I want to show you all the hate that white people are getting from black people just because Carmelo Anthony got held accountable for killing a white man. Take a look at this. This is incredible. Right here. Okay, so the guy that did that thing that you just saw where he hit the white man, said he was on jury selection, that's his name, Comeback Kidbo. He said they removed the video. Look at all the hate below. He said, they say he tombout, I guess that means talking about, you're gonna die. And then one says, I screen recorded it. Said, somebody show me, but that's not the whole thing. Check this out. They put, man, that shit's so funny. Boy, that shit took me off. Send it to me. You out here doing the Lord's work. God bless you, young man. And then look at this. It says, I seen that. I hate them. He said, it's viral. They stole it and made it their own post. I've been waiting my whole life for us to get some respect around the shit we built. This is their thought process, Jay. This is the thought process of, and I'm not going to say all black people because you can tell right away these are the ghetto black people by the way they talk. It's plain as day.
Well, this is the kind of case where I say other black people have to step up and denounce it. Will you? Will you?
Black people.
Well, they should. And there are people that I have seen on these videos yelling back at them saying, this is stupid, you're stupid. Like the guy who said, I'm actually an African-American because I'm from Africa. I like that guy. That was funny. I don't know if you saw that one. But,
no.
We really got a lot of problems in this country, man. We have a cultural problem. We have people that there's no consequences for. Like that guy that just went up and smacked him in the head should have his teeth kicked in. And then maybe he won't do it. Maybe he won't do it. Or maybe, like I said, they're going to do that to the wrong one. You're going to do it to the wrong one, and then it's going to be the person you did it to, their fault. No, that's not how it works. See, that's what Carmelo Anthony thought. That's part of the problem here. He thought that he could take out a knife and stab somebody, and it's okay for him to do that. No, you can't do that.
Their generation, Jay, has been raised that we are a victim and that there's no accountability because we are a victim. That's what his generation was raised with. We are the victims, and you can do whatever you want because there's no accountability.
But Jack, I see plenty of adults acting like victims too. You just saw
I'm saying that the adults are doing it now, but the kids that are being raised on it are the ones like Carmelo Anthony.
I mean,
Jay,
ridiculous.
I have exclusive footage. I want you to see this. I just got this in. I have exclusive footage of Carmelo Anthony in prison. He actually is in the same jail as P. Diddy, in the same prison. Check this out, Jay. Exclusive footage. I want you to take a look at this.
It's okay, baby boy. Diddy is going to take good care of you.
That right there is exclusive footage. You can't find that anywhere else. Right out of the prison.
Wow, Diddy looks younger there. It's from yesterday. He must have dyed his hair because of the
He used a filter. I think he used a filter before he sent it.
I don't know. Listen, Diddy seems to be very involved. He wants to help out Carmelo Anthony, which is nice of him.
He said he's got him, as he was caressing his face.
He can help. He knows people in prison, obviously, because now he's there himself. But this whole thing is so crazy to me because nothing. It's always a contradiction, like everything. I posted this today. You saw it. Every time somebody who's, quote, unarmed gets killed by somebody who's, quote, armed, it's automatic guilt for the person that was armed, isn't it? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? It
depends,
hear.
I guess, the situation.
Well, no, the situation, we know this, when the police are involved, it's always, if it's somebody that's unarmed who gets killed by the police, it's always guilty right away, no matter what, for the police, right? Well, in this case, Carmelo Anthony was armed. Austin Metcalf was unarmed.
Did you hear what Crockett said about it?
Well, he stabbed an unarmed man.
But according to Crockett, Austin Metcalf was over 6 feet tall and 300 pounds.
Yeah,
That's what she said. The man is only, I think, like 200 pounds. And guess what? They're saying Carmelo Anthony was 5'8", 5'9". Carmelo Anthony was 5'11" and 182 pounds.
Here we go again. It was the same thing with Trayvon Martin, wasn't it? Wasn't it the same thing with Trayvon Martin? He was. They kept showing the communion picture when he was like a little kid. In reality, Trayvon Martin was a big guy.
You would not believe Crockett actually said that she would have stabbed Austin Metcalf in this particular situation.
Do you have that?
I may. It's some of the dumbest. Right now I have photos, but I can find it real quick. Give me a second and I'll find it.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It's some of the dumbest because it's coming from Jasmine Crockett. Anything she says is some of the dumbest. Doesn't matter what it's about. The woman's a complete moron, and thank God she's been redistricted out of Congress.
Thank God. Yes, it's a huge plus. All right, here, I want you guys to take a listen to this. This was on her podcast, which is called Cock It with Crockett or something like that. I don't know. But here, take a look at this. I want everybody to listen to what she has to say.
Also, I mean, can we just be real about this? Like, who's, I mean, like, why you rolling up on somebody and being like, get out? Like, this is, to me, this is the culture that is being instigated, mostly because of like you know, y'all know how we say on the internet,
she talks as ghetto as you possibly can.
Don't let your president get you fucked up, right? Like, because people get bold. They get real bold with us right now, like you know, and this whiteness and this replacement theory crap that they on and all of this kind of stuff, and it's like, oh, we the victims, because the fact that, you know, any kid would feel like it makes sense to walk in and see this particular kid. I mean, we've all interpreted that there was a race component to this and be like, oh, yeah, it's raining, but get out.
So apparently Austin Metcalf was the one that killed him. And so Austin Metcalf is the bad person here.
There is no evidence. Here's the thing, Jasmine Crockett. There's no evidence of any race thing here, because if there was, the prosecutor would have charged Carmelo Anthony with racial or hate crime.
So take a listen to this, Jay. Here's another one. I want you to hear this.
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining, and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know, who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a Black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some Black unarmed person, even though they are trained.
Here we go.
The fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this Black boy said that I was scared.
So he said he was scared. Case closed.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, there was mercy shown. He should have got 99 years. In fact, he should have got the death penalty. There was plenty of mercy shown to Carmelo Anthony here. Okay, he's going to be eligible for parole when he's about 37 years old or something like that. Or
take a listen to this, Jay. Here's where she tries to downplay the knife. Take a listen to this shit. She tries to downplay. She said, "Oh, you know what? It's a small knife, and he only stabbed him once. Only stabbed him once." All right, take a listen.
Awful.
Was it a switch? I don't know what he had.
It was like it seemed like it was a multi-tool, almost like a.
Now they're saying it's like a Swiss Army knife.
What? She doesn't know what he had, but she's talking about this case from a real position of authority. But she doesn't even know what kind of knife it was. Moron.
She doesn't know anything.
A Swiss Army,
like with like with the little scissors and everything and whatever. So it was
a Swiss Army knife.
Well, I would have argued the size of it alone, you wouldn't even think it's a deadly weapon.
Oh my!
And I forgot he had the bag.
If it was one of the little, like I don't know, like I do think.
Well, that's why he went to his coach and was like, "But I."
Notice she said, "I don't know." She's absolutely right. She does not know because get this. She said it's not a deadly weapon. Did he kill him with the weapon? Then it's a deadly weapon.
Right. It's not classified under the law as a deadly weapon, but that doesn't matter. Anything can kill somebody.
No,
A
no,
pen.
it is
If
because
I
it's not a Swiss Army knife. She's mistaken in that.
No, I know that. I don't even know if the knife he had on him was classified as a deadly weapon under the law.
It was. This is the knife right here. This is a simulation of the knife. That is a deadly weapon.
Is that a switchblade?
It's one that comes out. It's I mean, it's not something where you can press the button.
Well, because under the law in New York, I don't know how it is in Texas, a switchblade is a deadly weapon. A knife like that where you have to press the button and fold it out, that is not a deadly weapon.
No, that's what this is, a knife where you have to. So wait a minute, you're saying a knife in New York like this is not a deadly weapon, but yeah, you can kill people with it.
Right. If you kill somebody with it, yes, it was used as a weapon, a dangerous instrument.
If you're
but
say you're trying to kill somebody with it, but you don't, it's not considered assault with a deadly weapon?
No, I'm talking about for possession alone.
Uh-huh.
There are certain things that are classified as deadly weapons where you don't have to do anything with it. If you just have it on you, it's classified as a deadly weapon. A knife like that would not be in New York. I don't know about Texas.
So you're saying some knives you're not allowed to carry in New York? Is that what they're
Correct.
saying?
Correct.
That's ridiculous. New York, I swear, man. California and New York, they are head to head for the worst states.
Yeah, gravity knife, switchblade.
I like the butterfly knives.
Butterfly knives are not considered deadly weapons.
I love them. Love them.
Yeah, but Jack, she doesn't know very much at all. But anything could be a dangerous instrument. And a pen. If I stab you in the eye with a pen, that's going to kill you, right? It's going to go into your brain. So anything at that point could be considered.
He killed him with that knife. I would consider that a deadly weapon.
But listen, but she's completely off. You look at that knife. Number one, right? It's not a Swiss Army knife with the scissors and I don't know what it be. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't a Swiss Army knife with the scissors and the what else is on there, Jack? The spoon and the fork. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was a knife that you're right. You have to press and comes out, and that blade. Yeah, if that goes into your chest, I think it's going to reach your heart. Right? It looks pretty. Yeah, I think it will. So she has no idea what the hell she's talking about, and the only people making this about race are people like Jasmine Crockett.
All right, here's what I want to show you. The first thing I want to show you, okay? Or the last thing I want to show you, excuse me. Take a listen to what she says he's a 300-pound man, which is not true, but take a listen.
If a 300-pound man
If a 300-pound man
is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down.
So apparently this man was 300 pounds. He was on top of Carmelo, who's laying on the ground, and he's beating the shit out of him.
And he wasn't.
I'm not limited to fist. You know, I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player.
Oh, God.
So now all of a sudden he's a football player. So his hands, she argues his hands are deadly weapons.
Right. Well,
good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the golfers. We're talking about football players, right? Like this is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that if
so apparently what she's saying, Jay, is that A, she would have done the same thing. She would have stabbed him. B, he's 300 pounds, even though he's actually only 200. C, he was on top of Carmelo with his hands as deadly weapons and beating the shit out of him when really all he did was lightly shove him and say, you know, get out of the tent. That's what really happened. But apparently she's living in an alternate reality.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if she's from like a different timeline, Jay.
Nothing she said there is what happened. Zero.
Nothing she said is true. Nothing.
Right.
She said is true.
Nothing that she said there happened. Nothing. And Jack, the golfers, they could actually do more damage than a football player with a golf club. I'll tell you right now. I would rather fight the football player than the guy with the golf club, the golfer.
But Jay, she's trying to say now that a high school football player's hands should be considered deadly weapons. That's why he was allowed to stab him, because he had two deadly weapons on him.
Well, yes, we know all these football players were Mike Tyson's worst nightmare when Mike Tyson was in his prime.
But Jay, does that mean that they can't carry their hands? They have to leave them at home? Because those are deadly weapons. If you put your hands in your pockets, is that concealing a deadly weapon?
Listen, all I know is this: that Mike Tyson just would always said, "I will not. I'll fight anybody, just not a football player, because the way those guys throw hands, I'm too afraid to go in the ring with those guys." That's what Jasmine Crockett. I mean, she might be right there, Jack. She's
Absolutely.
a complete moron. The woman is a complete moron. The quicker she gets out of Congress and onto The View, the better off we'll all be.
It's just amazing though. How stupid can you be? She's absolutely incorrect about every single thing that happened here. I mean, everything. She even said the knife was like an inch big. She said he only stabbed him one time, so it shouldn't be considered murder. This woman, look, Jay, in California, some people that are trained in karate or other things, their hands are considered registered deadly weapons.
Yeah.
So I always wonder, though, if you have those hands and you're in California, I mean, are you allowed to go around with those hands? Other people aren't allowed to go around with their deadly weapons.
You have to holster them. You have to be in your pockets at all times.
Well, isn't that concealing a deadly weapon then?
Well, I mean, I guess you could say that, but if you have to maybe you have to have a proper holster. You keep your hands in a proper holster, you're fine.
I think you have to have them in oven mitts is the thing you have to do.
Hey, I mean, it's
just
absurd.
weird, man. How you can register somebody's hands as a deadly weapon.
That's like that a lot of places. I think if you're a certain degree black belt or a certain whatever in martial arts, they do. They consider, like if you fight somebody on the street and you kill them, like no, you're charged like differently than the guy who's just regular dude.
Have you ever seen the movie Con Air? You ever seen the movie
Yes.
Con Air with?
Yes.
Well, at the beginning, that guy, his hands were considered a deadly weapon because he had all that military training and whatnot.
Yeah, it was a Marine or something, right? Nicolas
Yep.
Cage. Yeah. Yep. I
Yeah,
remember.
great
I remember
movie
that.
though. Great movie for anybody
great
that hasn't seen it. Con Air. Oh man.
Great 90s movie.
Yeah, Bing Rames. John Malkovich.
Yeah.
Oh man, Nicolas Cage. Excellent movie. Excellent.
Yeah, what was John Malkovich of Tyrus the Virus or something like that?
Yeah, he was Cyrus the Virus.
Cyrus.
He had killed like 30 or 40 some odd people. Crazy.
Cyrus the
Crazy.
Virus. That was it.
It was an excellent movie though. And it's funny because Steve Buscemi ended up being the guy that everybody was scared of.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
brought him in. They had the freaking face mask on him, and the
Right.
guards wouldn't even touch him. They had the poles.
Yeah. He came in with the Hannibal Lecter mask on.
Yeah, exactly. And he even says, one kill I did, I wore the woman's head as a hat through 3 states. I'm like, man, this dude's nuts.
Yo, it was unsettling. I'm not gonna lie. When he was sitting at that picnic table with that little girl.
Oh yeah, very
That was
unsettling.
Unsettling scene. Absolutely.
When he suddenly disappeared, I thought she was going to be gone because you saw the way his eyes kind of glazed over and he got in that mode. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, can't help himself. Right. Exactly.
Great movie, though, if you haven't seen it. Great
Yep.
movie.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's move on from the Carmelo Anthony thing. I think we've spit out enough we can about
Do we
that.
have to? Do we really
Oh, yeah.
have to?
But Jay, I'm sure by now you've heard of the FIFA referee that is not allowed to come into America, and he's not refereeing at the World Cup. I'm sure you've heard about that by now. I think he's Somalian.
I have not heard about this. Let me hear about it.
Are you serious? Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I'm dead serious.
Okay.
I've not heard about this. Let's
Okay.
go.
Well then, yeah, I'll show you. Excellent. For anybody, I'm glad you haven't heard about it, actually. That's a good thing. All right. Let me show everybody this. It's going around everywhere. So right here, this is the guy right here. His name is Omar Abdulkader Artan, and he was a FIFA referee that was going to referee at the World Cup, but he was denied entry into the U.S. after the Border Patrol investigation uncovered alleged ties to individuals associated with Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda. FIFA has since removed him as a FIFA referee, so he's completely gone there. That's him. And it was Donald Trump was the one that denied him entry. And it's a good thing he did. But I want to show you something else, Jay. Listen to, okay, so you know how black people take everything personally. If something happens to one black guy, they take it as it's happening to all black people. So let me show you what they did, Jay. When they found out that he was removed, the people from Somalia, they all go into the World Cup or wherever the hell they are, and they bring out the American flag and they start stomping on it. And then they show a picture of the referee. Take a look at this right here. This is insanity.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so hurt.
That's the gist of the video. Do you see what
Yeah.
they're doing here, Jay?
Yeah.
They hate America, but yet they want to live here. They won't go live anywhere else.
I'm so hurt, Jack. My feelings are so hurt by that. You know what? Stay in that s-hole country. And I think, Jack, when isn't it about time we just stopped letting anybody from Somalia into our country? Could we do a Somalian band?
Why can't we just stop letting anybody from the Middle East into our country, period?
Yeah. How about letting anybody from anywhere right now for about 10 years before we get,
I think doing that, not 10, 10's a little long, but maybe till the end of his term at least.
I mean, right? Something, but these, that guy, first of all, he looked like that guy in the season I'm on right now in Blacklist. He looked like him a little bit. Second of all,
Second of
all,
all,
Jack, the thing you mentioned, Al Qaeda, right? At Al Qaeda, and we're still sending them, like, Tim Burchett's like really, he's huge on this with that $40 million a week we send to Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
Did you see John Thune yesterday when he was asked a question about that money that we send to Al Qaeda and how the House has passed a bill? They've passed the bill to stop it. Tim Burchett's bill.
Really? Yeah.
You have to, Jack, pull it up. You have to hear John Thune's answer. All right, I'm glad you haven't seen this because your jaw's going to drop when you hear John Thune's answer to the question.
You keep freezing, my man.
What's that?
You keep freezing. You froze
You hear me
twice in
now?
the middle of your
Oh,
speech.
sorry. All right. Did you get the thing about John Thune with his?
Yeah, I'm going to pull that up real quick,
Pull it
but
up.
I want you to see this first real quick.
Go
Just
ahead.
a quick
Go
thing.
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
want to know, Jay, what part of the chicken this is, okay?
Oh, God.
From McDonald's. These are chicken strips. I want you to
Oh.
tell me what part of the chicken this is, okay?
Yeah, I know what that looks like.
Excuse me? Oh my God, what is that?
Yeah,
What
is
part
that?
of the chicken is this, Jay?
They basically just cut his dick off and put it.
I mean, do chickens have dicks that are that big? That's like a 4 or 5 inch dick.
They deep fried his dick.
And that's a chicken. Do chickens have penises?
You know what? I've seen enough to know I've seen too much.
Now that makes me ponder. Do chickens have penises? How do they do stuff? I've never seen a chicken with a penis. A rooster. I've never seen a rooster with a penis.
I've never checked.
I guess I haven't really either. But it's interesting to ponder. Let's ponder it, Jay.
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding.
like Raina said, that must be a big chicken, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, damn, man, that chicken was hung.
Did you? Yeah, find that John Thune thing, Jack, because we have to play it. If we didn't,
I got it right here. I didn't already pulled it up.
I'm glad you've never heard it. Now you're going to hear it, and
Tell me if this is the right thing, though, Jay. I don't know.
All right.
Is this where it starts?
Let's hear it.
I don't know if this is the right thing, but let's listen.
Leader Thune, the House passed Tim Burchett's bill to defund the Taliban. I think it was 11 months ago. Every week that goes by, they get another $40 million. When can the American people expect to see a vote on this, and do you expect it to pass?
I don't know when. We don't have that currently on the schedule here. And you said it's passed in the House?
Yes.
Okay. I have not seen it. If it's come over from the House, that's not something that we consider putting on the floor at this point.
Jack,
what was bad about that? I don't get it.
Jack, he didn't even know that the bill passed out of the House.
Oh
The
yeah.
man-
Well,
He doesn't even know that bill where Tim Burchett stopping sending the Taliban $40 million a week. He doesn't even know that bill is available for the Senate to vote on, Jack.
yeah.
That's a problem, Jack. This
know.
is the guy we want to get the Save America Act over the finish line.
But the problem there, Jay, is there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it.
And by the way, that right there, the woman that asked the question, Allison Steinberg, I think she's the only. She works for Lindell TV. You know, Mike the Pillow guy.
Oh yeah, I
Lindell?
saw the little logo at the top.
Jack, she's like the only real reporter on Capitol Hill. She's the only
Absolutely.
one that asks real questions on Capitol Hill.
I would love to go on Capitol Hill. I'd ask some questions that would shock the world. I mean, I would love to. See, that's why I don't understand why people don't do that. But I'll tell you why people don't do that, Jay, because they won't be allowed back in.
She's allowed back in. She keeps doing it.
But they can revoke your privileges anytime they want.
They won't do it to her. I'm telling you, Jack, she's like Nancy Pelosi's worst enemy. I don't. Did we play that last week when Nancy Pelosi told her to shut up again? Remember?
We played that last week.
That was her
Jay?
again. Yeah, that was her again. And then yesterday also there was one of her with LaMonica MacGyver, the one who's under indictment or charged now with the hitting the ICE officer at the ICE facility in New Jersey. She got on LaMonica MacGyver yesterday, and LaMonica MacGyver threatened her. She said, "I would advise you don't play with me right now." I would have stopped and said, "What does that mean? What do you mean? What if I don't? What if I don't stop asking you a question? You gonna hit me?"
Okay, I want to show Jay. I want to show everybody our thumbnail. You know how cool our thumbnail is, Jay?
Yeah.
I want everybody to see this. Take a look. Okay, so you can see right here, it says Carmelo supporters burn their own homes in protest. The reason that that is because in all previous riots, the people actually end up burning down their own neighborhoods. For some odd reason, they burn down where they live. So you got the big black guy on the left. He says Carmelo is innocent, and he burned his house. His house is on fire. You got the black girl on the right. She said he didn't do nothing.
That's
And she's
Jasmine
got a
Crockett.
match. She's about to burn her house.
Is that
You got
Jasmine
me-
Crockett? Is that Jasmine Crockett?
No. But she's got some big boobs. It's me and Jay. We're selling ice cream, but you can see on the front of the truck it says Carmelo cones. These are Carmelo cones. Okay, that's why it's got the chocolate head and the French fries for hair. That's Carmelo. Take a look at his face and his hair. Chocolate head, French fry hair. You see? That's why we are selling those cones to try to promote racial unity. We are selling Carmelo cones, and we're trying to help these two out. That is the bottom line.
Listen, obviously, if your house is burning down, you're going to need something to eat.
Yeah, you need ice cream. The Carmelo cones.
Who doesn't love ice cream? I love ice cream.
But,
Do you
you
like
know-
soft ice cream, Jack, like that, or do you like the harder, regular
My
ice cream?
favorite from the ice cream trucks was the Mickey Mouse ice cream. You know, because they had the vanilla on the front, the chocolate on the back, and it was just really good. It's my favorite. You ever had the Mickey Mouse ice cream from the ice cream truck? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't, but it sounds good to me. Anything with chocolate, I'm in.
I'm going to show you because it was the best thing there was from back in the day in the 90s. The 90s was probably the greatest era, but I want to show you this, man, because it was awesome. For right now, for some reason, I'm looking at it. They're only showing the back of it. Why don't they show like the side and shit? That's weird. I tell you what, I'm just going to show you it. Well, why don't they show it from the front, man? That is so weird. Oh, here's a better part of it. Check this out. All right, so this is it right here. It's not really the same one, but it's close enough, you know?
Yeah.
So check this out. That right there, see, it's got the chocolate on the top and the back and the vanilla on the bottom, and then it's got vanilla inside the chocolate. It is awesome.
Oh, okay.
You there?
I like that. I ate that.
Are you on a delay?
No, it shouldn't be.
Okay.
How do you hear me now?
No, that's fine. You were just paused for a second, but that's excellent ice cream right there, Jay. Excellent.
All right, looks good. I'm in. But I got to be honest. My favorite I do love Carvel. I love Carvel.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's popular up here. It's soft ice cream. It's been around forever. But it's great. It's really great. It's too good, Jack. It's like you could eat it all day long, but it wouldn't be good for you. But it's great. I love it, and I love ice cream cones, Jack. I do love ice cream cones. I like that crunch of the cone.
That's why we're selling them. That's why we're selling them, Jay.
I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna eat them all.
I've got something that's insane I want to talk to you about. Okay, listen to this. You remember how Karen Bass and it was Karen Bass. And yes, Deborah's right. You eat the ears first of the Mickey Mouse. You eat the ears first. And no, the 90s. I didn't mean to say the 90s was the best decade. The 90s was the last great decade. There were great decades before that, but there's not been any great decades after the 90s. The 90s was the last great decade. Anyways, let's move on. Jay, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom were the reasons that the Palisade fires got out of hand. They are the reasons that everything burned. They are intentionally, if you want the truth, if you want the God's honest truth, they did it intentionally. They'll never admit it. But when the insurance companies pull out of an area suddenly, and then it catches on fire and everything burns down. But get this, Jay, guess who is suing Los Angeles because the Palisades fire burned down their home?
Who is suing Los Angeles because the
I just want you to guess. Make a guess. Anybody.
I don't know. Spencer Pratt.
No, I don't think he would do that. But this is
I'm just taking a guess.
It's Karen Bass's brother. Karen Bass, the mayor, her brother's house supposedly burned down in these fires. The woman that is responsible for these fires, her brother is suing Los Angeles because his house burned down in the fires. That's unbelievable to me.
Wait, does he hate her like Barack Obama's brother hates him?
No. The thing is, see, she knows that he can sue and get a lot of money because she's the mayor. She can fast track the lawsuit and give him a ton of money.
Oh, well, then everybody should get fast tracked. You can't
Just the brother.
him.
Just the brother.
Oh, please. Let me tell you, I would jump on the brother's lawsuit, whoever that is.
I would listen to this, Jay. Listen to this. The brother said he and his wife not only lost their home, but were injured due to smoke inhalation and suffered severe emotional distress, annoyance, and mental anguish.
Absolutely. I think everybody there did.
Absolutely.
And
it
I
should
would
be
jump on.
It should be a whatchamacallit,
Class action.
Class action suit.
Yeah, class action suit. Everybody should jump on the brothers' class action suit, so that way, Karen Bass, maybe the state will fast track it for them.
Oh no!
That's
listen,
funny.
Yeah, listen to this. Kenneth and Cindy, which is Kenneth's wife. Kenneth and Cindy's filing joined other local families from Malibu, Topanga, and the Palisades collectively seeking damages for property loss and injury in attaching themselves to the original class action lawsuit. So it is, they actually took their lawsuit and attached it to the class action lawsuit. But the crazy thing is, this is Karen Bass's brother. She is responsible for the fires. The fires burned down his home, and now the mayor of Los Angeles, her brother, is suing Los Angeles.
Well, did any comment from Karen Bass on this as of yet that we know of?
Not that I'm aware of. Actually, you know what? Let me look and see. I want to know, because that would be interesting. I mean, I would love it, but I can tell you right now, here's what's been said by their attorney and stuff like that. It says the Palisades fire has been a traumatic event for its victims, who through no fault of their own went from homeowners to homeless in a matter of hours. Along with tens of thousands of victims of the Palisade fire, Kenneth and Cindy Bass retained legal representation for counsel and advice a year ago in June 2025. I don't see any thing specifically. Oh,
I wonder.
Here's something that she said in January of 2025. She said that the loss that you're going through, I share indirectly. It's hit my family too. She said that in January of 2025, about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, a year and a half ago, and they're moving slow as molasses as usual.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if he voted for Spencer Pratt, and it's too bad Spencer Pratt didn't. I don't know if he knew about this. He could have used that as a campaign ad. Tell you right now.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
And man, let me tell you, there are remember when I put out that video that said the homeless shelters were using homeless people's names and addresses and using their address to register hundreds of homeless people that say they live there, even though there's only like 80 beds or whatever it is. Well, Get this. They were paying homeless people for their votes, $2 a vote, $2 per vote. I want you guys to take a listen to this. $2 a vote. They were paying the homeless people. This is absolutely insane. Take a listen.
You vote?
Yeah.
Oh, you did for Karen Bass?
Yeah. Karen Bass. That's her last name, Bass?
Karen Bass, yeah. Or Nithya Raman?
Karen.
Karen? They told you to vote for Karen?
Yeah. They had to sign a little thing.
And how much they pay you?
It was like $2.
$2? They sign off on a thing to vote for her?
Yeah.
And so they do this for everybody out here?
Yeah, they come out here all the time.
They come out here all the time to get votes for $2 per vote. They come out here all the time, Jay.
That's what happens with ballot harvesting. Am I correct? They can take these ballots and one person can get 500 of these people to vote and just take them all and drop them off at a ballot box, right?
Absolutely. Let me show you something, Jay. Look at this. Okay, so I want to ask you, Jay, what are the odds of Nithya Raman getting the largest share of every mail-in ballot dump while Karen Bass barely gets any votes? I want you to look at this, okay?
Yeah.
Karen Bass, right here. Karen Bass got her thing stayed even, despite the fact that there were all these mail-in ballot dumps. Her votes stayed absolutely even. Nobody voted for her after she won. But on election night, Spencer Pratt was way ahead. Day 1 and 2, the mail-in ballot dumps start. They're all for Nithya Raman. Day 3, Nithya Raman. Day 4, and then the latest, all of them are for Nithya Raman, but not one of them was for Karen Bass. What are the odds that since Karen Bass won, she had already been declared the winner, that nobody voted for her before that? Nobody in the mail-in ballot dumps. They were all for Nithya Raman. Every single one of them, Jay.
I'm going to say the odds are around the same as every president except one.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Holy shit! That's exactly what I was. Wow, Jay, we got great minds think alike. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yep. Every president is in the, related by blood to King John Lackland in the Plantagenet bloodline, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
It's about
they
it.
all became president by accident, by chance. Odds of that were 1 in 96 quintillion.
And Jack, Nathia Rahman, I don't even think she won in this vote. I don't even think she won in her district.
No, I said that yesterday. She did not win CD4, which is her district. She lost to Spencer Pratt.
How is this possible? No, Karen Bass, who's been the incumbent mayor, who's a known person, gets nothing. She stays the same. But this nobody who can't even beat Spencer Pratt in their own district blows him away every time in ballot dumps for mail-in ballots. I'm sorry. The math isn't mathing. Common sense, logic.
And I'm going to tell you why it happened, though, Jay. The mail-in ballots afterwards, because all the mail-in ballots beforehand were for Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass. That's why he was way ahead. But the mail-in ballots after the election, those were manufactured. Right. So Karen Bass had already won. She had already had her check mark. So there was no reason to put any votes for Karen Bass in the manufactured mail-in ballots. So what do? Screw Karen Bass. I'm going to put all the votes for Nathia Rahman. And that's how you know that the mail-in ballots after the election were all manufactured after the election because they knew Karen Bass had won. So they made all the votes for Nathia Rahman. This graph right here, this chart proves not only that they cheated, but that the mail-in ballots were manufactured after the election day, afterwards. That's when they made them. And that's when they voted, Jay.
Like we've said, how many do you need? That's when they know. We need this many. Okay. And Jack, on election night, do you have the video of Nathia Rahman crying on election night?
I can find it. Yeah, she was crying. She was crying.
Oh, it's over. Then all of a sudden, I wonder what Jack, you think after that crying speech that she gave, that somebody like pulled her back like, hey, don't worry about it. You got this.
Yeah, actually, I don't think she knew about it, at least not on election night.
Just give us a week. You'll be fine.
Exactly. But, Jay, the Supreme Court can stop all of this. If they would just rule on their and they got a rule in June. They always have rulings come out in June. If they would have just ruled on this, they need to rule on it before the election because Steve Hilton can win governor of California. Michael Gates can win attorney general of California and turn that state around if the Supreme Court rules that no ballots can be counted after election day. Because, Jay, they wouldn't know how many ballots you need to beat Spencer Pratt. They couldn't have manufactured them after the election. So what do? They have to manufacture a bunch of them before the election, and that is where you get caught because you get slippery.
Exactly. That's what I was just going to say. Doing it that way, yeah, you could do it that way, but you have a lot better chance of getting caught that way because you're really
too many easy mistakes to make.
Where are you shipping them in from? Somebody's going to see them coming. Where are they coming from? All these ballots. Yeah. So no, that's a huge decision by the Supreme Court, and we think it's going to go the right way based on, I guess, the oral arguments.
We hope to God it's going to go the right way, Jay.
It's a no-brainer.
America is not going to pass the SAVE Act, despite the fact that 80% of Americans want it. The Congress doesn't care. They don't represent Americans. Okay, so they're not going to do it. They represent themselves and large company interests. They do not represent Americans. If they did, the SAVE Act would have passed with flying colors. So since it's not even going to pass, what we need to do is we need the Supreme Court to rule on this. Now, the Supreme Court isn't, they're not giving us, ID verification and citizenship proof. But what they are giving us is that you cannot cheat after the elections anymore. If they rule on this, it will be very hard for them to cheat before the election day.
Definitely be harder and easier to catch if they cheat, for sure.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. You could have people in place like say, where are these? Wait, all the ballots are, they're here. This is it. We shouldn't be seeing anything else enter this room. All the ballots are here, right here. Count them. Nothing else should be coming in. No helicopters coming in from all these different places and all this other crap that we've seen for how long? You know,
absolutely,
100%. We'll see it. It would be big. And I just want to narrow it down, Jack, with the Save America Act. I want to narrow it down to one person, and it's John Thune. John Thune is the one who's controlling this. John Thune could turn the screws on plenty of senators that are on the fence and say and do something about it. He doesn't want to,
because he knows he won't win. Others will not win. That's the whole point. They're not going to police themselves, Jay.
Just like they won't give themselves term limits. I mean, a guy like John Thune, and I heard that miserable Tom Tillis. Jack, that's your state. That guy, that
I never
scumbag,
vote for him. I don't know how the hell he wins.
He is the biggest scumbag in the Senate.
He's
Worse
terrible.
than John Thune.
Well, he's not the biggest. I think John Thune is the biggest scumbag.
I got to be honest with you. I think Tillis is. At least John Thune is doing the right thing because he has to as a leader. He's voting for all the right things right now, even though he doesn't want to push certain things. When the votes do come up, he's voting the right way.
Raina's right. He's a snake, just like. Didn't I tell you, Jay? Jay, what did I tell you about? What's his name? What's the AG's name? I can't think of it for some reason.
Todd
something.
Todd Blanche.
That's it. For some reason, I was drawing a blank. But I said Todd Blanche is a snake, just like I said John Thune is a snake. And he turned out to be a snake. And what did I tell you? He was going to do the best he could, Jay, everything he could to get the nomination for AG. And what did Trump do? He's nominating for Attorney General. I told you, Jay, that was what was going to happen. That is why he was going full hard. That is why he held back Pam Bondi, why she got fired, why he went full bore, and why now he will be the Attorney General. Once he gets in, he knows Donald Trump cannot remove two attorney generals in his tenure. It would make him look bad. So now he has carte blanche license to do whatever he wants. You watch when he becomes Attorney General, just like I said about John Thune when he became leader, he is a snake.
Listen, I knew John Thune was garbage from the beginning. He's Mitch McConnell's right-hand man.
But I'm talking, he's just like Todd Blanche. They are snakes.
Well, let's see what Todd Blanche does. And something very interesting came down right before we came on the show. Do you remember in Minnesota, Vance Belter, when he shot Melissa Hortman?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Vance Belter today, Jack. Vance Belter, the man charged in the attacks against lawmakers in Minnesota last summer, is expected to plead guilty on Thursday after the Justice Department agreed not to pursue the death penalty against him. Now,
interesting.
Why is that interesting? He's pleading. He's going to plead guilty.
There's no discovery.
Well, right. Well, not here's what I think, though. They better have turned the screws on this guy on Tim Walz. This guy worked for Tim Walz. This guy said Tim Walz is the one who told him to do this. Nobody ever investigated that. You don't make deals like this with people unless you're getting something from them, just like they did with Bolton. And that's what we better see down the line, the things that Bolton gave up and the things that a guy like Vance Belter gives up. We better see some rewards from these things.
I want to know what Maduro gave up. Where's all the election fraud shit?
Who knows? These things, listen, we hate saying it. These things do take time.
I know. I freaking hate that, Jay. I hate it. But hey, does anybody remember why Tim Walz wanted Vance Belter to kill Melissa Hartman? Does anybody remember that?
Well, she voted against, it was
she
immigration.
was the deciding vote. She's a Democrat, and she sided with the Republicans. She was the deciding vote in the fact that illegals do not get health care. That was the vote. She voted against her party with the Republicans, and then she was killed.
Yep, exactly.
Tim Walz had her killed.
She was the only Democrat to vote against it. The only one.
Yep, and it got put down because she was the deciding vote in Minnesota, no less. And he put her down for putting that down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's very interesting that he pled guilty because he's going to plead guilty because I am hoping. And usually these things, when somebody makes a deal like that, they gave you something. If you're going to offer them a deal. I don't think that's
the case. You want to know what the case is? I think that Tim Walz, who is the governor, and then whoever else, the Keith Ellison, who's the AG, I think that they went to they went to Belter and they went to the ADA, the district attorney, and they said, look, we do not want to have a trial because if discovery comes out and they some way prove that Tim Walz had him kill her, that's going to be unbelievably bad for all of them. So they say, look, we're not going to have a trial. Give him a deal. Take the death penalty off the table. Give him a deal and tell him we're not going to have a trial.
Let me make sure, Jack. This might be the federal government. I don't think that Ellison and Walls have any jurisdiction on this. I think this might be a federal case. Why
would it be a federal case?
Because it was an assassination of a political.
Well, yeah, but it's still
politician.
in the state. I don't see why that would be a federal case.
Let me just make
she's
sure.
She's also a state person, not a federal person.
Hold on. Let me just let me double check. I'm gonna ask right now. Was this a federal case? And was the federal DOJ handling Vance Belter?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, it says, well, listen to this. Vance Belter faces charges in both state and federal cases.
There you go. There you go. That's it. This is the federal. This is the federal DOJ that he made this. Yes, it's primarily a federal.
Also state, yeah.
It says primarily a federal case handled by the U.S. Department of Justice. So, though, on the plea deal, yes, the federal DOJ is handling the plea negotiations. As of June 10, 2026, court documents show the DOJ is requesting a change of plea hearing. Belter is expected to enter a plea agreement. So, yeah, this has nothing to do with Tim Walz or Keith Ellison trying to, squash discovery. So
it very well still could. I mean, who knows?
Well, who knows? But I'm just, just think about it. Let's try to think about it just, down the middle. You would think that if they're going to give this guy a plea deal, that's something that this guy's been maybe singing a little bit, just like John Bolton. You hope.
Well, it's either this. It's either they gave him a plea deal so he'll sing, or they gave him a plea deal so he won't sing. It's going to be one or the other.
Well, I'm going to hope it's sing, because Tim Walz, nobody likes that guy, Jack. Nobody.
Everybody hates Tim Walz. He's a horrible person.
Nobody likes him. Nobody's trying to protect Tim Walz.
So, Jay, on this, real quick, I want to go back to Carmelo real quick. I want to show you something. This woman, after they found out that he was guilty, this woman goes on camera and says that basically she's upset that her 5 boys will not have the right to stab unarmed white men.
Yeah.
I want you to take a listen to this. It's insane. Have you already seen it?
Yeah. Didn't we talk about her yesterday?
No, we haven't brought it up yet. But take a listen.
Okay. Go ahead.
What us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
Yeah,
these people are ridiculous. Jay, they are literally doing a street guerrilla war based on the color of your skin. That's why I say, Jay, no offense, but black people are the most racist people in America. I'm sorry.
Well, Trayvon Martin, Jack, listen, he could have been Obama's son, first of all. All right. So I don't appreciate the disrespect.
I'm glad old dude got found not guilty. He deserved to be found not guilty.
That could have been Obama's son, number one. Number two, all right. Here's what you tell your kids, miss. Here's what you tell your kids. You don't stab people. Getting punched in the face is not justified.
He didn't even punch him. He just pushed him. That's all he did.
Even a punch. A push certainly doesn't justify it.
No,
a punch
all
in
he
the
did
face.
was put both hands on him and lightly say, "Get out." That's all he did. Dude pulled the knife out of his bag, stabbed him in the heart.
And stabbed them. All right. So even if let's go to a Jasmine Crockett reality scenario. Let's say that Austin Metcalf was 300 pounds and he raised his fist. Still, you're not going to be justified in pulling out your knife and stabbing him in the chest.
No, that's not a deadly force scenario. Jay, she said that Austin Metcalf was 300 pounds, was on top of Carmelo Anthony on the ground and beating him. That is still not a deadly force situation.
No, of course not. What this kid did, Carmelo Anthony did, he brought a knife to a shoving match.
And who brings a knife to school? Who brings a knife ready for a fight? You don't bring a knife unless you plan to use it.
Yeah, and this isn't a stand your ground scenario. That doesn't fit. There's no castle doctrine. It wasn't at home. None of that. None of that applies here. So anyway, the idiocy you're going to hear is just, I think
ridiculous.
It's going to ramp up. We'll see. But like I said yesterday, it is a little different scenario where it's not where anything could have been planted on Carmelo Anthony by the police.
No, it happened.
It happened. And there's no disputing that he stabbed Austin Metcalf. Now, you want to be upset that his self-defense, his attempt at pleading like self-defense strategy didn't work? Yell at his lawyer. That's his lawyer's fault.
His lawyers were, but see, that's his own fault. He had $1
Exactly.
million and he spent it on homes and cars and then got a public defender. That's his own fault. Why not take that million, go get you Johnny Cochran or whoever the hell it is? Instead, you get a public defender for a murder trial. You're out of your fucking mind.
Out of your mind. You had all that money that people gave you for whatever reason. I mean, it's a free country. Go ahead. They gave you the money and you use it on a house and whatever else you bought. Meanwhile, your kid isn't going, is on trial for his life, basically. And you let a public defender handle it? Nothing against public defenders, but if I got $500,000, like you said, I'm hiring like the Johnny Cochran group, whoever's left in that. I'm getting Nefeli Bailey out of wherever he is, if he's still alive. I'm getting Robert Shapiro. I'm getting the Kardashians. I'm getting everybody that OJ had. I'm resurrecting them from the grave if I have to.
I would. Johnny Cochran was the best. But see, the thing is, his parents didn't give a shit about it. They obviously didn't care. They used all of that money for their own house. Oh, did you hear what they're using it for now? They're not using it to give him like commissary, so he can live better in prison. Guess what they're using it for now? Let me see if I can go back and find this. Because Jay, they are not using it for anything to help him out in prison. It's unbelievable. They are using it. If I can find it, I'll have to keep looking. But if I can find it, they are actually using it for security, for relocation, new vehicles, all kinds of stuff, but nothing to give him, a better life in prison. No money on his commissary so you can buy snacks or whatever. Nothing. I mean, nothing, Jay, nothing. They don't give a shit about this kid.
Yeah. So basically, you're telling me he's not going to be living like the gangsters were in Goodfellas when he's in jail. He's not going to have that type.
No. Those people were like in state prisons. In a federal prison, no, you can't live like that.
Well, right. Oh, he already filed an appeal, Jack. He already filed an appeal.
Oh, well, there you go. He's going to get out now.
Good luck. There's nothing to appeal here.
No, this case was the most cut and dry case I've ever seen. The jury, 3 hours of deliberation. I guarantee you, Jay, that the jury found him guilty within 30 minutes. Yeah, but they just waited a couple hours to make it not look so bad.
Right. Like, all right, listen, let's just wait a little while. It won't look like we'll pretend like we actually have to talk about this.
Absolutely.
This case was over before it began. That's why I said yesterday they should have thrown the Hail Mary and put the kid on the stand. This whole case should have been, how do we make him a sympathetic figure that a jury will maybe give him a slap on the wrist as compared to what he got? That's what the whole case should have been about. Not trying to prove
because they knew he was guilty. They already knew he was guilty.
What I'm saying.
They should have tried to lessen everything,
That's what I'm saying. That should have been the strategy, not trying some self-defense thing to try to convince people that he was not guilty. This case was over before it began.
They should have convinced people that it was manslaughter. That's what you go after. Don't say it was self-defense. Convince people it was manslaughter.
That's what I'm saying. They have that stupid passion law in Texas. We talked about it yesterday.
That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous law.
You should have went all in on that. And that's why I said you should have put this kid, coached him as best you could, got him on the stand, have him cry on the stand, have him be remorseful as possible on the stand. And maybe the jury would have said, all right, listen, he's a young kid. We'll give him manslaughter. That was your shot.
That was the goal. They should have been the goal, not a not guilty, because you're never going to get a not guilty, but a manslaughter. But Jay, get this. So they gave him 35 years, which is way too short, if you ask me, because get this, under Texas law, to be eligible for parole, you have to serve at least half your sentence. So he will be in there for at least 17.5 years, 17 and a half years. But the sentence is not long enough, Jay. It's not long enough. He should have got 60. If you get at least 60 years, he would have to serve 30.
Yeah. We said yesterday, we thought that him having to serve 30 or 25 minimum would have been all right, fine.
Yeah, 25 is a life sentence in the criminal justice system.
I mean, 30, the 35 years sounds good.
If it was all of it. Yeah.
But it's not. It's half.
No.
And if he lives that long in prison, he'll probably get out. I don't know. We'll see how he is as a prisoner. Maybe he'll be a disaster as a prisoner and they'll deny him. I don't know. We'll see.
If they don't, he will get out in 17 and a half years. I guarantee. If something doesn't happen, he will get out.
It's not long enough. All right, Jack, we gotta make our final say our final words and get out of
All
here.
right. Let's do this. Okay. Everybody, make sure you visit maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You got the 250th anniversary of the United States, Father's Day, and the 2026 midterms. There is no better time than now. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, guys. Also, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV. It's the same screen name for every single one of them. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Make sure you follow us. And we are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today is Wednesday, so we're still live tomorrow night, and then we're live Friday night. Make sure you guys come back and check us out. We would really appreciate it. I mean, it's been a good ride so far. It's been a great show, I believe. Everything seems to be going as planned. And I think we solved a lot of problems today, Jay. I mean, we solved everything that we could. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
Right.
And guys, do us a favor. We know you already follow LFA TV on Rumble, this great network. Go to our Secret America page on Rumble. Give us a follow there. Follow us on everything Jack just said. We would really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. For Jay Gatling,
You've been listening to Secret America.